Welcome to the live stream. Welcome, everybody. Direct live election coverage all night. I've got my little war room up here. Got my cameras, Tel Aviv, Israel, Beirut, Qatar, just in case something happens tonight. Not that I would want that, but we will report it. I'm going to run through a little bit of housekeeping at the beginning here, and then we will be off to the races. Thank you guys again for tuning in tonight, if you're tuning in tonight, and we're going to be covering the election coverage in Texas in the primaries. That's the big thing. And then we're going to be looking at a Trump speech, talking a little bit about that Clinton nonsense that happened yesterday. And Senate and House were in full session. We have Kristi Noem being grilled today. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All kinds of fun stuff, guys. And here we go. As I've said before, I'm on a PC. It is a decent PC, but it does, for some reason, want to eat up the PCU immediately. So, without further ado, here we go. Let's get on this election. It's 7:01 right now. We need to get to this.
Eastern are watching. How does redistricting play out in the Lone Star State? What happens after Republicans pushed to change the lines mid-decade and ahead of this 2026 midterm? Matthew Klein is our guest here. He's the House and Governors editor with Cook Political Report with Amy Walter. We also have at the table Jacob Rubashkin, who is the deputy editor of Inside Elections. We're bringing you the results, the speeches, and of course, all of your voices as well. Matthew Klein, when it comes to redistricting, I want to show our viewers the old map and the new map. When you look at the state of Texas, what is the consequence of what they did in the Lone Star State?
Absolutely. Well, obviously, at the behest of President Trump, they redrew their map last summer.
Sorry if you guys get an echo there for a second.
And the expectation was that they were going to get somewhere in the range of 5 seats, or at least that was certainly the Republican goal. And it's pretty clear that they will pick up a few seats as a result of redistricting. The 32nd district in the Dallas area, that seems to be pretty much as close to a slam dunk as you'll find. The 9th district, which is in East Houston, also seems to be pretty much a guarantee at this point. And then there are a couple of other ones that are a little more dicey as a result of some of the political trends that we've been seeing. The Democrats, Republicans most notably took aim at the 28th and the 34th districts in South Texas, represented by Henry Cuellar and Vicente Gonzalez, two sort of moderate conservative Democrats, Latino who have held on in a very fast-changing part of the country in terms of politics. But, if there's a huge Latino reversion, which some polls have indicated that there may very well be this cycle, and certainly in last year's governor's races we saw the beginning of that, then it may not actually be that Republicans stand to pick those 2 seats up at this point. I think Henry Cuellar is probably favored. And Vicente Gonzalez is going to be a very competitive in that race.
Go. Now you
and then
guys
there's the 35th district, which sort of was reshaped into the eastern part of San Antonio. That's going to be one that Republicans probably will pick up. Trump won it by
coverage in Texas, followed by all your Iran, Ukraine updates, all that jazz. Just to give us, let's start off the night with a good old Mosh News update. As I've said, Mosh News is the clearest, unbiased source of news on the ground. His Instagram stories are always killing it. So let's walk through Mosh News. Let's walk through the last 12 hours of the war so far, and then we will get right to election coverage in Texas tonight. So without further ado, here we are. 11 hours ago, the Israelis just hit the meeting in Iran where they were choosing the next supreme leader. That was 11 hours ago. And again, there's some jokes with that. It's crazy. U.S. and Israel strike Iran security agencies that help crush protests. Gulf Arab state air forces may join strike against Iran, sources say. Then this is what was crazy. Oh no, that wasn't the one. Somebody messaged the reporter and asked the reporter, you'd think that they'd learn to use Zoom for the election, and his response was, "This meeting could have been an email. Has never been more true." I mean, just like white collar crime over a bombing. Pretty cool, right? Update. It appears former Iranian president Misha Jail fucking survived the assassination attempt on this weekend after State Department told Americans to leave more than a dozen countries in the Middle East. Wait, what was that? Some embassies admit they aren't able to do much to help at the moment. Uh-oh. Israel tries to warn Iranian citizens about upcoming attacks. One major issue, the Iranian regime has shut off the internet, so unless people have Starlink devices, it is not clear how they may be seeing this information at this point. So stay with us. If you're with us from Iran, stay with us, guys. More on how Israel's intelligence is hacking Iran. Stocks and bonds face new pressure as war expands. Oman is another way out of the Middle East at the moment for the ports. Qatar connected Tucker Carlson, who is blaming attacks in the Gulf on Israel and secret Mossad cells. Like, again, we're now seeing a new revolution in American content creators, which is, are you a sellout for your audience? Are you all going to turn into your own version of Candace Owens tonight? Or are you going to have a soul and a little bit of common sense? It seems as though Tucker Carlson is joining Nick Fuentes, Sneeko, and a lot of others in having zero common sense. More on how Israel spent years hacking Iranian traffic cameras. U.S.-Israel coordination. We knew Tehran like we knew Jerusalem, an Israeli intelligence official told the Financial Times. And when you know a place as well as you know the street you grew up on, you notice a single thing that's out of place. At 3:35 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday, Trump traveled on Air Force One to Texas, gave the order to proceed with Operation Epic Fury. The U.S. military cleared the path for Israel fighter jets to bomb Khamenei compound by launching cyber attacks, disrupting, degrading, and blinding Iran's ability to see, communicate, and respond. The Israelis' jets, which had been flying for hours in order to arrive on time at the right location, fired off as many as 30 precautionary units at Kalamani's complex. Sorry, guys. I'm not the great at reading this shit, but we need to get these updates. Video of the aftermath of Iran clergy meeting to decide next supreme leader today. Not clear if they had designed survivors who weren't there. Meanwhile, a view of commercial jets taking off from Beirut as the Israeli military hits Hezbollah targets in the area. Texas, Arkansas, North Carolina kickoff primaries tonight. That's going to be our main coverage tonight. What we're watching. China to Iran, stop bombing energy facilities. China told Iran to stop bombing energy facilities today. Trump threatens to cut off trade with Spain. Trump asks about worst case scenario in Iran. 56-year-old son of Ayatollah Allah Khamenei has been reportedly selected to succeed his father as supreme leader, Iranian opposition media said, after his older brother and father died earlier this week. God, can you imagine? Like, you're like, maybe I don't want to be the leader. CIA working to arm Kurds forces to spark uprising in Iran. U.S. offers military support for vulnerable oil supplies in Strait of Hormuz. And Admiral Brad Cooper, Commander U.S. Command, says the U.S. is ahead of their game plan for operation in Iran. All right. And with that, there's our update. Hi, Doug. What's our thing? Oh, F Trump. All right, cool. Here comes the idiots. All right, guys. Idiot trains
10
among
points
us.
last year,
And
but only by about 2 points. Republican, suburban
Here
sort of mold.
for
I think
general
once that
election
red,
for
the rest of the
primary
state,
election
the
coverage.
rural counties start to
I got my
flood
voter
in, it'll
tick
look a lot friendlier for
right
Ken
there
Paxton.
on my forehead. You ready?
Yeah, I mean,
Y'all ready for that?
we don't have any vote from
Yeah,
Dallas County
Jasmine
specifically
Crockett.
out right now because,
Ask
of
me why I
course,
voted
the
Jasmine
poll
Crockett.
extension
I'll tell
times.
you. I'll tell
I mean,
you.
I think they're going to hold
Because
out
the
on
corrupt
reporting any
system
sort of
and the
vote
media
unless,
lies.
Matt, you're seeing.
I do
Jasmine
see
Crockett,
Dallas
and
County
you're like,
on
I
the
should
New York
vote
Times
Republican. Knock it
website. It
off.
looks like about
I
50% of the
voted
vote is in
Democrat, and I
Dallas
vote
County.
on the Republican
Jasmine
side.
On the Republican
Crockett.
side, not on the Democratic
That's what
side.
we're here
we don't
for
have
tonight.
any
That's
vote,
correct.
but we
For
do have
Jasmine
vote
Crockett
mostly
to disrupt the system.
from the surrounding counties, which again we would anticipate to be stronger for Jasmine Crockett, just because that's
Blast out a few
her home
shares,
media
guys. We'll
market,
be
that's
back.
her home base. So early on in both primaries here, and in line with expectations so far.
Okay, well, let's get to calls. Elfie in Spring Hope, North Carolina, on our line for Democrats. Did you vote in the primary contest there?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I voted in the primary contest here.
Okay, who did you vote for?
I voted for Roy Cooper.
All right. And down ballot?
I didn't vote for anyone else.
So Roy Cooper is what brought you out to vote.
I didn't vote for anyone else. That
And
was
tell
the
us why.
problem. I'll tell you guys. That's
I
exactly
love
what the
the fact
problem was
that
on
he's
that
from
ballot
Nash
today.
County.
I
That's
went
just
out
one
to the
county over
Democratic
from
primary.
where I'm at here.
I went out to that Democratic primary today, and I voted for Jasmine Crockett. But everything else down ticket, I was like, I don't know, I'm just fucking picking somebody. It's a primary. It doesn't really affect shit anyway.
He
Y'all
represents
just
everyday
paying for money
people.
right now.
He represents small businesses. The one
Thanks
major
for the
thing that I
like,
thought
whoever
was
hit the
really
like
cool,
button.
because
Hit the
like
like
when you
button.
go
We
on
can
their
spawn a whole
websites
bunch
and
more
stuff,
people,
you
and we
can
can get a
learn about the
conversation going.
candidates.
Let's go,
Maybe
guys.
if you catch them on a podcast or YouTube or maybe their own commercials. But on his website, he says that he was a Sunday school teacher for years, and just somebody that's going to put that out there to talk about their faith. That's like super important to me. And he's just for the everyday person. When he was an attorney general, he prosecuted criminals and wants to protect North Carolina families. That was killer for me. It just kind of spoke to me, I guess.
Okay. Elfie there on our line for Democrats in Spring Hope, North Carolina. Jacob Rubashkin, what kind of candidate is Roy Cooper?
Well, look, he is the kind of candidate that has been able to win North Carolina even as a
Yo, Jasmine Crockett up right now, guys. 54% to 45. 53 to 45, guys.
remains
Hell
a difficult swing
90%
for
of the vote
Democrats
in.
at the federal level.
We are gonna beat the
we've
system
talked about
tonight.
how
They tried to fuck over Jasmine Crockett like they tried to fuck over Bernie. And we are about to blow up the system tonight. The independent voter is about to disrupt the system tonight.
he won 2 times with Donald Trump at the top of the ticket in 2016 and 2020, both times overperforming the Democratic presidential nominees in those races. I think
Why is that a joke? Because you're a conformist? Because you clicked a photo of Jasmine Crockett and got onto this live stream, and the reason that you want to watch this election coverage is because you want Timu Obama, Timu White Obama, to be representing this election? Timu White Obama ain't got nothing on Jasmine Crockett. Corner will crush her. Oh yeah, I'm a corner supporter. I just love rhinos. You know how much I love rhinos? I just ride them all day long. I just ride a rhino all day long. The reason I voted for Jasmine Crockett in a Democratic primary instead of even going for the Republican one, Republican's going to go to a runoff with Ken Paxton anyway. That's Weird Eye Guy versus corporate shill senator that's been here for years, Rhino. I don't give a shit in that election there. Bring him to the table in November. And then when you got the Democratic side, you got a guy on Stephen Colbert throwing fits, acting like he's canceled when he's not. And Stephen Colbert is hiding the true candidate, this crazy black lady who's screaming about racism. And you know what? This crazy black lady screaming about racism sounds like a Democratic Donald Trump to me. Sounds like a Democratic Donald Trump to me. So you want to know what? Let's break the fucking system. Let's stop fucking over the Bernie Sanders. Let's stop fucking over the actual independent idea people. Also, Jasmine Crockett is a lawyer, all right? Have you passed the bar? Have I passed the bar? None of us passed the fucking bar, so we should shut up. Jasmine Crockett tonight. It's tonight. Tonight only, but I fucking love Jasmine Crockett tonight because we are not Timu Obama supporters or Rhino supporters or cross-eyed AG supporters that are trying to eliminate marijuana in the state of Texas. Nah, y'all can get out. We're living in millennial reality, all right, please?
I think that a big part of that has to do with his ability to lose by less in more rural parts.
If you're trying to win a Democratic seat in the state of Texas, you have a better chance at being an outside, uncorrupted politician speaking crazy talk than as a Democrat than you do being Timu Obama. So if you're a lifelong Democrat trying to actually get people in, you should be against Timu Obama. And if you want to see an interesting election, period, you're just a fucking constituent in Texas, Jasmine Crockett's the only interesting candidate. You have a Rhino, an AG that's cross-eyed that's trying to eliminate marijuana, and you have Timu Obama from the Democrats. Come on. Racist Jasmine Crockett is amazing. We are here for it. Jasmine is
Parts of the state.
That's the
Caller
point.
mentioned Roy Cooper
That's
coming
the
from
point.
Nash County. That's not Durham. That's not Mecklenburg, right? That's not one of the major population centers. And Roy Cooper has
aligned candidates. So we're going to have to see sort of.
She's killing him. 8%, 11
how Michael
in.
Whatley runs this campaign. Does he run a really hardcore pro-Trump campaign? He was the the chair of the Republican National Committee for a while. Obviously, you expect him to be pretty conservative. But just how does he frame himself? That's going to be, I think, what is the most interesting aspect. Because everybody knows who Roy Cooper is.
Guys, make sure to hit that like button. The more that we hit that like button, the more we launch and spawn more random people about politics into the chat. And we get the chat going. We get a conversation going. So make sure to hit that like button. Let's keep this going.
And everybody knows.
I'm on the Jasmine Crockett.
Any candidate running in a state as evenly divided as North Carolina is going to be trying to execute a pretty intricate political maneuver, right? This is a state where both candidates have very high floors and low ceilings. We have seen countless statewide elections in North Carolina over the last
I'm so
decade
excited
or so.
about that. I'm a little scared, though, because usually when you get that 9% result, it's probably either Austin or Houston right now. If you're watching MSNBC or something, we'd be like getting the analyzation of it. But we're going to stay on C-SPAN where we're just counting the votes. Like a traditional American, we're going to count the votes.
And Roy Cooper is the best-known Democrat probably in the state. Roy Cooper is also a very good fundraiser. Whatley is a good fundraiser for a Republican, but that's a relative measure because he still pales in comparison to the former governor.
I love Jasmine Crockett.
And if Democrats are going to go out there and try and define Whatley before Whatley can define himself, that could get difficult for somebody who has really been a blank slate up until now. I think he's going to get a lot more attention when he becomes officially the Republican nominee. But absolutely, it's going to be a challenge for him. And the worse President Trump's approval rating gets, it's going to make life more difficult for him. It's going to make life more difficult for every Republican candidate across the map, but certainly in a state as evenly divided.
But guess what will make life difficult for all corporate shill politicians? Jasmine Crockett getting into the general election. Causing some fucking racist mayhem. Jasmine motherfucking Crockett.
As North Carolina.
We are delayed.
But obviously the races that we're watching, the 1st District and the 4th District, nothing in yet. We'll be very curious to see how those all play out.
Right, and we'll give you those results as they come in. We're watching those races, key races in North Carolina, the congressional, the House races, as well as the general election matchup that political observers believe will be the case here, with Roy Cooper getting the Democratic nomination for the Senate seat and Michael Whatley on the Republican side. Again, Tom Tillis retiring, and so that seat is open. It's a marquee race. It's going to be...
Look how much of a Ken Paxton. That's so crazy. I can't believe Ken Paxton got that high of a fucking number right now.
In November.
Even 9%.
And of course, we're watching the Lone Star State tonight, where a
12%.
lot of the action is taking place. We haven't yet talked about Matthew Klein and Jacob Rubashkin about the governor's race, not contest.
Anybody who is a senator, we vote out as senator. Why? Because they won't pass insider trading. And if you won't pass insider trading, then you do not win re-elections. We force re-elections upon you. you get unemployed. So collect your money now, sir.
Tested here, but Governor Greg Abbott is seeking another term.
That's right. A fourth term, which if he serves his full term, he would be the longest serving governor in the history of the state of Texas. His predecessor, Rick Perry, served 15 years. So Texas likes to give its governors long tenures in.
I didn't know much about Cooper. I did vote for Cooper. And it seems like Cooper is going to just destroy and get his way in his election. That is for sure.
Office.
I don't think
we haven't talked about that race quite as much, in part because Abbott, being governor and being senator are sort of different beasts. And I think Abbott has remained relatively popular, not, sort of the broad 70% approval ratings that we see with some of the other governors around the country. But
the vote in from the Associated Press in Texas, look at the Republican primary for Governor Greg Abbott, the incumbent there, seeking a fourth term, 83.6% of the vote. Chambers, his challenger, 9.
Wheelchair survives. Ooh. Flawless wheelchair victory.
0.9%. Again, this is 14% of the vote in, but you just heard from Matthew Klein talking about we expect he gets the nomination tonight, and then he does have a challenger. The money on hand, though, take a look at this is according to the Texas Tribune, 105.7 million on hand for Governor Greg Abbott as of January 15th, 22.7 million.
I do want to do this really quick before we get down to the next polls within the next 10 minutes here. So the clip is going viral we went through the entire deposition of Bill Clinton last night. We're from like 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. on the stream. But in it, he and his counsel, all his lawyers and him, are kind of baffled at the perspective that he would have his cell phone in 2001. And I am a brokey from a broke home with a single mother who is in college during this time. And I'm just going to call you and I'm going to see, when did my mom get her first cell phone? As a single mother, on link card, all that shit. So according to Bill Clinton, he thinks that there's no way he would have had a cell phone in 2001 as the ex-president of the United States. So let's see what my mom, the single mother that had no money, says when she got a cell phone. Hello, you're on my live stream right now. I have a question for you.
Okay.
When did you get your first cell phone?
In 1998, because I started college.
Thank you. So, because you started college. So, are you? Okay, so you're telling me that the ex-president of the United States, Bill Clinton, would probably have a cell phone in 2001.
Getting my college paid for from the government, and I could barely afford to pay my rent. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, okay. Because there's literally a clip of him going viral right now where he's like, him and his lawyers are like, a cell phone in 2001? I've never heard of it. Never heard of such a thing.
As soon as I walked out of the building. So
you're so right, because like when I was on the prairie farm in 5th grade, and I remember the teachers, somebody that was a teacher had a cell phone. Again, a teacher had a cell phone. Not everybody, but maybe Bill Clinton had one. Probably had a car phone too before that, right? Yeah, exactly. All right, I just had to I just had to prove that point to my live stream, but we're gonna head back to Jasmine Crockett kicking ass at this election. But I appreciate you. All right. Talk to you later. Love you too. Bye. Yeah,
$1 million to
single
$1 million.
mom affords the cell phone. Bill Clinton could afford a cell phone. So I would say Bill Clinton, liar.
It's probably not going to be
Liar.
something that you're able to make a mold of 2018. Sure, it's a possibility, but I think even when we look at 2018, Beto O'Rourke made that a very competitive Senate race. That was 12
Meanwhile,
within 2 or 3 points. The governor's race was, Greg Abbott was winning re-election by 12 or 13. We have seen a pretty clear disparity in some of these states. So just because one is competitive doesn't mean
Al Green winning the primary?
And just take a look at early votes in here.
The guy that literally held a sign up that said, "Trump, we are not ape. Black people aren't apes," is going to win a primary right now. Can you believe that? Can you believe that that kind of human being is about to win a primary?
13%. The nominee?
Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
All right. William in Brooklyn, Republican. Let's turn to you. Go ahead. Share your thoughts with us on primary night.
Hi, yes. Calling from Brooklyn as a dying breed. I'm one of the last Rockefeller Republicans, it feels like. I'm feeling increasingly alienated from my own party. But in regards to Texas, all my eyes are on Texas, and I think people are really underestimating Jasmine and Crockett. And
what did I say? This is another Republican just like me that feels completely alienated from his party, and he is calling in to talk as a constituent to say what? To say what? You better watch out for Jasmine Crockett. You better watch out for Black Donald Trump. Black Donald Trump wears a skirt. Black Donald Trump is a lawyer. Black Donald Trump is Jasmine Crockett.
Here's why. I think that James Talarico's strength is also his weakness, and his strength...
Talarico? Himu Obama.
...is appealing to not usually typical Democratic voters, because Texas Democrats, it's not the party of the 60s and 70s anymore. It's no longer rural and predominantly white and Big Ten. It's more urban, liberal, and very diverse. And I think Jasmine
and
look at
these lifelong Democrats sitting there going, "Oh my God, I can't believe we let this guy say this."
To flip this seat. That's hard to do. We've seen candidates always, they like to talk about that kind of strategy. Generally, we do still see some of those voters in the middle play very important roles in swinging these races.
If she goes general,
we'll have to see how it plays out, Jasmine.
Why would I vote for a rhino that's done nothing for me, that can't even vote against his own insider trading, a lifelong politician, or the Attorney General of Texas, who is the other Republican option we have here for May, and that guy is banning all forms of weed like it's 1995. If Jasmine Crockett breaks through Timu Obama's Colbert Report DNC takeover thing here, Jasmine Crockett becomes Black Donald Trump.
Crockett, she is certainly a firebrand, and if anyone can excite the Democratic base, I think it's her.
What is the party leadership saying about this Democratic Party primary? Who did they want?
Who did they want?
I think party leadership is more focused on some other.
See, this is the schemy, shitty stuff that the Democrats and also rhino Republicans do that nobody that's a constituent can stand. You can't even admit and be honest with what's really going on. You're like, oh, so, this person's a sitting House rep right now, okay? And she's running for a Senate seat. And the other senators and other House reps that are in the Democratic Party right now will not support her, one of their own, because she's too far left. We need Timu Obama over here, Timu White Obama over here, to act like he was canceled on the Colbert Report, silence Jasmine Crockett, and then go completely... I don't think that party leadership's really worried about the primary. They're just kind of worried about all this other... Shut up. Party leadership of the Democrats is worried about even transgender issues still. Party leadership of the Democrats is scared in their fucking pants tonight because they're waking up to a new reality of politics, a new reality where if you're interesting, independent, and talk to your constituents and you don't just pay out to Israel and buy in your shilling of bullshit, that we actually vote for you. Because I will literally, as a Republican, go out like I did today and vote in an open primary for this lady because Timu Obama and Stephen Colbert and every goddamn sitting Democrat is going to act like she, the person that is one of them, is the problem. Because they're going to cancel her. Cancel culture hasn't worked since it started with Donald Trump in 2015, and it will not have its day with Jasmine Crockett.
The races on the map to
robocall, she was able to secure this endorsement. What did it come soon enough?
Potentially. I mean, it's, it came in the last week. I think a lot of voters still are, went to the polls today, and I think.
Doesn't matter if she got a brain of a crocodile. She got the interest. If you are a wild, outside of the box candidate, and she is going up against a sitting rhino senator, or she is going up against Ken Paxton, the guy that is banning weed in Texas, and she's Jasmine Crockett, a black lady, screaming and being wild, that wins in the new America. I'm sorry, old hags, get out. The reality is, if you are interesting, if you are Donald Trump, if you talk to your constituents and you go for those issues and you excite the base, you win the election. And it seems so far that Jasmine Crockett has understood that a lot more than Timu Obama over here in his cancel culture brigade, where they're going to act like Jasmine Crockett is trying to throw the Democratic Party under the bus. And meanwhile, every Republican is going to call Jasmine Crockett an idiot. Y'all are stupid. Independents rule the world. And she's going to be able to Kanye West whatever the fuck she wants for the general, because they're not in charge of her during the primary. Every other candidate, Timu Obama included, already's got the script all the way through November.
Kamala.
Could be because if Republicans have only been getting stronger on the strength of low propensity voters, people who don't typically turn out.
Here. I need more people to understand that Jasmine Crockett is the Democratic black Donald Trump. We need this. Hello. Hi, Scott. Welcome. Welcome back, man. We need this. We need the Jasmine Crockett to break up the corporate, ridiculous political machine. You watch these ads, you become fans of these people, but they're all just soulless bastards that take PAC money and don't even talk about shootings that happened in their neighborhoods and completely ignore the war and just try to placate to you. And then they cancel their own and they get fucked over. This is so great that she is up, and I hope to God she stays up in this election, because every other corporate politician, both right and left, is scared of what Jasmine Crockett is potentially, and right now, is doing tonight.
Who are usually Democrats. And
of Inside Elections, they are here with us tonight to take your questions and your comments and also give us their analysis and insight into the results as they come in.
Look at that. Cornyn Paxton. Cornyn's going to get a runoff.
We're going to go to Texas now, where James Bargon is joining us. He's Spectrum News 1 Texas political anchor.
51.
James Bargon, what
uneducated Texans, that's why our country's fucked. Yeah, exactly. I don't understand how everyone, including yourself, is completely retarded. I don't understand how you watch political ads and still believe politicians. How you defend rhinos that have done nothing for you and defend attorney generals that try to ban weed in your state in 2026 and defend Timu Obamas who can't comment on Austin shootings because they're too afraid of what it might do to their vote against Jasmine Crockett the day next. I pray for all y'all's souls, but today is the wilding out of the Democratic Party. Today is what Bernie Sanders was trying to do during Trump. It is breaking away from this bullshit where you listen to the politician that just yaps and yaps and yaps and yaps. And if Jasmine wins tonight, you will see. She will do the same Donald Trump 2016 victory of shock and horror and what the fuck did I just jump into? Which means that the next day, she gets to go with the actual constituents of Texas and decide what she's going to do for her November campaign. But Timu Obama already got his script. Cornyn, Ken Paxton, any Republican, you already got your script too. Nobody is going to sit down tomorrow after victory other than Jasmine Crockett and reevaluate how they can get more constituents to directly vote for them. which is exactly what happened when Donald Trump won the primary election in 2015.
Is the latest from the ground there in Texas?
2016-15.
Well, early voting has just started rolling in, and in the Senate race, it looks like incumbent Senator John Cornyn on the Republican side is leading currently. Voting right now in the Democratic primary, then in the Republican, which is highly unusual. It's so unusual that Republican campaigns and candidates have been raising the red flag throughout the last 2 weeks of early voting, saying,
yeah, do you see this? It's an unusual spurt of Democrats. No, it's people like me that see the entire system as bullshit, and Jasmine Crockett is somebody that is going to get canceled just like Donald Trump, just like Bernie Sanders. We need to blow up the system just like we did with the RNC. We need to take care of the DNC once and for all. We need to tear down the Hillary Clinton fucking bullshit, and the way that we're going to do this is through the body of Jasmine Crockett.
Democrats are energized. They are going to bring good candidates.
They're not energized for what they are trying to deliver you, though. Again, you will see this all night long until she finally wins. The fake news bullshit of it all. The exact same shit that they did to Donald Trump. They will sit here all night and go, oh, they were just really excited because of Timu Obama. Anybody in the comments excited over Timu Obama? Anybody watch the Colbert cancellation and go, oh my God, I gotta get my ass out as a libertarian and normal person living in Texas and go and vote? No, I was like, you're trying to fuck them over again. You're trying to keep your system contained. No, this is the free state of Texas, and Jasmine Crockett will win this election.
No, the argument is not secure. There's no proof of that. There's no research that backs that. But they've gone back to precinct voting because they believe that it is more safe. Again, I can't stress enough that there is not proof, there's not research of that countywide voting has been shown to be safe or no less safe than precinct voting. But the Republican parties in those counties decided to go back to precinct voting. And under Texas law, if one party wants to do precinct voting, then the other party has to do it as well. Now, the issue here is that both parties knew that this was coming. Both parties knew that this was coming.
They both knew it was coming. But one, the Democratic fucking side didn't think that an actual House rep with a crazy agenda would try to dethrone their Timu Obama plan. Oh my, I'm so excited that people are waking up in the state of Texas. It's an open primary. You got to choose today. Want to vote for one of three white guys, or want to vote for Timu Obama versus Jasmine Crockett, the black Donald Trump? Guys, I am cancel culture first.
Cause confusion. There's a question right. Actually move the polling hours up higher to have the additional time. We will report back as soon as we know, but for now we know that it's just in Dallas County, and I want to be very clear. It's only for Democratic voters in Dallas County because the Dallas County Democratic Party is the one that filed the petition for suit. There's
but Crockett
no
is
similar
exploding.
suit that I've seen from the Republican Party. So as of now, it's only for Dallas County Democratic voters, that extension until 9 p.m.
James Barragon, Spectrum.
What? The fix is in, everybody. Did you just hear that? They just said that only for the Democratic side in the state of Texas, you're able to vote for 2 extra hours tonight. You're able to vote for 2 extra hours tonight now. And who's leading? And who's leading the race? You have to defend the independents. You have to defend the people trying to break up the system. Here it is. Here's the water leakage in Michigan all over again. Here it goes. You get an extra 2 hours to vote for Timu Obama. Please, please, please. We beg of you. There's no way Jasmine could win. She'll never win in a state like Texas against a lifelong rhino Democrat or a man trying to ban weed. Yeah, she doesn't look cooler than either one of them. No. Jasmine Crockett it scares Democrats because she won't listen to their Democratic bullshit. Wow. 2 extra hours to vote. 2 extra hours to vote. Yeah. Get out there and vote for Timo
which is in
Obama,
kind of the
guys.
Houston
Hurry.
area. We would Wesley Hunt was going to be competitive
Only
in this
Democrats.
race. He would
If you're
have strength
Republican,
in that
polls were
Houston
closed
area.
38 minutes ago.
That is his home base. It's where he's been up on TV before. It's where he was best known. He is getting about 13% of the vote there, which matches his statewide total and what he's getting in some of these other counties in the Dallas area. So does not look like...
Yep. Georgia water leak all over again. Georgia water
Wesley
leak
Hunt is going to be able to get into that top 2, but I think it's pretty clear.
Associated Press here tonight, and as Jacob Rubashkin was just saying,
you all are so fucking droned into your politics, you can't handle it. You're like, I like Donald Trump, so I really have to hate Jasmine Crockett. Or Jasmine Crockett said some crazy racist thing, so I hate her for life. You can't see or draw past the lines. You can't draw past, like, hello, wake the fuck up. She's leading. She wasn't supposed to lead. Now they get 2 extra hours to vote. Only on their side. They literally put the guy that was up against her on Colbert. Colbert put the interview on YouTube, specifically acting like the FCC canceled him to evade having Jasmine Crockett on the show. This is crazy. You defend independence. You defend cancel culture candidates because these people are the ones that when they win, they wake up the next day and they fight for us, just like Donald Trump. Being a lifelong rhino retard, being a Ken Paxton, let's ban weed retard, being a Timo Obama, I don't even know what that person's doing. I don't understand the comprehension of continuing to... I don't like this. I don't like that you're defending the one person that has anything interesting to say. I just follow my vaccine mandate.
Wesley Hunt coming in around 13%. And you can see Senator John Cornyn right now with the lead.
Right now, I do love Israel. I will tell you that. I do. I love Israel. Fucking Iran. Fuck China. Fuck Russia. World War III. America, fuck yeah. And Jasmine Crockett is going to be fucking right there to fucking scream in the Senate as the Democrat being like, I hate this war. And you want to know why? Because the Democrats deserve to have their system broken just like Donald Trump broke the RNC. We're done with lifelong politicians. We're done with fixed cancel culture bullshit. We're done with the water leakage in Georgia, and here we are right now, and we're done with 2 extra hours to vote for Timo Obama. Please, 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 please go to the polls. Jasmine Crockett could never win.
Over the State Attorney General Ken Paxton.
Everybody in here is interested in politics, so a lot of you are pro-American, pro-Trump in some capacity, or have some kind of common sense. These things always fucking break you. I don't know why. Go back to Ron Paul. Are you picking Ron Paul or are you picking Mitt Romney? Are you a Ted Cruz fan or are you a Donald Trump fan? This is the same goddamn thing. We are not letting Timo Obama continue to operate the fucking Hillary Clinton machine. We're done with it. It's over. Elimination. Free candidates for all, including crazy, racist Jasmine Crockett.
With 16% of the vote in. Matthew Klein, what do you make of those numbers?
Well, it actually looks like we just got a big batch of votes from Harris County. Looks like on the Republican side, about 58% of the vote is in, and on the Democratic side, about 65% of the vote is in. So that's helpful.
GOP hands
so
this
we
fall.
got 2 extra
now
hours
everything
to
is
vote,
official. We can tie a nice, neat bow on the primary. But this is what people in D.C. have been anticipating the lay of the land to be for many, many months at this point.
Again, 36% of the vote in. The Associated Press has called this race on the Republican side in the primary for North Carolina Senate seat. Michael Whatley declared the winner. He comes out on top over Donald Brown, and then Roy Cooper on the Democratic side, 92.6%, 33% of the vote in. Roy Cooper is on a winning streak here.
I'm not here to chill out for you guys. I am here to explain to you what you should be doing, which is always thinking. What about the sewage leakage in Washington? Yeah, sewage leakage in Washington. Do you think that Timo Obama, do you think that lifelong sitting senator, Cornyn, or crazy-eyed Ken Paxton that's banning weed in the state of Texas in 2026 are not part of that swamp? The one person that's not allowed on the air and also is being canceled by both the left and the right on this fucking issue of an election and still winning the election, that is the thing that cleans the sewage, regardless of what the source is. I understand the source is probably one of the hardest ones to get behind. It's Jasmine Crockett. But we're here to have fun, to do comedy. And when you see it that way through that lens, you can see how silly all of politics is. They're all just wrestlers. They're all just characters. And right now, we got to vote for like the not fun character. Like, I'm trying to think of like, we got to all cheer for Edge. We got to all cheer for Randy Orton. Okay? We don't want to. He's the heel. But we got to cheer for him anyway. Because that Jasmine Crockett winning is the only way you do clean that Washington sewage. This guy's a tool, doesn't know Jesus. All right, whatever, man.
That's right, and in some cases, in
Texas is that you've got this incredibly acrimonious, deeply personal, nasty primary campaign that has attracted tens of millions of dollars in spending. That is all taking
2 extra hours to vote, and all of a sudden he's
placed before what could be a competitive general election, united against each other, and it shows no sign of slowing down. Any candidate who wants to go win a general election wants to start at least neutral. They'd love to start popular. They'd love to start well-known, like a Governor Roy Cooper, who probably starts, leading in the polls in North Carolina. But at best, they want to be neutral. But to end...
Right. Except that's old politics. If Jasmine wins tonight, it shows that you don't want to be neutral. You want to be polarizing, which is what Donald Trump is. And that's what gets you somewhere. Hello, Renee.
The primary.
I'm here cheering for Jasmine Crockett to destroy the corrupt system of Hillary Clinton and the DNC. Most of the people in the comment section are lifelong Republicans saying praise Jesus and super offended that I'm not either cheering on Timo Obama or a rhino / the guy banning weed.
With either one of your candidates, either Ken Paxton or John.
On the Democratic side of this race, James Talarico pulling ahead right now with 31% of the vote in.
How do you know if it's 31% of the vote in if there's certain counties that the Democratic primary just said they're allowing to continue to vote until 9 p.m. Central Time? I understand where you're coming from, but I'm not just spinning as a Democrat. I mean, that's again, you're playing team politics. Then you're the fuckery. It's an open primary. You flip your tablet over in Texas, and they ask you, do you want the Democrat or Republican ballot? If you're so slow in the head that you're like, I guess I'll choose between the 3 white guys that everyone hates, then you're miss. Sorry, but a lot of us, because that's what people are saying. They're saying there's a lot of Democrats that are excited. So if Timo Obama wins, they're trying to tell you that Timo Obama got all of us normal Texans to go, you know what, we got to stop Jasmine Crockett and get a chance at this seat. We got to do some really conformed bullshit middleman thing so that we can maybe win an election in November. We're all going to rally behind Timo Obama. But in reality, if Jasmine Crockett wins, then you're saying the reason that there's a high influx in primary voters to the Democratic side for this open primary in the Democratic side is because Texans are smart enough to see there are 5 people running for Senate, and we're trying to eliminate 4 of them. Because 4 of them are corporate shills that couldn't even comment on a mass shooting in the capital of Texas.
Jasmine Crockett.
Crockett always plays the race card, so I don't understand. Obama is a chief commander. I know, that's the thing, though. That's what I'm saying. So, guys, Crockett plays the card, and she does her whole thing, and I understand it's annoying, you don't want to support it, all that shit. But who is playing the Crockett card against Crockett right now in this election? Timo Obama. Timo Obama, we watched yesterday doing a speech, not talking about the anything to do with Iran, avoiding the Austin shooting, and Timo Obama saying we need to talk about love, condemning Kid Rock, rapping in Bad Bunny speak or some shit, and then fucking ignoring Jasmine Crockett while saying, again, that he was canceled on Stephen Colbert, which is untrue and factually was to avoid Jasmine Crockett going on that program. You have to be aware of what's happening right now, because they're all politicians that can do that shit. But again, like, I think all 5 of them are kind of fucked. He's not trustworthy because he's literally lying about fucking Colbert. Jasmine Crockett's not trustworthy because she's just out here fucking condemning Donald Trump and saying everything's racist. I don't know who that other guy is that's not going to be in the runoff, but maybe he's trustworthy. Cornyn is a fucking rhino, and Ken Paxton is the AG of the state banning weed across the board and being like, I just don't know, like, you, libertarian, your body, your fucking choice. I'm sorry. Let's grow the fuck up. Let's move the fuck on from, like, political values of the past. We're not in 1995 anymore. So then when I see that they're all kind of shit, I want the system to go down. How do you get the system to go down? You vote and deliberately try to attack the thing that you know is trying to manipulate you, which is this. James Corden, or Corcano, or whatever the fuck this white Timu guy is, he's trying to, you know, Obama, rally the troops and get everybody to fucking come in and everything. But at the end of the fucking day, are they coming in for him or are they coming in for Jasmine Crockett? And I don't think we'll ever know, because people get to vote openly for an hour and 10 minutes while they're closing the polls and saying that certain amounts of the vote is in, which is probably the only time that's ever happened. But again, this is a primary, so we can always have as much shenanigans as possible. Does anybody remember the 2020 Democratic primary? They did all digital voting in Iowa, and they fucking, the whole thing went to shit, and then they just declared, I think, Bernie Sanders the winner or something.
46.7%. James.
Primary electorate has voted against him, and that is never a good place for an incumbent, and that goes for
weed must be your
as
issue.
Well. And
look, I mean, yes, I do smoke weed, and weed is the issue with, I guess, Ken Paxton, but also my issue with Ken Paxton is that he was one of the staunch defenders against January 6th and then backed out as a lawyer and wouldn't sue the government. So he wouldn't defend Donald Trump with January 6th. So again, like, they're all shit. Colbert did the same shit with Joe Rogan did with Trump. Colbert did the same shit Joe Rogan did with Trump. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would agree. That's exactly what's going on. Actually, I'm going to pin that one. It sounds like a tongue twister, but it's actually true.
So, and it also means that this runoff will take place at
Eric Flores for the 34th District Republican primary. This is 30% of the vote in. Eric Flores with the lead, 61.6% to 11.8%. Abby Livingston?
Well, I think Eric Flores had much more establishment support, and this is for the nomination to take on Congressman Vicente Gonzalez. This is a pivotal race for the battle for the House. South Texas is ground zero for the House. And it's, you know, I mean, I will also just note it's always a little bit strange when you have like the same name on a ballot. There's always flukes that happen when names are.
I mean, that's the thing too, guys. Like, we already know that the sitting senator is going to have to do a runoff with the attorney general, two rich fucking white guys that aren't going to change shit. And again, don't we like change? I like what Donald Trump does every day. Wake the fuck up to change. This is real change. There ain't no Obama change. This is Trump change. I want more Trump change with whoever the fuck is in charge. And so tonight, I have to go for Jasmine Crockett because everything else is such a boring result. It's like, Timu Obama. All right, great. Now we got to listen to all this, like, preaching of love and acting like he's a Christian, but he's, like, Democrat and deliberately acting like Republicans are soulless, but doing it in a vague way that gets, like, the liberal daughter to vote for him. Ugh. Do not want that for 8 months. And then the Republican side, it's like, that's going to happen in May anyway now. We already knew that was going to happen. I knew he wasn't going to get 50%. If the sitting senator doesn't get 50% tonight, because there were 3 in the race, Ken Paxton and Cornyn will go in a runoff in May. I won't be able to vote in that because I threw my vote away in the democratic process. But, just like Kelchi are betting on a fucking football game, I'm like, come on. Who are you going to bet on? Bet on the one that's fucking fun. I want the race card, crazy, racist, Trump-hating, insane person that even the Democrats don't want up there versus 8 months of just that slimy fucking Timu Obama. Ugh.
Unique, and this is a unique situation. But this is
what's white guy got to do with it? Leave race out of it? Because races are races. Here's a fucking simple truth, guys. Race is on top of the board, culturally speaking. And if I'm not pointing out race, then I'm not speaking culturally. So obviously I'm going to point out race. Does race really mean much to me? It doesn't mean much to me. Obviously it is something. But we're not going to sit here and not say things like, oh, that person is black. Yeah, if the person's black, they're black. If the person's white, they're white. Especially in politicians, because they love to self-identify, don't they? Even a Republican loves to self-identify as a Republican.
I think most establishment Republicans would prefer to see Eric Flores, particularly in Texas.
And also, if I don't, then I'm not teaching you how you should fucking really do it. I'm not a bigot. I'm not here to hate on Jews like Sneeko and Nick Fuentes right now when there's a war where we're actually liberating people from an Ayatollah. And it's really funny that the New York Times and Sneeko and Nick Fuentes and every other motherfucking racist Jew hater across the world can't figure the fuck out how to just say the word Ayatollah when talking about Soleimani's death. Maybe it's because the word Ayatollah literally translates to God. So they think their leader is a god. And in my world, I say eliminate anyone that has that ideology.
I haven't looked at it in the last moment.
Yeah, we'll let you look at that, and Jacob Rubash can jump in here. What you're hearing from Abby Livingston about the rural vote versus the city vote here.
Absolutely. This is something that we see in states across the country, in general elections and primaries. Geography is an incredibly polarizing factor on any number of axes. We're seeing it in
without an upset,
primaries
everything's
here,
boring.
On the Republican side and on the Democratic side. And in a state like Texas, you have to remember, it does have these big cities, but there are a lot of little counties in this state that cast a few votes apiece. When you add them all together, they can make the difference in these races. Look, if only the big cities voted in Texas, Texas would be blue. And the reason why Texas is a Republican state is because it does have all of those counties elsewhere that still cast votes, and those votes matter a lot. So absolutely, if you're Ken Paxton, that's what you're waiting for tonight as you see John Cornyn jump out to a bit of an early lead. In that primary, you're waiting for the more rural counties to come in and start to bring your numbers up. And if you're James Talarico, who has made a point of trying to go to these more rural counties, you're also waiting for that to happen. And you're probably heartened by, what you see up in the Panhandle where Talarico is doing very well.
Yeah, but he was always going to do
more
well.
sparsely populated rural counties up in North Texas.
Ooh, so the way he looked there, and then also, and this is what I'm talking about too, guys, is this is C-SPAN. We pay for this as taxpayers. Why are they biased against Jasmine Crockett? You think these people are Republicans? Do you think these people are Trump supporters? No. They want the system to stay the system, and when they see somebody outside the system screaming and yelling or doing something weird, it's just like in public, where they're like, oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't have fun. Don't be a person. Don't have a fucking independent thought. Just conform, please. Please conform.
Texas, you're looking at the center of the state and seeing a lot of Talarico vote out there that is helping outweigh for now, Jasmine Crockett's strength in Houston. And what we know is
Let's talk about these two candidates.
Yeah, Christian Menefee, Al Green. This is a member-on-member race. Al Green is, I believe, 78 years old. He has been in the U.S. House since 2005. Christian Menefee is 40, 41, something like that. And he's been in the House for about 3 weeks. And so you see this very awkward clash that is largely a result of redistricting. Al Green currently represents the 9th District. That has been reworked into a Republican stronghold. This primary has been quite possibly the best distillation of the Democratic Party's debate over age. The 18th District, formerly represented by Sheila Jackson Lee, she died in office, succeeded by her daughter, and then Sylvester Turner, who died as well in office at the age of 70. So age is clearly on the minds of voters in downtown Houston who have been deprived of representation for quite a while in the U.S. Congress. Greg Abbott, very notably, chose to hold this seat open as long as he possibly could before it gets filled to help Republicans as they have a very narrow majority. Christian Menefee really running on a platform of generational.
It's the Donald Trump effect. It's the preach of breaking the system. I know that when she wins tonight, she has to do what Donald Trump does for a general and go, I don't care what Republican RNC members think. I don't care what DNC members think. I want to know what will get me votes in November. And when she has to do that, maybe she'll stand on something that is completely different. Again, politics is day by day, guys. Imagine Jasmine Crockett wins. She starts running ads about how the entire DNC is against her, and all she's trying to do is stop the funding of Israel. You think he might have a chance against the long-sitting rhino? Especially as the war wages on? If the war wages on, if Donald Trump screws up. There's so many pieces to the pie right now. But I'm interested in the entertainment of it all. I want Jasmine Crockett because I know if she gets off that speech tonight and she won, she has to go, okay, now how do we get the votes? Not, okay, thank you for paying for my campaign. Now I'm a blah, 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 blah. And already has the speech ready, and it doesn't matter if she wins or loses because she can just go on and do whatever else. That's what's going to happen with Timu Obama. He's going to stand up here and he's going to bitch about Donald Trump no matter what because that's what they already fucking told him to do. Jasmine Crockett has the ability to be a loose cannon. So I'm hoping for that ability. I'm not saying she's got a fucking anything right now, and it was kind of scary because she did one thing, which was call out the Colbert thing. And I was like, yes. But then in Democratic land, they'll cancel you so quickly. They started acting like she was hurting the entire election for her own party. And why was she involved in all and this and that anyway? So she had to go real quiet. So you really haven't heard much of her stance on anything locally in Texas since the whole scandal with Colbert, because she's kind of had to just walk it all back and hope she keeps the lead that she already had from being this like famous influencer type house figure shitting on Donald Trump, whatever. But when you come into the limelight in a major election on a like a Texas Senate election as the major candidate, and you got there yourself, not through funneling of the DNC, and you're somebody that's loud like Donald Trump, you're loud, Jasmine Crockett, there's a chance that you go, fuck you, Hillary Clinton, I'm going to do my own thing. This whole campaign is about making sure schools are good, and I'm going to talk about how you guys fucked me over, and I'm going to talk about how they fucked me over. And there ain't nothing any of y'all can fucking do about it. And then all of a sudden she's got 52% in the poll. Oh, fuck, this is working. And then the Democrats just get behind it. That's exactly what happened with the Republicans with Trump. It's how you break the system. My mom is
change.
The Republican nomination seeking a fourth term, 82.3% to his challenger, Pete Chambers, 10.9%. Again, this is 33% of the vote in, so that number is going to change. But he's got the check mark.
No, I haven't seen it
Abby
yet.
Livingston.
I think Governor Greg Abbott is on track to put up a huge fight for
I'll be back in a second,
being a
guys.
statewide standard bearer. I think he feels very confident he's going to win re-election in November, and he's looking beyond his own race and trying to boost down ballot. I think Republicans are very nervous. I think I heard y'all discussing earlier the $100 million he's raised, and he is looking, and that is the role Greg Abbott has played perpetually in races, is he raises a ton of money and he creates a blanket for the down ballot candidates and a sense of security. But this is a very, very rollicking year, and we'll see if that works again.
What does he plan to do with his money? Where will he spend it? Which candidates?
Well, as you all discussed earlier, Houston, which is where he made his career, and Houston is so pivotal. At times in the past, it's voted Republican. Harris County's voted Republican. And so if Democrats ever want to flip Texas, they have got to run up the score in Houston. It's almost like Chicago and Illinois. You've got to run that up to offset the rural. Now, there are many other cities in Texas that are pivotal, but there's just so many folks in Harris County that you can't ignore it. And I think it may be a little bit of a matter of pride for Greg Abbott, because that is where he comes from. But it's if there's any place to watch in Texas politics right now, it's Houston.
So is he trying to put his thumb on the scale of the Senate race with his money?
I don't know the number too well, but I mean, within the primary, I can't really speak to that. I haven't seen figures, but absolutely, this Senate race is a 5-alarm fire for Texas Republicans and national Republicans. I mean, obviously, it's the control of the Senate could go through Texas. If this race is serious, Republicans are in a lot of trouble, and that is not even if it flips. They've already spent $70 million on John Cornyn, and like several other cycles prior, Democrats have been able to make Texas a money pit for national Republicans, and they can't use that money in other offensive positions. And so I think once the dust settles on this nomination, whether it's tonight on the Senate race or
I don't know.
in May, this is going to be the biggest effort.
How did she pass the bar? That is a very, very good question. Let's see. Oh, what is this? The DNC took Bernie out because they wanted Hillary. Seth Rich went directly to the DNC server and downloaded Podesta emails like Billy Beanie. Seth released it to the guy from Sweden, jailed in London. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how you're not drawing the same exact conclusion here. The DNC took Bernie out because they wanted Hillary. The DNC took out Jasmine Crockett because they wanted Timu Obama. They need their characters, and this is one of them. They're trying to push her out because she is just like a Lauren Boebert, but for the left. Very beneficial for Instagram, but not very beneficial for winning elections in Texas. But fuck the system. I don't like the system. Oh, please, knock it off, Al Green. Al Green. Bro, okay, but here's the thing. Al Green is destroying in his primary right now. And I'm like, how? That's the one that I'm like, how? Bro was like a meme for a whole week, just like with the fucking ape photo. Like, we're not apes or whatever. I'm like, Jesus Christ, guy. And then he comes back here in Texas. Like, Texas Democrats are a different breed, because he's like up by like 70% in his election, and I do not understand that one bit. Okay, so you want to clear the deck, kind of fuck it. Yeah, exactly. Clear the deck. And if Jasmine Crockett is the last one standing on this fucking Senate seat for Texas, then everybody goes, fuck. None of them want her to win anything. That's why I like this. That's why I'm always that way with everything. Because it's just, none of these people are advantaging me. None of them are knocking on my door and going, oh, okay, well, what can we do for you? And I'd be like, maybe a job, please? So I would just rather them all scramble and squirm. And it would be a fucking brilliant night, because if Jasmine Crockett won, everyone that, like, tell me you guys wouldn't like the feed more. The feed would be so much better if Jasmine won tonight. Because if Jasmine won tonight, it would be every newscaster, every person just with that fucking uh-oh face on them. You don't get that with the other guy. The other guy, you just get the meh.
Runoff. But I will point out, John Cornyn he has run the National Republican.
I don't know, you tell me. I have 17 years of experience. I was an executive assistant for Netflix and Disney. In 2021, I was told by a Netflix director, a famous Netflix director who worked with Kevin James, that if I didn't stay quiet on social media during the pandemic, that I would end up like Dennis Miller or Jim Brewer. Now Jim Brewer follows me on Instagram. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. You tell me. I would love to get a corporate job in film. So please, if anybody knows an LGBTQ person that is willing to give up their spot so that a white straight male can come back to work, I'm your guy. I got the experience.
Republican Senatorial Committee, 2 terms.
Yeah, there's a lot more to that story. I don't know. Where do we begin?
He is a ferocious politician. He's a
Plenty of places iron. Yeah, here comes the fucking white boomer. Nobody deserves to not have a job. AI is not real. The hiring process on Indeed does not take 90 days. Haven't dropped 20,000 members this year alone. Donald Trump is saving the economy. Fuck off with your property
great
taxes.
fundraiser. And so we will have to see, but it's just hard to over.
You can get this hat at a local Salvation Army when you discover that there's a Disney American hat. And you're like, holy fuck, that still exists? A 1990s Mickey Mouse in blue jean with the American shorts, bringing it back to a time when we cared about the president's ride at Magic Kingdom.
Overstate how important that Trump endorses and the Hispanic vote. And the Hispanic vote has not been terribly reliable in Texas, particularly in primaries. But that has changed. No. And there was a special election in Texas, in my hometown of Fort Worth, in January. And Hispanics turned out very strongly, especially when compared to historical precedent. And so I think this is a vote that is up for grabs.
Yo, I'll tell you what, the blacks are coming out for Jasmine. Jasmine's purple. Man, mass number of blacks.
I think we are seeing similar patterns as.
But the whites. The whites, they're coming out as well, guys. We have a black on white election tonight.
We saw in the New Jersey governor's race in Passaic County, in the Miami Democratic mayoral race in Florida, and in the redistricting statewide ballot initiative.
And it all comes center stage in Austin, Texas. Honestly, if he does win Austin, he probably will win. He probably will win.
California. The Hispanic vote is the most interesting, most crucial, and most up for grabs vote in American politics right now.
Okay, and Abby Livingston, while you're talking, we're showing our viewers the 2026 election map here in Texas. James Talarico is in green.
You see Houston, and then there's the very, very dark, hot pink county to the east of that. That's Jefferson County. That's Beaumont. That's a strongly black county. She's doing very well there. She's doing well in Harris County. She's doing well north of there, Nacogdoches County, Russ County. So she's doing well. But
I hate that I live
think
in
it's
Austin,
too soon to tell. I'm also interested in Bexar County, which is San Antonio. We don't have any.
Imagine going into a general Texas election, choosing Democrat, and then voting Timu Obama. Okay? Y'all can hate Jasmine Crockett. That's fine. That's fine. I understand. My fault for voting on the Democratic ticket. But just let's all imagine together the human being that goes into Texas and votes Democrat and then votes for Timu Obama. I have my reasons. I don't know the reasons that these other human beings have. Please enlighten me as to why human beings are voting for Timu Obama.
Will affect this race, but at the same time, the strength of James Talarico in the more rural areas of the state and in the more Hispanic-heavy areas of the state, I think, is incredibly notable. I mean, we got a little while ago a bunch of vote from Nueces County, which is down in South Texas, the Corpus
What's the stress hormone in my poop called? More NASCAR. Who supports NASCAR? NASCAR 24/7.
Kristi area, heavily Hispanic county, and James Talarico in the early vote at least was doubling up Jasmine Crockett. The Latino vote has been a critical element of this primary. It's been harder to get a handle on. Pollsters will tell you that South Texas is probably one of the hardest places to poll anywhere in America. Of course, there are a lot of Latino voters throughout the state, not just in South Texas. But the Talarico campaign is really...
If you guys are in, make sure you hit that like button. When you hit that like button, you're spawning in new human beings that just are all across the political spectrum so that we can get that check going and we can have an awesome time.
Pinning a lot of its hopes on Hispanic and Latino voters.
They're considering Obama erased everybody's ability for fair health care. Yeah, exactly. And he's just like, I am Timu White Obama. And they're like, maybe a white version this time.
In the state, they've got to be happy seeing.
This is in the Lone Star State.
Yes, ma'am. James, I don't know his last name, and Jasmine Crockett. Both of them seem very good people. I like what James says, and I heard Jasmine talking about.
Is this the Timu Obama voter? Are we listening to Timu Obama voter, guys?
The administration with Trump and that one lady that won't stand up or say hi to the people that were victims or whatever.
So, Steve, are you considering voting for one of them in the general election?
Yeah, I want to vote. I have a friend I was going to go vote with, but I haven't done it yet. But seems like good fight between them two.
Okay.
What?
Kind of a what, Steve?
Submarines
kind
your
of
channel because I like your rat hat. Appreciate you.
The guy that running the army or whatever, he said we didn't start the war, but didn't he start the war the next day on a Saturday? Because that Friday they didn't have war, but that Saturday he started the war. And what he's saying, he's lying, saying that we didn't start the war.
All right. So, Steve, is that okay? Steve, there in Texas, Abby Livingston. What is the appeal of James?
That's the Timu Obama voter, people. That's the Timu Obama voter, people. Your grandpa who got confused and accidentally saw himself in a Democratic primary.
Looked politically, it has been the ATM of American politics. All politicians have ever done.
We're at 37%, guys.
Austin and raise money and then leave the state. And so when people actually show up, which Beto.
When are we betting these speeches are coming out? I'm going to say 9:30. I think 9:30 is when we're going to get speech hour.
Rourke in 2018 set that state to have that expectation, particularly in the Democratic primary. And so I think showing up is a big deal. And with reference to your caller, his positive attitude about both Talarico and Crockett is exactly what I encountered when I was in Texas just today. I literally just got off the plane. And there is a very rough online discourse over followers and fans of each of these candidates, and it's gotten very brutal. But I did not find a lot of evidence. I was in Fort Worth, which is a swing county, of a lot of discord among regular voters who are paying attention but maybe not completely obsessed with this race.
All right, I want to give an update on the primary race for Republicans in the Senate, Texas Senate race. Senator John Cornyn, the incumbent, now with just a 2.6% lead here. Ken Paxton is closing in with 40% of the vote in. Abby Livingston, what do you make of that?
I mean, it's doing exactly what we've predicted tonight, which is Paxton starting to catch up. I think it is imperative for John Cornyn to keep that lead to make his case to the president for the endorsement. But he's still in it. These numbers, nobody's getting close to 50 at this point. We are 40% of the votes in, so there's still room for a candidate to grow. But this says to me at this point that we are headed for a runoff.
Matthew Klein?
That's right, and I think a lot of Republicans are very frustrated, especially about the fact that this is going to a runoff at all. Wesley Hunt joined this field, after both Ken Paxton and John Cornyn had already made their candidacies known. And at this point, I think, Wesley Hunt is pretty clearly proving to be certainly one of the main reasons that this looks like it could be going to a runoff. He's taking 13.5%. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of resources and time that's going to have to be taken away from potential opportunities elsewhere on the map for national Republicans.
We're talking a lot, focusing a lot on Texas tonight. Why is that, Matthew Klein?
Well, it's huge. First of all, there are a ton of races in Texas. I mean, we haven't even talked about some of the other primaries on the ballot tonight. Tony Gonzalez in the 23rd district, he has been just mired by scandal in the last couple of weeks related to an extramarital affair he had with the then staffer who later committed suicide. Also, Julie Johnson and Colin Allred, the race that they're experiencing in Dallas County. We don't have any results yet from Dallas County, so we can't say anything about it. But obviously, that's going to be a really interesting one to watch once those results start coming in. Dan Crenshaw potentially losing. Al Green seems like he might be in pretty rough shape. There's just a lot of races to watch tonight, and it's rare that you see all of it happening at one time.
We are, though, we do have primaries, Jacob Rubashkin, in North Carolina, in Arkansas. Let's focus on North Carolina a little bit. What have we learned so far?
Well, looking at the House map, in that first congressional district, that eastern North Carolina seat that is going to be so crucial to the House battlefield. Again, Don Davis, the most vulnerable Democratic member of the House running for re-election. And it is looking like Lori Buckhout, who was his 2024 opponent, is in decent shape to win that nomination. She is holding on to a lead in the low single digits right now, but when you drill down into the geography of which counties have reported and which counties haven't yet, this is a district where you can very clearly see each candidate's geographic base. Lori Buckhout is strongest in the northern part of the district. Asa Buck is strongest in the southern part of the district, where his home county is, and Bobby Hannig is strongest on the eastern shore part of the district. Where you look at which counties have yet to report their votes, they are squarely in Lori Buckhout's territory. She already has that lead of about 4 points, and I think that she's...
Oh! Al Green is losing his primary. Al Green is losing his primary. Again. Donald Trump, we are not apes. Al Green is his primary.
Probably a decent bet to hold on, clinch that nomination again. Some Republicans have concerns about her ability as a general election candidate, and that's part of why Republicans went out of their way, of course, to redraw this district to be even more favorable to the GOP. Donald Trump would have carried it by 12 points in the 2024 election under the new lines. So by no means is
the first time I've agreed with you tonight.
Lori Buckhout out of this race. If she's the Republican nominee, she will face some challenges. Democrats have some tricks they're going to throw her way, but she's clearly in the strongest position in this primary at this point.
And Representative Don Davis is the
I do still want to see
here.
Jasmine Crockett win, though. It would be
yes,
fun.
Don Davis is the incumbent. You know, he first won election in 2022. He's won 2 very close races. He's one of the more moderate Democrats in the House Democratic Caucus. He does break with his party every now and then. You know, he's an Air Force veteran.
Al
he's
Green,
a mortuary officer.
Down a full 5%.
You know, has very deep roots with the district, with the community. Now, Republicans, when they redrew this district, they actually took his hometown out of the district. So they know just as much as everybody else how strong he is, and they were working to make sure that he has to deal with more conservative territory. But you know, he's not going to go down without a fight in this race. And, you know, on the other side of the state, where we're watching a district that could be potentially competitive, the 11th district, that's where Congressman Chuck Edwards is running for re-election. He's a Republican. This is the rare part of the state and really of the country where Democrats have improved their margins over the last. If you look at the total number of votes cast,
we got a little bit of
Democrats actually cast more.
Wow, that's pretty crazy. It's still going to be a runoff, though, so it doesn't matter. 40-42, Ken Paxton on John Cornyn. I feel like that's because there is that third candidate. They're gonna have to do they're definitely gonna have to do a runoff in May with them too if neither gets 50%. I think Jasmine Crockett's about to lose her ass off, and it looks like we can check out some of our earlier day stuff, a few of our events. Should we go right to Trump Daddy? I've been bored by that election coverage. honestly. Besides Al Green starting to lose. That was fun. Seeing Al Green start to lose. Yeah, let's start with Trump Daddy. What did Trump Daddy have to say today? We'll go back to election coverage once they're doing their speeches.
For businesses to make the most of technology, they require the calm and knowing hand of an expert. We design and develop custom
U.S. military operations in Iran. President Trump met with Germany's Chancellor in the Oval Office. He's the first European leader to meet with President Trump since the U.S. strikes began.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. We have a meeting with a man who's become a friend of mine, and we've known each other for a little while in some very interesting times. And we get along. Our countries get along very well. We have a great affinity for each other. And the Chancellor has been very well received in Germany. He's a very successful man, became the Chancellor of Germany, which is a big deal. And he's doing a very good job. In my opinion, a great job, very popular. And the relationship that we have in trade and everything else has been very strong. We've been able to do our deals.
Do you want to see open borders again and crazy liberal policies? I do like weed to be legalized. I mean, yeah, I guess that's why I pinned Cornyn.
And it's been very strong.
Because I'm like, fuck it, let the rhino win. I agree that Donald Trump should have fucking as much control as possible. That's how we're going to have fun things happening.
We'll obviously be talking a little bit about Iran today. And
he's
been helping us out.
Thank you.
You've been very nice, actually. And that is coming along, as you see, very well. They have no Navy. It's been knocked out. They have no Air Force. It's been knocked out. They have no air detection. That's been knocked out. Their radar has been knocked out. And just about everything's been knocked out. So we'll see how we do. But we're doing...
Just about everything's been knocked out.
We're doing very well. We have a great military, and they're doing a fantastic job. So we'll be talking about that. And we're talking about some very big trade deals. And those, I know, will work out, too. So I just want to say it's a great honor to have you at the Oval Office. The beautiful Oval Office, beautiful White House. It's a special place, even from your standpoint. And you have some very special places, too. And I look forward to being with you.
I didn't get that.
Thank you.
I didn't understand you, Steele. I didn't understand you. You were saying that like you have other positions I would agree with. Yes, I don't want open borders, and I also like weed. So.
Thank you, Mr. President, for having me here in this.
If you're just joining us, make sure to hit that like button. It spawns more people into our chat from all sides of the political spectrum so that we can sit down and have conversations. Let's get at it.
Oval Office for the third time now.
Yeah.
Really happy to have the opportunity to speak with you in these challenging times. We are on the same page in terms of getting this terrible regime in Tehran away. And we will talk about the day after, what will happen then if they are out. We have to talk about our trade agreement, which I would like to be in place as soon as possible. And we have to talk.
One second, guys. I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping because I'm going to put a little ticker of a question up here for us on our live stream to try to draw in a little bit more of our viewers into conversations, because I love having conversations with y'all. So, let's see here. We will text GI, all right? And then what do I want to say? Do you support American action? Do you support the USA? That's all I'm gonna ask. Do you support the USA? Select the phone. Roman, because we're like the Roman Empire. Bold, because we're bold like Donald Trump? Where do I put it? Okay. What the fuck? 1 second, guys. All right, let's go back to that.
Talk about Ukraine. There are too many bad guys in this world, actually, and this is an issue we have
is
to
President
talk
Trump
about,
going to legalize
because we all want to
get
see this war coming to an end as soon as possible. But Ukraine has to preserve its territory and their security.
The fucking AI job market is crazy because it's like everything takes forever. Forever.
Interests, and, well, we will talk about that.
Right. We will.
Looking forward to that.
Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you
That's some
for your
interesting.
hospitality. Thank you for letting me spending the night in your guest house.
That's
It's
right.
A very, very
good,
comfortable place.
You liked it, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, great place. And a famous place.
That's good. Very famous.
So many former presidents.
That's right.
Yeah.
Very famous place. Any questions?
Mr. President, did Israel force your hand to launch these strikes against Iran? Did Netanyahu pull the United States into this war?
No, I might have forced their hand. You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. And we have great negotiators, great people that do this very successfully and have done it all their lives very successful. And based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand. But Israel was ready and we were ready, and we've had a very, very powerful impact because virtually everything they have has been knocked out now. Their missile count is going way down. Amazingly, they're hitting countries that were, let's call them neutral, right? They lived together for a long time. I think they were surprised. I was surprised. And now those countries are all fighting against them and fighting strongly against them. Someday they'll write a story and they'll say why they did that. But they hit countries that had nothing to do with what's going on. They were sort of leaving everything alone. All of a sudden they had missiles shot in, which shows you the level of evil that we're dealing with. They'll hit people that were actually at least somewhat friendly, and they had no problems with it. Also hitting only civilian places, hotels and apartment buildings, and we're hitting them where it is much more appropriate. We're hitting them very hard. And the big scale hitting goes now. They no longer have air protection. They no longer have any detection facilities at all left. And so they're gonna be in for a lot of hurt. These are bad people. These are people that killed. I guess it's 35,000. It's coming out 35,000 over the last 3 weeks. Protesters, 35,000 violently killed. So these are bad people, and the leader of the pack is gone. And as you know, 49 people were taken out in the first hit, and I guess there was another hit today on the new leadership, and it looks like that was pretty substantial also. So they're getting hit very hard, and we'll see what happens. A lot of people are coming forward. A lot of the people you would least suspect want to quit. They want to have immunity. They're asking for immunity, and probably at some point they'll be dropping, as you would say, laying down their guns. We'll see what happens. In the meantime, we're just continuing to go forward. Our military is the #1 in the world by far, and we are. Everything's big in my book. Venezuela was big. This is big. The original hit, Midnight Hammer, was big. Everything you view is big, but it's not considered very big by some standards, by some of our standards. We have a military like no other military that's ever been built.
So was that Mr. President, what's the worst case scenario that you have planned for in Iran?
Well, I don't know if there's a worst case. We have them very much beaten militarily from the military standpoint. They're still lobbing some missiles. At some point, they won't even be able to do that because we're hitting all of their carriers. We're hitting all of their missile stock. You know, they built up all these missiles over the last few years. They had a lot of them. They've shot a lot of them, and we're knocking out a lot. I guess the worst case would be we do this, and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen. We don't want that to happen. It would probably be the worst. You go through this, and then in 5 years you realize you put somebody in who was no better. So we'd like to see somebody in there that's going to bring it back for the people.
Here we go. I got some chats. Let me catch up on the chats real quick with you guys. Don't want to... he's so laser focused. When does he start talking about drapes? I hope you get a new paid gig. Is President Trump going to legalize weed? Well, not right now. God bless President Trump. God bless America. Say hi. What is Germany's stance? What is Germany's stance on this? Well, Germany is here, so Germany's going to let us know. And they're probably going to say, we agree with whatever Donald Trump says. So there's that. Trump is best because we have a shitty leadership all over the place. I'm living in a blue state, Mass, and red state, South Carolina. Big difference with people's attitudes. What a waste of oxygen. What a waste of oxygen. If you guys are just joining the live stream tonight, we are doing the election coverage. We are going through everything that happened today in the war and Donald Trump, etc., in the life of the world and stuff. Hit that like button. If you hit the like button, it spawns new people in. We get the conversation going. It gets deeper. It gets more complex as different people from different political persuasions come into the chat. Woo! We're slowing down from where we were 2 nights ago, and then tonight. 2 nights ago we were booming, but it is a stale night. It is election night in America. America.
With Snap, you don't just... Our platform combines AI-powered documents.
If anybody wants to drop a different question into the billboard that I just built here, let me know. If I hear a good one, I might pin it, and we can switch the question up for people swiping into the chat. Let's see what we got for these. I think Jasmine Crockett's out, guys. I think I lost tonight.
Increment change is the only way to move forward. I do think that if Cornyn loses to Paxton, there's a very, very real chance that things become very interesting. But I do think that... It looks
like Donald Trump has won the election tonight, essentially, guys. Let the Rhino and Ken Paxton fight it out, but if Timu Obama wins on the Democratic side, this is game over. There's no way he's going to become a senator in Texas.
I think it's hard to
be happy for that.
And we'll see.
Optimistic, but you sound realistic. Abby Livingston, would you say that's the case?
I live in a blue state to Chicago with Safety Act, where we can get away with all crimes. It's wonderful here. Barf. Exactly. I'm from Chicago originally. I'm from Rockford area. So what's up in the chat? America, Israel, Germany, together forever. Unite. Unite the forces.
Mostly. I think there's 3 phases of Democrats competing in Texas. And one, as I mentioned before, is causing the Senate race, forcing Republicans to spend money in Texas that they'd rather spend elsewhere, which they've already done. The second phase is having that Texas would be a huge, huge wave. That's not likely, but that would be the case. And then there's the actual Senate race.
Let's see where Al Green's at.
And when I talk to strategists and...
God, wouldn't that be awesome if Al Green lost? Oh, man. But you remember, you got to get over 50%. So if the guy that's up against Al Green, last time we checked, the guy up against Al Green had 60%. Al Green might get primaried out of his Donald Trump ape whatever thing.
And pollsters and folks like that. It still seems like a long shot, but Ken Paxton, if he's the nominee, will be a very wounded Republican standard bearer. And I think a lot will depend on
Texas. But I just wanted to say that I personally voted for James Talarico. I am a atheist. I've been a lifelong Christian, and then just recently, about 6 years ago, turned away and became an atheist. And he pulled me in. But I do want to say what this race came down to for us, well, for me, I should say,
for us,
was more of...
Yeah, see, this is the problem. This is the problem. We know exactly what kind of character this human being is. They're the group think person. Why we united against Jasmine Crockett and this racism and Talarico is that, like, he's going to give us a chance in Texas to, like, win an election. No one's voting for Timu Obama. I know if you were watching the beginning of the stream, you really hated my love for Jasmine Crockett, but now that she's losing, we're back to reality. What are you talking about? Timu Obama is going to be a senator in Texas? Come on, guys. Enough of this nonsense. We united as atheists to vote for the Christian Timu Obama guy. Come on.
What has been done, because they're too I think that's where, for me, I know that's where, for me, where I had to, like, back up and say, you know, I can't support that. I have to support James Talarico, which has been talking about unity and love and all the things that I believe in.
All right, Abby Livingston, I want to go back to you after hearing that
gays.
caller.
The Democratic Party pinned Jasmine Crockett in, just like I said. They flung this other lady out to dry, and they used it as the gays. They asked the gays, they're like, hey, why don't we do like a peace, love, and we're gay thing with this Timu Obama fella? Oh, no. He's not going to be a gay candidate. He's going to be a Mentarian candidate. He's going to say that he's a Christian his whole life, and he came from a Baptist upbringing. Yeah. It's going to be great. You guys are going to love him. Is he gay? Yes, he's definitely gay, but like, we're not going to talk about that.
What do you think?
Timu Obama.
I think that this is a fascinating race. And I mean, she has made the...
Oh, yeah, you want to talk about the Bears. Jesus Christ, man. Ain't nobody want to talk about the Bears. The Indiana Bears? Oh, it's so sad. And then you got the governor being like, well, we're going to raise everybody's taxes so that we can keep the Bears here. Stop it. Take a pay cut from your $1 billion Axis, Pixner, or whatever your fluffy duffy self is saying.
Those statements before, and the calculus of this is, and she's arguing she is going to change the electorate, that she's going to get a vote out that's never turned out before. And in a lot of ways, she's gotten really strong vote support in the areas that we're starting to see of Harris, Houston. She's outperforming there. But there is a point there. Beto O'Rourke persuaded a lot of Republicans and independents to come over, and he nearly won. I think a lot of people have forgotten that because he was unsuccessful in his presidential campaign. And the other argument that has been made
in Austin, Texas, you still see a lot of bumper stickers that say "Vote for Beto," and I'm like, after you lost, I would have bought a Jasmine sticker and put it on my vehicle today. But I'm taking it off tomorrow if Timu Obama beats her. Come on.
Against her in the Democratic primary is that while she may change
those rural areas, and so it wouldn't be particularly surprising for me to see John Cornyn end up coming in second place in this primary.
Oh, my God.
All right, we'll go to Jordy in Tampa, Florida. Democratic caller, welcome to primary night on C-SPAN.
Hey, thank you guys so much. Yeah, I'm Jordy from Tampa. I'm only 18, so I've actually never cast a vote in the United States election, but, I am super excited to in these midterms. And although my primary for the state is long ahead, I am watching very intently in Texas. I'm in full support of James Talarico. I think he is a very strong candidate. I think he sort of is going to bridge the gap like the previous caller.
They just love their Timu Obama,
I think he's going to pull those disillusioned Democrats and those disillusioned Republicans over to the coalition of the left right now. And I love Jasmine Crockett. I love her so much. I think she's a very strong, partisan fighter in Congress. But I think when it comes to representing the entire state of Texas, again, in similarity to what that other caller said before, she just doesn't really have the entire backing. Again, that comment, like the other caller said, I'm kind of bouncing off a lot of his points. But, her saying, I am not going to need Trump voters is not a good idea at all right now. And especially to win this super, super hard state in a Senate general election in these midterms. That's not a good idea. So I really hope James Talarico keeps his lead and wins tonight.
All right. Well, with 45% of the vote in, the state representative, James Talarico, has a lead as it stands right now. Matthew Klein, give an update to our viewers about why we're delayed in getting some votes.
That's right. Because of a procedural change in the way that Dallas County and Williamson County are counting their ballots this year and the way that people actually went to the polls, changing it from a county-wide system to a precinct-level system. The County of Dallas will be waiting until 10 o'clock to get any results from that. Of course, that's Jasmine Crockett's home county, and so that is part of the reason why we have not been able to make many bold predictions about where this race is heading. And obviously, once we start to get some numbers in there, it'll shine a little bit more light on that.
Jacob Rubashkin, you're watching these results come in as well. Anything standing out to you right now?
Well, a couple of things I'll note. The first is, I've been hearing from some folks aligned with Talarico who are pretty happy with how things are going so far tonight, especially with the emerging reality that if he is going to win this nomination,
it's
going
all the way
to
to 10
with
p.m.
intense strength among Hispanic and Latino voters, because that is the key for Democrats to get back into contention in Texas. When you look at the delta between where Democrats were in 2020 or 2018, which were their two best years in Texas in recent memory, and where they landed in 2024, it is all about Hispanic and Latino voters. And so for James Talarico to be doing so well among that population, I think is heartening to his allies as they begin to look toward potentially a general election. Of course, nobody is particularly confident about how this primary is going to end up. But when you look at previous Democratic Senate nominees, including Beto O'Rourke and Colin Allred, in both of those primaries, both of those candidates struggled mightily with Hispanic voters. There were candidates who were running far less robust campaigns that had Hispanic surnames that captured a tremendous amount of the vote along the southern border in the Rio Grande Valley. That was in perhaps an early warning sign that those voters were simply just not willing to go along with whoever the presumptive Democratic nominee was. So for James Talarico to do that, I think that is a heartening sign for his team as they look toward the general election there. Tony Gonzalez and Brandon Herrera. Tony Gonzalez has created a little bit of distance between himself and Herrera, but still a single-digit race and one that looks destined for a runoff. And that House race in Houston, Christian Menefee sitting just below that 50% threshold against Congressman Al Green. Amanda Edwards, who was the former Houston City Councilwoman, who unfortunately has probably the worst timing in politics. She's really struggled in all of her races in the last couple of years. She's capturing almost 7% of the vote. And she dropped out weeks ago.
Can't even see the results.
This is so painful for this group of Houston Democrats and the Houston Democratic voters who have spent the last year without congressional representation.
I feel like today is the day of the political junkies, guys. We're a little bit down on the viewership, and it's because this only interests the few of us. The few of us that truly care about direct election results.
Watch a runoff between Christian Menefee and Al Green.
Hit that like button.
It will be the fourth race that Christian Menefee is running in Harris County in the last 4 months. This is just a brutal stretch for one of the largest cities in America and the Democratic voters
all
there.
Republican,
Yeah, we'll continue to update our viewers on these races that we're talking about. You can go to our website, cspan.org/2026. You can dig into the numbers into these congressional races, look at the map of Texas and see how this redistricting plan is playing out so far here on primary
when she
night.
does this.
Abby Livingston,
She's such a Democrat.
let's go to the map
All right, lady, come on.
for the Texas GOP ticket and look at how the colors are filling in here. John Cornyn,
and this is why I do have a problem in the media getting a new job, is because a lot of corporate media is really tied to the Democratic Party, like even right now, even with the second Trump presidency. In a second Trump presidency, after like all of the Doge shit, all of the whatever shit, we still have these same anchors on C-SPAN interacting with the American crowd as though they are PBS. You are not a private organization, nor do you take any donations. You are the fucking government, essentially. You are a free version of it because we live in a free society, but you're the government. You're the state media. And it's really weird that, like, the state media is against Trump still, or, like, leans towards, like, Democrats with opinions and stuff. Like, they're like, we'll show you how the redistricting affects everything, because it's going to affect everything.
That Hispanics will stay with the GOP or at least migrate. And so I think that's a big warning sign for that bet that Republicans have made.
Matthew Klein?
Yeah,
I think it's a huge, huge story if Ken Paxton pulls ahead of Cornyn. Because it again explains that the American public is just so fed up with everyone in Congress. And it really starts to tell a tale that, like, November is going to be like a cleaning house event.
Spend a lot of time in the spreadsheets, for better or for worse, and primary. Now, whether that's...
Because I'll tell you this, I think that if they do the runoff, okay, because say Paxton goes in first place. If Ken Paxton ends up in first place tonight against a sitting senator, then they're going to do a runoff in May. I bet you Trump chimes in and tells you who to vote for on which side, or they make sure that one side wins, probably the sitting senator. And then everyone's going to be under this political illusion that, oh, maybe there's nothing to fear here. But if Ken Paxton tonight pulls ahead of him in a primary, it signals like an across-the-board effect. You can even say the same thing about Timu Obama. Maybe on the Democratic side, like lifelong Democrats, they're kind of tired of Jasmine Crockett. They're tired of anything that's already here. And so November might be like a full-on cleaning the house out event that nobody's really ready for.
Speaks more to James.
20 minutes ago, I missed her name, but she said that she used to be a Christian, but she recently became an atheist. And so she inspired me to call. I want to say I'm the opposite. I was actually an atheist until the age of 30, and then I chose to become a Christian. And I also voted for James Talarico because I really, really enjoy the way he speaks about Christianity. I can't tell you how many people in the state of Texas will claim Christianity and then behave the opposite. I'm excited about what's happening, and I'm also really excited to hear what Abby Livingston has to say about that. Thank you.
Matthew in Texas, Democratic caller, and we invite all of you to call in tonight. If you voted in Texas, North Carolina, and Arkansas, we want to hear from you at 202-748-8923. But others, you can call in across the country tonight as we kick off campaign 202-748-8921. All others, your line is 202-748-8922. And we are following this Texas Senate primary contest on both the Republican and the Democratic side. And then we also have redistricting playing out in Texas as well. We've talked about the incumbents.
No. I'm not going to let you do it, lady. You're not going to put your Democratic agenda on my viewers. I know, like, from programming news, exactly what segment is coming up, and that's the segment where they start to, like, your state media, you shouldn't be leaning left or right. It's really annoying. I hate it. Hate it. Can't stand it. Back to the German chancellors. Because we're going to wait until they're done with that segment, because I ain't playing that game.
You want to make...
Ain't playing that game. You got to be careful who you tell that you are a Christian. Yeah? Why?
To meet with President
I'm not afraid of telling anybody that I'm a Christian. Absolutely 100% a Christian. Because guess what? Christians aren't the ones doing this fucking war. It's all one religion, one Abrahamic religion from fucking start to finish. And you got the finishers, the Muslims. And you got the starters, the Jews. And they just can't stop. They can't just start listening to the thing they created, which was the beauty of Christianity. Enjoy.
Trump since the U.S.
attack first. I felt strongly about that, but they hit, you would say, laying down their guns. We'll see what happens. And we'll see what happens with the people. You know, they have their chance. And we've said, don't do it yet. If you're going to go out and protest, don't do it yet. It's very dangerous out there. A lot of bombs are being dropped. But I would say that would be about the worst.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you think?
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, you know, we had some in mind from that group that is...
God damn, Trump always got it. Trump's always got it.
Is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody. But we have, I mean, Venezuela was so incredible because we did the attack and we kept government totally intact. And we have Delcy, who's been very good. We have the whole chain of command. And they've been, you know, look, the relationship's been great. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil already. And a big part of that goes to them, and a big part goes to us. And it's been great. We paid for the war many times over, and we're going to be running the oil. And Venezuela is going to make more money than they ever made, and that's great for the people. The relationship
Wish I had
has been
Charlie's,
great. It's been seamless.
Charlie Kirk's courage.
Nobody's actually ever seen anything like it. If you look at Iraq, where very stupidly everybody was fired,
Charlie
the
does a lot
generals
for
were
good
fired,
creators.
the military was fired, the police were fired, the fire departments were fired, and all of the government workers were fired. So after, you know, people would call, they had no idea. And by the way, ISIS was formed. That's where ISIS came from. All of the fired people. We don't believe in that. So we'll see what
We
happens,
don't believe
but,
in that.
First, we have to finish off the military.
What do you
Of course, we got to finish off the military.
Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, is he an option at all in your mind?
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate. I've said that. He looks like a very nice person, but it would seem to me that somebody that's there, that's currently popular, if there's such a person. But we have people like that. We have people that were more moderate. You know.
It goes back to my theory that I've said every night. If you've seen my show, I've said this. This is a completely different type of style of war, because at the end of the day, we are not trying to do regime change. We are not trying to do regime change. We are spanking the enemy, and we're saying, who wants to answer? Oh, you want to call up Trump Daddy? You go, hello? Hi, it's Trump Daddy. Are you ready to listen? And if the person says no, then they go, time for some more of it.
These were radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They get nothing. All they do is kill people.
What exactly was the imminent threat, Mr. President? What exactly was...
Your turn.
Not your turn. Not your turn. Not your fucking turn.
Mr. President, are you going to take the heat off the Europeans to potentially help you? Mark Rutte called on the allies to also help you, and are you going to let... Well, you have to ask Mark Rutte. He said not as part of NATO, but to be helpful to you in this.
Let's look at this one for 1 second here. We are looking at election results right now. We are listening to Trump's earlier speech from today, and we're going to go back to the election results for Texas in a second. But I do want to pull up this question. Good question. God said, if you love me, you will keep my commands, and who does that? Now, I feel like you put this question out there because you think that like one of the three Abrahamic religions is better than the others in this. However, I would say this is the one good fundamental thing that Muslims, Jews, and Christians all have together, which is essentially a core principle. And that core principle is essentially, if you look at the Torah, the first one, before there was ever a Christian, before there was ever a Muslim, there was a Torah, and that Torah had 10 commandments from when Moses liberated those people. That was the last chapter. Moses was the Jesus. And then you had Jesus. And Jesus is like, you only get to do the Torah and do all this stuff if you do it right. And then these other people are telling you how to do it. And then the only other option you have is to just be immoral and kill and sin forever like a Roman. So he brings the community together and says, hey, Goy, guess what's up? You too can be forgiven by God if you just listen to the 10 Commandments. And if you fuck them up, you can say, hey, it's okay. Then a guy named Muhammad shows up 600 years later, and people are killing people on the streets and just, hey, Jesus, forgiveness. Hey, Jesus, forgiveness. Kind of like no cash bail system. And then kind of like Donald Trump, Muhammad comes along and puts everybody in their place with, I think, 600 laws that we all must obey, and it's God's command to force others to obey them. I would say that's probably the most hostile of the three in a large religious Abrahamic takeover. But I also say, the Hindus and Buddhists aren't getting involved in all this bullshit within their religion, within the confines of different countries. So I would just like all three of the Abrahamic religions right now. I'm a part of this as well, There were the Crusades. We don't want to do a second Crusades and tell you all to knock it off, okay? I think we all need to just take a fucking step back and realize that religions should not be a part of governments, especially right now in 2026. And that's why I definitely support the bombing of the Ayatollah, the elimination of any kind of religious regime. You cannot have it in modern day society. Have your religion on the side, please.
And will you let the Europeans...
European nations have been helpful and some haven't. And I'm, very surprised. Germany's been great.
We just got an hour update. Let's see. Let's see what our hourly update is. Because they just closed more polls now.
At Seratasa, we strive to empower our clients with innovative technology.
Thank you, Michael.
By bridging the gap between technology.
I'm just trying to learn, y'all. I'm trying to learn right along with you, but it's kind of upsetting to realize that, also that I fell for the, George Bush propaganda, but I'm not going to lean into the Sneeko, Nick Fuentes craziness right now. We might check in on Nick Fuentes later today, but he's our favorite Democrat right now. It's kind of annoying the shit out of us. Their Jew hatred is just overtaking their ability to look at the facts, which is there's a dictator that was eliminated. We should all be cheering that as Americans. It's the most American moment since Osama bin Laden. I don't know how you're not celebrating. That's my perspective as an American. But on to the election results. Let's see. Where are we at on the 9 p.m.?
State Supreme Court in Texas is heavily... I'm not saying that's necessarily the only reason that factored into this, but obviously it is something to consider. If Jasmine Crockett is, losing very narrowly at the end of the day here when the votes in Dallas County are tabulated, and the votes that have been cast in these sort of hours outside of the time that it was expected are not included, I think we're going to...
there's a leak in Georgia again. This time, I'm telling you, they're doing some shenanigans on Jasmine Crockett. They're doing some shenanigans. And so Jasmine Crockett's campaign just had the Supreme Court of Dallas run down a script on this election that they can essentially create an inadvertent political recount. They can hold ballots till Monday to count. Her team did that. I called it all night. I'm telling you, that's the reason I voted for it. It would be like a Donald Trump. Everyone in this newsroom, everyone paying attention to politics would be like, what the fuck just happened? And there is a leak right now in Dallas, but it's just like the leaks in Georgia, folks. It's just like the leaks in Georgia. We have a show. We have the drama.
We're in the state as well. Something to keep in mind as we continue to talk about each of these population centers in Texas. Again, it's a big, big state, and doing well in any given city is not determinative of whether you're going to do well statewide. But the other thing I would say, and I think, part of the reason why I love being here on C-SPAN is that we get to talk to real voters. And one thing that I've noticed consistently in the Democratic voters we're talking to in Texas, there's a real age difference. Younger voters categorically seem to be going for James Talarico, older voters leaning more toward Jasmine Crockett. That's something that we've seen in the polling that we've gotten in this race so far. I think it's reflective of the different strategies that the campaigns have pursued. Jasmine Crockett, of course, a regular presence on cable TV, while voters.
Let's hear from another voter in Texas. Anthony's in Elgin, Texas, on our line for Democrats.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call.
Anthony, go ahead. Share your thoughts with us about this Texas.
This guy sounds like a real man. Let's hear it.
This Senate primary contest.
First of all, I voted for Jasmine Crockett. I'm an older voter, but I could, if Talarico end up winning, I'll be fully supporting them too. So
why is that?
Because I never heard of him until he really came to my Facebook feed and his campaign. I think he's real good, and he's young.
Lose the midterms or shit go to
either one of them will be better than what we have right now. But I can.
Anthony, did you know who James Talarico was before this race?
No, never heard of it.
Oh no, never heard of him. Bro tried to get the youth vote, but forgot the boomer's the man that turns out, and he is on your boy's side to break the system with Jasmine Crockett, and he don't even know it. The DNC forgot to tell the boomers to show up. This might be a tip-off, everyone. There is a little bit of panic in the newscast votes. You can always see it. Their mouths lip, and they pull up whenever they're like, whoop, whoop. We got something here. Here we go.
As making the case against that, why the state of Texas shouldn't be redistricting to, in his view, take 5 seats from Democrats.
Is he one that fled the state?
He did. He fled the state. He was a leader in that movement, and ultimately that didn't.
Oh my God, there you go. There's a second one down for the older folks, the actual voters. He was one of the people that was one of the state representatives that fled the state for Democrats and went against the governor. Those are kind of actions. Remember, it was like deemed treasonous and all that crazy stuff. If you're an older boomer voter, you're not going to be like, oh yeah, I'll go for the youthful guy that's like basically insurrecting his own government.
End up changing the equation.
So far, they have managed, even as the primary has gotten pretty testy between.
And again, what's happening here, too, on the vote count, just so everybody knows, is like Jasmine is going to get that huge, deep chunk of Houston and all of its suburbs, that black sect down there. And also, her team did put in for that Supreme Court ruling that came down out of Dallas that essentially either one of the teams can call, just in this race, weird-ass shenanigans, weird-ass leaks, all this bullshit, that in this race, in particular, her team putting it in, though, that they can wait and hold for the count until Monday. So we might not see a victory tonight. There's already some shenanigans going on.
The two of them
already have,
but their voters also do not like the other candidates. And while most of them are going to put their jerseys on and vote for the Republican when the time comes, any sort of votes that the Democratic candidate can peel off will be incredibly valuable in terms of making this a real competitive race.
All right, Dave Wasserman on X. I've seen enough. James Talarico wins Texas Senate Democratic primary. Again, the Associated Press has not called this, and we've been waiting for votes to come in from Dallas County. But what do you make of Dave Wasserman's call here?
Well, Dave Wasserman, great friend of mine, close colleague. I am not going to go against Dave's call. And he has seen enough. I certainly think that based on the numbers that we're seeing right now, I said this a bit earlier, I do think Talarico is in the stronger position here. Even if Jasmine Crockett puts up a decent showing in Dallas, he's doing well still in a lot of the areas that are coming in. El Paso, he seems to be performing quite well. San Antonio, a huge chunk of the state. Down in Cameron County, which is Brownsville, he's performing very well. And he's holding his own in Houston, which is important.
Freedom is why I vote against them. That's exactly why I ended up voting for Jasmine Crockett in this midterm. Because I was like, this is the only thing that's like against all of the paid for, bought for media opportunities, ops, everything. It's the only sleeper. Like, yeah, she is kind of like tacky, anti-Trumper kind of thing, but she's out on her own on this actual campaign, which means that if she wins, she's got that Trump effect where tomorrow she's got to go directly for the constituent. She doesn't really have to go for these other things.
Now I think
gotta break the
colleague
system,
Dave,
guys.
he's
Jasmine
probably right on.
Crockett's the
And
way
he's
to break
looking
it.
at the same areas that you're looking at, because that's
she's
where
gonna
you
come
need
back on this
to
one.
dig
She's
into
gonna come
to
back.
see where these candidates are and the possible outcomes.
That's exactly right. I mean, we
Also, I was calling that speech hour would start at 9:30. I don't think the Republican or the Democratic side is ready yet. Do you know any one of these 5 people that are ready to go out there? Maybe the third guy on the Republican side, but I don't know a single person that wants to go out there first right now. Everything is pretty close because yes, this James thing is 53-45 at 46% of the vote, but we have a deep like they're overturning out. Like they're turning out way more than they thought they would in Houston for Jasmine Crockett. And that is a endless swamp of Democrats, people. That is a endless swamp of Democrats. Have you ever been to Houston?
Same as we are. He doesn't have any results in Dallas County either, and he feels comfortable making this call even without Dallas County in. I think that pretty much says it all.
All right, Lynn is a Republican in Houston. Lynn on the Senate side of the primary.
The National Republican Senatorial Committee, other groups came in and essentially nuked him on a number of issues, including they alleged that he had voted for Hillary Clinton in 2008 at the time, and that seems to have done serious damage, as we have heard. Shortly after they started making those attacks, his numbers really started to fall off, and of course now he is in a distant third place.
All right, we'll go to Deandra, Cambridge, Maryland Independent. Deandra, good morning. Good evening, I should say. We're almost to morning.
Actually, it's good night. We're all in the same place.
Yes.
Yeah, I've been watching all evening, and I just want to say how disappointed and sad
MSNBC is still too early
I am an
to call.
80-year-old, and I'm really saddened by what's going on right now with these elections. And it's all a result of
and they got 48%
when Texas redistricted. And so I don't even consider this to be a legitimate election. And then, as you stated, I appreciate the young man on there that did give a little bit more information and time to what actually happened in Texas, and as well what happened just recently, just today or the day before, when they changed all the voting sites there in Texas. So I don't see how anybody could get really a legitimate.
Now dumb shit.
I am an elder.
Miss, it's now dumb shit, and they couldn't call fuck their ass if they had both hands on it. I'm not sure. Are you talking about the lady that's calling in right now? A lot of these people are.
Well, it's so delightful to talk to people from the district, my hometown.
Or people tied to the campaign secretly.
Well, I voted for James Talarico, and let me tell you something.
Let me tell you something. I would never do that, Gene. Remember that one black guy that was very confused and said that he had no idea who he was? Well, here's a third person calling in now to tell us about Timu Obama.
The man is so intelligent. All you have to do is just go to YouTube
Timu Obama over here, guys,
and look up James Talarico and Joe Rogan. Now, how many people can speak to Joe Rogan? You know, and Joe Rogan is won over by James Talarico.
I didn't realize that. Did we know this? Anybody dropped that? That's if you knew that. I did not know that he did a Joe Rogan episode, but I will say over the last week, hey, what's up, Wither? We just discovered that James Talarico did a Joe Rogan interview, but also he has 666,000 votes, which makes him the son of Satan. He is officially the son of Satan. And now that we know that Timu Obama is the son of Satan, it is time. It is time to realize the son of Satan will have to win the Democratic primary And then, of course, you are right, Wither. LOL, Texas will not go blue. I did vote for Jasmine Crockett today. I want the upset in the system. I'm here for the drama. I'm here for the show. I don't know why you're not. I don't understand. These people in this newsroom would be jaws open, freaking out. We'd have all the MSNBC highlights. We would, so good. So good.
Go. The losing end of every single contest, certainly every single contest at the top of the ticket for the past 30 some odd years, but even in the moments when it felt like there was something brewing in 2018 and then in 2020 when Biden actually competed a little bit in Texas, started running TV ads there, sent Kamala Harris to campaign down there, and then when Beto ran again in 2022 and when Colin Allred ran in 2024, and each time it's just been brutal loss after brutal loss.
I'm going to pause there because Jasmine Crockett's out addressing her supporters. Let's listen in.
No.
State. We don't have any of the results because there was a lot of confusion today.
Thank you. You ready for it, guys? This is why I voted for her. She's going to have to walk a tightrope now because if you are a Democrat in any fashion, you're probably not in this chat. You're probably not curious with this. Like, we're just Americans here. But I'm telling you guys, they are screwing her. And they're screwing her from two different angles because she can't call out her own screw job because the party that she is in is the cancel culture party. So to point out the cancel culture event against her is to cancel herself. It's a conundrum of her own making. It's kind of fascinating. I want to leave that before we go into the speech. As someone that grew up in California, we had a lot of people move from Texas. Californians moved to Texas are actually moving back. Exactly. Lived in Houston for 10 years. Thank God. Yeah. All right. I'm in Austin right now. I did vote for her, but I am like, I'm a fucking, come on. I'm a rage baiter. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just having fun here. And I wanted the fun thing. I knew that this was the break the system. But what she's saying right now already is like, we had a lot of shenanigans. We had the Georgia leak, but she's not doing it like Donald Trump. Why? Because she comes from the party that is trying to cancel her from within.
And so, our Democratic Party chair, Cardall Coleman, he beat me to the punch, as myself and Colin Allred. We're about to file a lawsuit to keep the voting polls open. We were able to keep the polls open, but I can tell you now that people have been disenfranchised. The reason that we knew that there were problems is because we were receiving the phone calls and the emails. The polls were supposed to stay open until 9, according to a court order.
7 on the door when I walked in. No, she's not an idiot. The Democratic system is doing what they did to Bernie Sanders. They're doing, I'm sorry, you got to understand they're all politicians. It sucks that she is a shill for all the Democratic stuff, and it is deserving so because she kind of did it to herself. It's ironic as fuck. But it's still there. It's still, present. They're still fucking her. It's the system fucking an independent candidate. And I can't get against that. Anyone getting canceled, I'm against the cancel culture, including Jasmine Crockett. And that's what's happening here. That's I'm sorry. That's what's happening. There was a legal order to keep them open until 9 that she had gotten, that we saw on C-SPAN, that I said, wow, that's kind of crazy. And then we're finding out that they were closed at 7, which is what it was scheduled at for me as well. She deserves it, all that shit. But yeah, it is happening. It's happening all over again. The Democrats will never allow a Donald Trump-style figure. And seeing it in this Senate race right here, guys, should prove to you to never, ever, ever, just let the party die now, never vote Democrat again. Because they're always going to corrupt themselves into oblivion to make sure that they can rise to a Timu Obama. And whenever you get a Timu Obama, no one gets anything. Whenever you get an Obama, no one gets anything.
Court, just a few minutes ago, just said, shut it down.
Shut it down.
The Supreme
They said
Court
shut it down. They told the black lady to shut it down. Can you believe they told the black lady to shut it down?
also said that they are to separate any votes out that came in after 7 p.m.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Again, are you really? Again, come on, guys. Stay with me. We can hate Jasmine Crockett. We can say God exists, and this is irony. But holy shit, the Democrats are doing it again. This is it. We're done now. You can't get a Bernie through. You couldn't get a Bernie through during 2020 when he would have been the healthcare candidate for COVID, which would have made sense. And you can't even get one now on a Senate race in Texas because, we need T-Mobile Obama because maybe we'll have a chance. No. We're done. This is completely fake. This is not an election. Anything to do with the Democratic primary today is a fraud. Front and center. They shut it down on the black lady. How racist?
So here's the deal.
How racist?
I have no idea how it is that clerks are going to know who was in line by what time, because the
We're going to just sort out the ones we want. T-Mobile Obama wins. It's a primary anyway, so it's not legally investigated. It's not technically a legal election with federal laws. Just like Iowa 2020. Go look that up, guys. The digital election of the Democrats, when they went all digital and all of a sudden they couldn't count the votes, and then poof, we just decide who wins. We're done. We're done. At least the Republicans did it right. We had Ron Paul. We tried to get him in. They put Mitt Romney, and they drove us around in a bus. I was there. They didn't let us speak at the convention. So what did we do? We came back, we voted in Donald Trump, and we said, we're fucking done. You can't do it to the Democrats because they won't allow you to do it through their own system.
rule is that if you're in line by 7, then you get to vote.
Yeah, they can't have their white savior complex.
And so once there was a court order saying you had until 9, I'm sure that there were people that joined the line after 7.
And now the Democrats just made themselves look racist by forcing this guy in with this corrupt side, and you got Jasmine Crockett outside being the radical Trump-like Democratic figure, and she's got all the racism that she wants to lean on. She don't even have to say it. It just smells. It just, ooh, thank you, Hillary Clinton. It was one thing when you did it, like, I don't think they understand what they're doing with their own politics. It's one thing when you do it to like a Gavin Newsom or a Bernie Sanders or something, like when you're like, actually Joe Biden's going to be the candidate, like the end. That's different. This is supposed to be your poster child, your POC, part of the young revolutionary moment of the AOCs. Hey-o-wee. Wow-wee.
They now are telling them that you have to separate the votes out. What this means is that we will not know what votes are to be tallied from Election Day out of Dallas County. For sure, we won't know that tonight. So,
no, she's not going to do this. She's not going to do this. You know she got a fucking phone call that said that she was supposed to just let it go. She is not going to drag this motherfucker out throughout the weekend. Holy motherfucker. Oh my God. Against a person of color? Against the poster child? Against an AOC? Oh my God. Against the squad? Against the squad? Democrats are going to go against the squad? The squad is free? The squad has been unleashed, y'all. The squad is free. We are in an insane era of politics. Ilhan Omar, Jasmine Crockett, AOC, they're on their fucking own. They are not to be controlled. They are gonna she's gonna hold this out all fucking weekend. Holy shit.
Knowing that Dallas County is a big dump of votes.
It is.
We, in my opinion, will not know the election results.
Oh my God! She did not do it. She did not do it. Yo, do I keep this on my forehead all weekend? Because that's what a corporate Democrat feels like right now. Those people, when they go back to the C-SPAN people, they're going to be like, and she's a POC. How do we do this? How do we do this?
All tonight. We need to see the Dallas County votes to see where they are. I mean, if they're...
Why am I a racist pig? Why am I a racist pig? Because I understand her political game in politics and that she independently has been released from the stature of the DNC and she's going hog wild on all of them? I don't know.
Early vote comes in, which we may have the early vote soon.
I am in my own apartment. It is it's a studio though. Okay, it's a studio. I'm sorry, guys. But Jasmine Crockett.
If it comes in and I'm losing Dallas County, then we know kind of where.
See, she's still walking the line though. Like when Trump did this kind of thing. Remember when Trump would do this? He'd be like, "We don't know him. We'll know him. We know." Bye. And even when AP announced it on Saturday, he was like, I'm not announcing it. She has to walk the fine line because she's part of the system in the party that is like, if you hold this all weekend, then shame, shame, shame on you. Understand that. Remember when Al Gore, was fighting and the Democrats were like, why are you fighting it? It's part of the Democratic custom. It's part of that cancel culture speak to just be like, all right, system's corrupt. We got to all fix it to make sure that we don't look bad in front of the Republicans, okay? And this lady's like, not only did you fuck this up, but you fucked this up for the black lady. And I thought you were representing me and AOC and Ilhan Omar. I thought I was a part of your revolution. Now you're going to try to box out me?
This thing is going. So that's my news, is that we're not going to have election results tonight, in my opinion, based upon what specifically is taking place in Dallas County. Unfortunately,
this is the first time in history that I appreciate words coming out of Jasmine Crockett's mouth. She's like, unfortunately, I'm going to have to say fuck you to every Democrat right now and play the system. Unfortunately, I have to say fuck you. Man, this is not a good week for the Clintons. The Clintons are not happy this week at all.
This is what Republicans like to do.
You just dislike women of color or just women in general? I don't understand that equation or anything. I've literally voted for this woman. I've been beating a dead horse on defending this woman all night while everyone comes at me. And then the second that we're here and this corruption scandal, you come at me telling me I'm racist against women? I will say I had friends that literally told me only reason I voted is because you said that I could vote for her and she was a woman. And then she voted an all-woman ticket. But me? No, I did not do any of that. I selected funny names besides Jasmine Crockett. I grew up in LA, to be real, have pretty much every part of the world in my family, and if you can't take jokes or know how people culturally are different, it is so dumb, lol. Hey, Jasmine, this dude putting stuff out has the Russians were the Jeff Sessions and Trump sent them. You vote for a black woman racist. This is exactly what I was talking about. Yeah.
And so they specifically targeted Dallas County, and I think we all know why.
She's doing it.
I want you to enjoy yourselves, but I won't be back tonight because I have no idea of when we're going to get results, and I fully anticipate it won't be until tomorrow. So, I love y'all too.
Okay. Now remember, she's starting speech hour. She was bold enough to start speech hour, and she started speech hour with Al Gore, like, fucking on steroids. She was like, actually, I'm leaving it to them, and goodbye, and I'm not going to see you tonight, and we are not going to know a victor, and if they tell you there's a victor, it's complete bullshit, and here's why, and they're stealing votes in Dallas right now. I am the Black Donald Trump. She is breaking the system up. Timu Obama is having ape shit right now. How's he going to come out here and do his, like, I'm not gay, but all about love speech? He can't do it. He can't do his robot speech. Somebody's going to have to rewrite Timu Obama's speech now that she came out first, set the stage for all 5 of them, because there is no victors yet, and we're at 9:30 already tonight, and said, there's some fucking shenanigans. They're stealing black votes in Dallas. I'm not going to say it out loud, but that's what I'm saying. Starts the night off right. We have 4 more. We have 3 Republicans. The guy that in third place doesn't really matter, but we have the 2 that are clearly in a runoff. Ken Paxton might be actually leading that thing, which will be like a what the fuck moment on that side. But this is fucking amazing, whether she wins or loses. This is why I voted for her. I wanted her to just do something fun, and she did. It's the exact same thing that I wanted from Donald Trump in 2016 after Mitt Romney fucked over Ron Paul. I just wanted something fun. Thank you, Jasmine Crockett, for starting off speech hour right. What the fuck can anybody else do now but lead with the same exact thing? We don't know anything, blah, 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 and goodbye. And no one is going to be as electric as the person doing it first, saying that the Democratic system is stealing votes from a black lady. Woo!
Thank you so very much for being here.
Pity party.
Love you down. I love you down, Dallas.
Thank you, Wither. I appreciate you. Love her. Boogs, too. Love her.
Jasmine
Yes.
Crockett wrapping up there with her supporters tonight, saying she's not coming back out because she doesn't think we're going to know the outcome of the Democratic.
For the same reason, but watch. This is what's going to happen. I'm not going to go live yet to the other people. I'm going to catch up live in a second here. But watch when they go back to the studio. You'll get that same Trump bitterness where everyone just kind of gets, and their buttholes just get tight because they're going to be like, God damn it. Like, Jasmine Crockett, did she really just do that? You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to do that.
Primary Senate race. Let's go to Wesley Hunt, who is vying for the GOP.
Oh, so they're just going to throw it right over. They're not even going to go back
ticket.
to them. We'll go to them
so
later then.
we should keep that in mind. Again, you know, if you that the Texas state
for taking my call.
Okay, so they repeated her speech. No, his speech. And then that's it. Okay, so they just went to
I was also interested in his point about Israel.
Otherwise, you're on the losing end of what was a very close competitive primary.
Matthew Klein, Abby Livingston was just saying there's a lot of green on the map. And
That's right.
green is Talarico's color.
See? Same thing as Trump. Hey, I just wanted to point out that, like, what she's doing is just some crazy conspiracy theory. And actually, us, the media, we're smarter than everybody, and we already know that he's supposed to win. And people already tweeted out that he won. Here we go. All over again. I'm telling you guys, no matter what the verdict is here, if somehow Jasmine Crockett gets out of this alive, God bless her soul. But at least she did the Bernie Sanders 2.0 so that we could see they're never going to really let it happen on that side. They're never going to let a Trump. They're never going to let a populist. They're never going to let us take it over and do what we want with it. So I guess it's Republican, and then we got third party. And third party has to be like a billionaire like Donald Trump. It has to be an influencer like RFK. It has to be a fundamentally like approachable third party candidate that could do something. And if you do that, just like I did with RFK, I was very not like I had voted third party a few times already. But I was like, I didn't want to vote third party that election at all. But I was holding out for RFK because he was that big. And then when he got that endorsement, I was like, all right, here we go on the Trump. And that's what you kind of need. But as for the Democrats, we're seeing right now, the media is going to do the same exact thing. They're going to turn back. Oh, look at how much purple's out here. Why is the lady being... But it's kind of crazy because it works with Trump. But I don't know if it works with the POC, part of the squad, the revolution of the Democratic Party. I think you're going to break some brains tonight, guys.
Pink is Jasmine Crockett.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, one thing that James Talarico has done a very good job doing is coalescing the non-African American vote. I mean, what we see right now is black voters generally seem to be very supportive of Jasmine Crockett. She's doing well in Dallas County.
Do you see what's happening now? What she just did, she just burned the entire thing to the ground. These people's brains are breaking as they're watching this now. Wait, so you're trying to tell me that she's getting too many black votes? That we shouldn't care about her because it's all just black votes? That the black votes don't matter? Is that what you're saying? Are you trying to tell me as a Democrat that the black votes don't matter? Is that what we're doing now? I'm very confused here, but it seems to me like you, the media, is trying to downplay the black vote? That seems odd. Seems like the last 40 elections I watched, it was all about making sure the black vote got in. Now you're just making sure. Just making sure.
She's doing well in Harris County, and she's also doing very well in rural East Texas, where the Democratic base there is...
Well, prop up somebody more populous, and that's exactly what I'm saying, is that the only thing that the Democrats could do is prop up somebody more populous, and instead they keep trying to create one. They create a Timu Obama. They create a Gavin Newsom, and they walk him out, and they test him, and over and over and over and over again. No, you got a Jasmine Crockett. You got to throw them out there. You got to just get people to vote for them because they're crazy, they're populist, they're saying crazy shit. And then once they get there, then you have that base, and then you use all that wild shit to get your fucking stuff elected. I'm not saying that I'm for her ideas and values. I'm saying I'm for that new level of politics, and I understand that. And this is just nonsense. We need to stop doing this. Stop letting people do this, where they try to treat this Timu Obama like he was ever going to be a part of any equation ever. It's the same thing they did with Beto O'Rourke. They create these people. They literally build them from like AI or something. It's just like, stop. At least Jasmine Crockett is a human being, and now apparently the Democratic Party is telling me I shouldn't care about the black vote.
Is heavily African American. The overall vote is largely Republican because there are more white voters there than black voters, but certainly in Democratic primaries, it's mostly African American voters. Whereas James Talarico now is doing very well in some of those, white college educated areas. Travis County, that's Austin,
good.
He's up 76 to 23. Montgomery County, a northern suburb of Houston, he's up 60-39. And then
looks like he's headed to a runoff.
I mean, this is a really tough thing, and he has so outspent, and Paxton has not had much of a campaign. And
whoa, look at that, guys. There you go. There you go. I'm telling you. Look. Pay attention. The more money you get, the more problems. The more money you get, the more problems. I understand the 69. You have to 69 Donald Trump to make sure that we keep the president okay. But the rest of these guys, let's look at this. What are we doing with Timu Obama? What are we doing with Timu Obama? The only thing that would save the old school politician formula does not work in the slightest anymore. We live in the greatest time for information. Exactly. Greatest time for information. This information right in front of us. Right in front of us. We can speculate. It doesn't matter where the money comes from. It's the amount of money you have. It's bullshit. Guarantee you that Hunt over here was playing the same game that Jasmine Crockett was. But Jasmine Crockett is playing it off of her own, while her own party hates that she's doing this, and they're putting all the money up on him. And then this guy over here, he suffered greatly to Mr. Paxton over here. Why? Because people know who Ken Paxton is. He's the Attorney General of Texas already. He also helped with January 6th and shit. And he's tied to Trump in some capacity. This guy is playing for a black vote like Jasmine Crockett, when anybody that's playing for that vote in an open primary in Texas is absolutely voting for Jasmine Crockett, because they even got me. They even got the white boy voting for Jasmine Crockett on this one. Because it was like, come on, break the system. Finally, down with the DNC. Let's do it. Finally. But you can look at the money and you can see exactly what's going on here. Oh, maybe we can have a vetted interest in a colored candidate up against a what? Rhino. Because he's a white guy and he's a billionaire and a lot of this money for Cornyn isn't his. Again, the number 69 is very, very important here. He is 69ing the President of the United States. If you are 69ing with Donald Trump, you must have $69 million.
Not much of a...
Jacob Rubashkin, we heard people talk about their support for James Talarico tonight, and many of them mentioning his messaging. They like what they heard from him.
Yeah, well, look, Talarico has adopted a strategy of going everywhere and talking to everyone. It's something that I think Pete Buttigieg demonstrated back in his 2020 presidential campaign that allowed him to explode on the scene. I mean, that guy was the mayor of South Bend, and he became a viable presidential contender. Talarico, similarly, just one of 100-plus state representatives who, by virtue of being able to go into less favorable environments, people talked about the Joe Rogan podcast earlier. That wasn't the only show.
Well, now we know that the Joe Rogan podcast is clearly an operation in itself. Why did he not sit down with Jasmine Crockett at $5 million, but sat down with the Timu Obama to tell Timu Obama that he was the man? God damn it. Joe Rogan was part of the fucking system this time around, guys. He took the money. He clearly took the money.
So that he went on and pulled forth for 3 hours on a wide variety of
enough money. A $28 million primary Senate campaign against a sitting House rep. How? Rogan isn't relevant anymore. He kind of proves it here. What the fuck is this? Discovering that Joe Rogan is bought and paid for by the DNC tonight was not on my checklist, but it's pretty clear. Because if we go here, oh no, you know what? I'm not even going to pull it up. I'm just going to look at it on my phone while we roll this live, because I want to see if we get any more speeches tonight. Oh, looks like Paxton.
He comes out.
Talk about a fucking underdog story. Dude has the least amount of money, comes in second place, forces a runoff, and almost scares the incumbent 69ing senator.
We'll bring you live coverage here on C-SPAN, part of our primary night coverage of campaign 2026.
There's a reason, though. Again, guys, education. If you don't know who Asmongold is, if you're here from politics or whatever, again, 1 p.m. to about 7, that's Asmongold's time. Then I bring you everything raw, unfiltered, all the way through the night of whatever is actually directly given to us by our archives and our government. Appreciate that comment.
Abby Livingston, is tone important for candidates running in 2026?
Well, it appears so. And we saw two completely different tones in this race. And so there was the more gentle tone from Talarico and the more aggressive tone from Crockett. Now,
are you saying that stealing black votes is aggressive now? Miss Democrat? Miss Mainstream Media Shill? I would just like to know.
Question going forward is what
this year, mostly because I actually want Talarico to win. I went down the ballot.
See, now all the people from the Talarico campaign, because again, remember, $28 million for a primary against a sitting House rep. Why are we doing this? What's going on here? Why is there so much money for him versus the person that's actually in Congress right now? That's a actual figure. This is what I was going to pull up before too. We'll go live here because I think Ben Paxton is going to do his Rudy speech right now. $2 million
let's shake that up.
Outperforming
in that, if that's the a hypothetical matchup.
We love these kinds of people because they're what makes politics interesting. Listen, it's something you can do in Texas. They don't have party registration in the state. You can vote in either primary. Now at this,
I'm going to pause you there because Senator John Cornyn is out. Let's listen to him. We'll come back and talk about that.
Then we were on to the runoff. I want to start by thanking my family, without whose support and love I could not do what I get an opportunity to do, representing 32 million Texans in the United States Senate.
Okay, I just want to say this again for the record. Jasmine Crockett currently has 500,000 followers on X. This Timo Obama, with his $28 million for a primary campaign, only has 280,000, about half. Can't tell you how many of them they bought during the campaign here, but they bought an interview with Joe Rogan, and they still are probably going to lose, or they did lose anyway, just because she won't let them win tonight with their corruption. And she had $5 million. He had $28 million. She's in Congress with double the following of him on election night, and you're a billionaire and you're giving him the money? Why? Whoever has more money is always the loser. And that's the way that we need to look at it moving forward, because Mr. Talarico used every one of his local campaign ads in Texas to make sure to let you know that he was on the Nick Fuentes train. He was hip and cool. He doesn't take any corporate PAC money. So they found a different way to give him that $28 million. But I find it very funny that a sitting congressman with double the following and public leverage is not being given any money. And you're out financing her by times 5? Crazy.
I want to thank everybody who voted for me, and the way I view it, it's an indication of their trust in the service that I provided to this great state for many years now.
Timo Obama, the guy
to Congressman Wesley Hunt and his family.
And now they're going to watch tomorrow, guys. If you have any Democrats at work or any of your friends or Democrats, they're going to at work be able to be programmed their news. So tomorrow they're going to show up and be slightly racist, because they're going to all tell you how Jasmine Crockett is playing a race card to stop the election that was free and fair and allowing the white Timo Obama guy to win. It's going to be really crazy, but they're going to do the gymnastics. I promise you. Maddow is probably already on it. You guys can go over there and watch it.
You ran a spirited race, and you have a bright future, and I wish you well. We now head into a 12-week primary runoff. Elections are about choices, and the choice in the Republican race for the U.S. Senate is crystal clear.
Wow, so much energy. Are we ready to support this guy? So much energy.
I've worked for decades to build the Republican Party, both here.
Think about that, though, guys. That one's even crazier. Let's talk about the Republican side for a second. You have $69 million. You are a sitting congressman, and you just almost lost in a three-way race. Still almost lost to the guy with less money than the guy that got, like, the black guy got $10 million. Ken Paxton had $2 million. $2 million. And he almost beat a sitting senator in a primary with $69 million. Insane. And now this senator comes out here after, like locking in that $69 million and making sure it was worth it. And he's like, okay, we know who the next Mitch McConnell is. It's this guy.
Texas and nationally. I refuse to allow a flawed, self-centered, and shameless candidate like Ken Paxton risk everything
if the Democrat is
so
Jasmine
hard to build.
Crockett and she fights the entire DNC system, and somehow she like brings a Supreme Court case, it's like actually Democrats are super racist against Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett wins, and then Jasmine Crockett becomes a senator. I will immediately become I'll have Jasmine Crockett posters. I will be a fan of Jasmine Crockett, and then say she sues her way up in racism all the way to the White House. God damn, guys, can you imagine? That's how the wokeness takes over. That's the way you do it. You sue your way all the way through the Democratic Party.
Over these many years.
But John here with $69 million doesn't seem too excited about first place.
There is simply too much at stake.
Oh, is there?
In this midterm election for our state and for our country.
Come on.
The final 2 years.
Like I said it at the beginning, I'm sorry, I don't care. I think Ken Paxton can still beat Timo Obama. I don't care. Do not vote for actual senators in any race because they all stood to write a bill for insider trading, showed up for work the next day, and did not sign a bill for insider trading.
President Trump's
That's how this guy has
agenda hangs in the balance.
Triple the money of everybody
I'm
else.
proud to have
almost
supported
the guy
President
with
Trump.
The least amount of money out of all 5 races. Remember that. $69 million versus $2 million. And he almost beat him. Texas, man, I love you.
And worked with him to help him achieve his goals in the Congress. If he's nominated, there's a high risk that Paxton would lose the Senate seat, taking 5 congressional seats down with him. And you don't have to take my word for it. In public polling in the last few months, U.S. Senate nominees are either tied with or beating Paxton if he were the nominee. Ken Paxton as the nominee would be a dead weight at the top of the ticket for Republicans running all across this great state. Over the next 12 weeks, Texas Republican primary voters will hear more about my record of delivering conservative victories in the United States Senate and learn more about Ken's indefensible personal behavior and failures in office. Just like the primary, we have a plan to win the runoff, and we are in the process of executing it. Judgment Day is coming for Ken Paxton. Thank you all. May God bless Texas, and may God continue to bless in the United States of America.
Take a few questions. Jim, you want to start with AP? Senator, typically a runoff can be a problem spot.
All right, Senator John Cornyn there, 74 years old, and you heard him say it. We're headed to a runoff. For the next 12 weeks, he's competing against, he says, Ken Paxton, and he said it's Judgment Day for Mr. Paxton, and it's coming up. Abby Livingston, I want to pick up on what he said, that it would be disastrous for the party if Ken Paxton were to get the GOP nomination. He said he'd bring down the 5 congressional seats with him.
I mean, there is an argument to be made for that. And I'd also go point back to Cornyn's electoral history. In 2020, Democrats were on a major House offensive in Texas, and Cornyn was instrumental in ringing the alarm and helping to save a lot of seats. So he has a lot of credibility there. But boy, that speech, I've never heard a speech like that on a campaign night. Judgment Day is coming. And I just don't think we can grasp enough the scale of personal animosity in this race. And I think that it's important to remember that Ken Paxton was impeached by Republicans. And so there is a lot of animosity toward him in the Texas political class. But I don't know if that'll be enough. But boy, that speech screams to me the kitchen sink is coming.
Oh, Matthew Klein.
Yeah, it's going to get ugly. I think we've expected
No,
this.
no, ladies. No, ladies. You're not going to get away with it. You don't want to talk about Jasmine Crockett, so you're going to be over here getting all catty about my Mitch McConnell 2.0. No, thank you. I'm not going to listen to you grill my Mitch McConnell. We need him. We need that Mitch McConnell, right? We want to save all the Mitch McConnells. Want to make sure that they always win elections, even when they have $69 million and almost lose to Ken Paxton, the guy that banned weed in Texas as AG and only had $2 million out of all 5 candidates. Least amount of money. Is the Christian revolution upon us, people? Are the Bible thumpers going to take over? Because Ken Paxton, with his $2 million and his anti-marijuana stance, just outperformed everyone on election night. That's crazy. I think we might be near a crusade. We might be seeing a Christian revolution. Because Ken Paxton was total Rudy mode. Total Rudy mode tonight, guys. Wow. $2 million. But can he do it? Can he speak better than the other old man that is also a corpse?
He would really prefer not to come in second. That would be a much greater humiliation.
Yeah, Abby Livingston with Puck. The Associated Press also noting in their race calls on X that Ken Paxton also going on to the runoff. What do you make of the numbers so far?
One of the more interesting numbers, I don't know if it'll make a huge difference in the grand scheme, but
Al Green's still down. The lady has 48%. Remember, if that person gets 50% on Al Green, we get Al Green and his gorilla and Trump thing out tonight. Corpse TV is back in full mode. We are waiting for our last corpse to speak. We have one corpse left, and his name is Ken Paxton. He doesn't even have real eyeballs. It's like a really insane gag. And he has the least amount of money ever, and he's trying to ban weed across the state. This is the Wild West, people. Here we go. Corpse TV.
Cornyn actually has a 2.5 point lead. 3 point it has not been achieved yet. We've got some more game to play on this one.
Is President Trump the first phone call here for John Cornyn?
If he can get him on the phone, but that speech felt that felt like a very audience of one speech.
Audience.
Yeah, the audience of one was himself. He couldn't figure out how to read his own speech. And you guys are very excited about it because now you don't have to talk about the black lady that's saying you guys are stealing black votes.
Audience of one to the president. We'll go to Sydney, who's in Magnolia, Texas. Democratic caller.
Hi, how are you?
I'm telling you, you know what, Hud? You have a chance here of Ken Paxton bringing up NASCAR. You want to know why? Because Ken Paxton is the load guy. He's the real guy. He's the blue-collar guy. He's the get-the-beer guy. The man can't even see straight. He's got a crazy eye. He's the corpse of all corpses, banning weed across the state. $2 million. But the Christians love him.
Hi, Sydney. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm calling because I'm a sixth-generation Texan, and I think Talarico is the man for the moment. And that is Kristi.
Shut up!
These MAGA Republicans
later, 17 phone
grab the attention of the independents and just send a message of unity and decency. Because that's one thing.
It's all part of the mainstream media build. This is how they build an election result, implied thought, by the end of the night. Even though you all saw the speech where Jasmine Crockett was like, we don't know. Don't think anything. You got to stick with me. You know what I mean? Like, we don't. Then the media, people that the $28 million versus her $5 million, the media is like, actually, well, all night what we're seeing is like, look at how much he has on the TV, and we're going to have every one of his constituents randomly call in. So if you're watching this and you're just like, I don't listen to fake news, I just watch C-SPAN. By the end of the night, you're like, well, Talarico was like the only person that got talked about all night, and Talarico was all over the map. Why is Jasmine Crockett trying to fight this? She's just being a conspiracy theorist now, just like Donald Trump. We need to get rid of her. I'm just a mainstream media corpse.
Election. What do you think of that about that prediction?
I think it's central to James Talarico's argument. It was the central thesis of his
wrote
case
Obama
to
to
Democratic
raise the tax
primary
of
voters
stamps and
over
bullets.
Jasmine Crockett, who said, we've tried that before, and the way to win a race in Texas, in my opinion, is to turn out the base. And
I don't know, man.
voters had that
I play this
option.
game
That
with
was
her.
essentially the
this to,
biggest
like,
distinction
I want her to burn that
between the
system
two
down,
candidates on the
like
Democratic
Trumpy,
side, and
so we
Talarico
can
looks
get
like
real
he's
independent
going to win
candidates
that
on both
particular
sides. Wouldn't that be
argument
fucking amazing?
tonight, at least. But I think it's an
No
open
more
question, right?
shills.
Politics
No
is
more
sticky,
shills.
and the reality is there aren't very many voters who vote for both parties with any sort of regularity. Most people put their jerseys on, and they might switch them once or twice in their life, but for the most part, a Democrat is going to vote for
Bullshit. It's part of the equation again, being like, look, he's leading. Why would she do this? She's dividing us. She's being like Trump and she's dividing us. Meh, 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 meh. If you have half a fucking brain cell, you voted on both sides. In America? Good God. You're just going to vote for idiots just to vote for idiots? No.
Democrats, and a Republican is going to vote for Republicans, and
USA
the
politics,
squishy middle of about
Canada politics. It reminds me
20%
of
is
South
going to
Park.
determine
It
all
is
of the
fucking
races
South
that
Park.
we're talking about. So,
She's like,
look,
"You're
for James
stealing
Talarico
votes from the
to
black
make a
lady."
real run at this thing, he absolutely has to win over Republicans, right? That is part of the.
But you just showed us a poster where he has all of the money from you guys. Like he pays you guys. Yeah, don't pay attention to that part. Yeah, she played the DEI card. She played the DEI card against the Hillary Clinton machine. Think about where we're at, guys. Think about the joy. It's like a nuclear missile into the Democratic regime. The DEI card coming full center, just voting rights.
Process for winning statewide in Texas. It's a Republican state. He's got to win over Greg Abbott voters in all likelihood if he's going to get across the finish line here.
Abby Livingston.
I'm just astonished. I knew Dan Crenshaw was in trouble. I just didn't know.
Whoa! We got rid of the eye patch. I told you it's cleaning house time, guys. It's cleaning house time. Goodbye. This is what this is about. People are waking the fuck up to all of it. People are being informed voters. People are fighting against it. It's not just like, I don't like Trump. It's not just, I don't like Jasmine. It's not any of that. That's why the Jasmine Talarico is so close, though, because people are kind of in a conundrum, because it's like, wait, she has less money and they're backing him, but then she's the sitting person that's, so it's a very tough one. So that's why it's tough, and I don't know if she'll win, but I'm loving that she's blowing up the system from within. But here we go again. You had $69 million versus 5 other candidates, including Talarico, and who outperformed them? The $2 million Christian candidate, AG, who's trying to ban weed statewide. We are over it. We are communal. We are blowing these systems up. It's all about who has money and who doesn't. Oh, you don't have money? Then I will vote for you. That's what it seems like it is. If you're a senator, you're getting no votes, period. After tonight, people are going to wake up, because if Al Green goes out and Dan Crenshaw goes out in their own primaries, if these figures, these figures on social media, these big players, just disappear. Dan Crenshaw is like a big thing for Israel right now. Al Green is like a big thing for signs with an ape and yelling at Trump right now. If you stop that train, what's next? What can we do next? We literally were like, reset the fucking cartridge. It's over. Time for a new set of characters. New season.
He was in this much trouble, and he was such a strong
who ran for Senate as the nominee last cycle, spent $80 million on
What did Pete
that
call
race,
Crimshaw
was
on
running for
SNL?
most of last year for Senate
Exactly.
as well before dropping down. Obviously, he comes in with some real advantages, and that is demonstrated by the fact
This
that
is
he
such a
leads
fucking
Julie Johnson.
awesome
But
night of
again, it's tough to
elections,
beat an incumbent, right?
I thought it was
There has to be
boring
some
at
sort of
first.
fireable offense
Not at all.
in most of these cases. You know, we saw that with Dan.
I am going to say this, though. I'm going to look right now. I want to see if our folks at MSNBC are willing to fight Crockett yet. The answer is no. They're holding tight. We are 51-46, still too close to call. They did not call the Republican race either, though, and they just said advancing to runoff and selected the two. So we are only waiting for a Ken Paxton speech. Oh, we're waiting for a Talarico speech, too. What? Oh, man. Because Talarico, if you guys were with me yesterday, Talarico does that, like, he did that speech where even though that there was an Austin shooting and World War III happened, he just kept talking about Bad Bunny. So now he had his, like, pre-written speech, and I'm like, is he like Gavin Newsom? Does he have to, like, underline every word before he figures it out, and so we gotta wait for him to get up here? What's going on with Talarico? Ken Paxton go to sleep. He doesn't even go up there. It's like, I had $2 million in Christians and I beat you. The end. I'm anti-marijuana in 2026 and I almost beat you in a 3-man race. Almost still beat you. The end.
Julie Johnson to make up its worth of vote share in the next 12 weeks.
Abby Livingston, do you agree with that analysis? In a runoff, it's hard for the incumbent. So then what does that mean for incumbent John Cornyn in the runoff against Ken Paxton?
I think, yes, that all applies to John Cornyn. I might disagree a little bit on this Democratic House race.
See, they're trying to figure out their way out of this, but I've already drawn the conclusion for y'all. We are sweeping. We are. Goodbye. Oh, you're a character in Congress? Not anymore, you're not.
This feels more like a redistricting member versus
Trump
member
is more
race.
for marijuana.
All right,
Abby.
Abby.
That's what I'm saying. Trump is for marijuana, has $69 million funneled into Cornyn, and he almost gets outplayed by him in a 3-man race, not by the black guy with $10 million, but by the Christian Bible-thumping Ken Paxton with crazy eyes that literally tried to ban weed statewide. Like, it's just like, it's with $2 million. Like, crazy. Oh, here we go. Here's Rudy himself. Oh, that music is fine for him. God, gotta be excited. He literally destroyed the system.
Well, you know, John Cornyn said he was concerned about a bunch of radicals who were going to show up to vote today. It looks like you all showed up. I want to start by thanking my kids,
Oh, this corpse got some energy. You see how he almost moved a little bit? Like, I'm telling you, he might be old, but this corpse is ready to play.
grandchildren for their constant love and support. I think I speak for every parent and grandparent in this room when I say this. Our children and their future are what we are fighting for every single day.
Uh-oh, he's got the right speaking points, too. Uh-oh.
For us, this is about saving America for the next generation.
It's about kids.
I want to take a moment to thank you all and every supporter across the state who's taken the time to volunteer, to vote, to get involved in this critical fight. And thank you to the Paxton Patriots.
Look, okay, he is doing better than the other guy at the speech. But if we're going to see these guys debate in November, we got to give him some of them shots of Joe Biden juice. Because this guy's needs some Joe Biden juice from the folks at home to knock down the system. Ken Paxton needs to get that Joe Biden juice in him. He's almost there. But he ain't got enough Joe Biden juice right now.
Patriots for dedicating your time and your resources to support this effort and help us get our message out all across Texas.
Yeah, baby! Yeah, baby.
Together with your support, we just sent a message loud and clear to Washington. We are not going to go quietly, and we are not going to let you buy the seat.
No way. What? Oh, there you go. Keep it on the mainframe. Keep it on the mainframe. Whoa. This guy is a rich lawyer. I think I figured this out. I think this is a this is even more independent than Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett is being given $5 million by some fancy Nancy people. But this guy is taking his own lawyer money from being the AG. And he's like, I just want to let everybody know, can't buy the seat. Good God, that wins every time. Especially with what we're already seeing with Crimshaw and Al Green. Like, this is the night that we're cleaning house. And in May, Trump and everyone is going to be so terrified of this lawyer who's self-funding his way into one of the largest Senate seats in America. This would be one of the most independent, non-touched, for the constituent senators there is out there. This guy could literally run a November campaign if he beats Cornyn with what? Just the GOP funding alone? Because he'll be up against Timu Obama, so we already know we got that one. And then this guy gets in there and he didn't take any money from anybody in a primary? That's who I want. Fresh face, almost a corpse, ready for his Joe Biden juice. Lawyer, self-funder, here for the kids.
I want to tell you the last time I felt this kind of energy in one room, I was actually at Mar-a-Lago when President Trump announced he was running again in 2024. I don't know if you remember, but it was right after the midterms and everyone was turning on the president. The establishment, the media, and most Republican elected officials in America were lining up against him. Not me. I was proud to fly to Mar-a-Lago and be one of the only elected officials in America, along with my good friend Congressman Troy Nehls, who stood with the president the night he announced his campaign. Troy and I, along with everyone else there, knew something special was happening that night. And we were right.
If you're still with us right now, if you're watching us with Ken Paxton, it looks like everybody else that was in our chat was bought and paid for by one of the companies. We only have 11 of you left right now, but if you hit that like button, if you haven't yet, we can spawn some new fellas in, get that conversation going. Ken Paxton, the only independent candidate. I know it's going to be real boring for you guys right now, but the only
right
non-bought and paid for.
I feel that same momentum, the same sense that history is turning. Now let's talk about what happened, what just happened. John Cornyn spent around $100 million trying to buy this seat. We've spent around $5 million. It was confirmed today that he received the most ad support for an incumbent in a single primary in U.S. history.
Whoa.
But we proved something they'll never understand in Washington.
Whoa.
Texas is not for sale.
Whoa. Oh, this guy's going to win. He's got the message.
As votes continue to be counted, it looks like we're headed to a runoff. And that's because of you. The people of Texas made your voices heard. After all the personal attacks, which there were many, and after all the lies, you listened to what John Cornyn was selling, and you weren't buying it. Yeah. Nearly 60% of Texas voters who have known Cornyn for over 40 years, after hearing $100 million worth of ads, chose to vote against the incumbent. That's historic.
Yes. Right.
Tonight, change was on the ballot, and change won.
Damn.
Texans want new leadership. They want someone with a proven record of fighting and winning for them. And that's exactly what I'm going to deliver. Because for too long, John Cornyn has turned his back on us. For too long, he attacked the border wall by calling it naive and pushed amnesty while our country was being invaded. For too long, he stabbed our president in the back by trying to derail his presidential campaigns and supporting the Democrats' lawfare against the president.
Oh, God. We're within 3% on Jasmine Crockett again. She's within 3%. Ken Paxton is within 2%. So big money, all Donald Trump daddy versus no money at all. And then you got black lady saying that they're stealing the vote versus Timu Obama and the Democratic Party trying to steal the vote. Nobody's having a good night tonight except for Ken Paxton.
And for too long, he sold us out to Democrats, even siding with Joe Biden to push the worst gun control bill in decades.
We need term limits, absolutely. That's
Those days are coming to an end.
That's why $100 million just lost, a record $100 million just lost to $5 million. And then he went out there, and even though he is the age of a corpse, he sounds like a corpse, all that other stuff, he's very calm and everything, he still goes out there and does a better job than the sitting senator who actually fumbled his words in his what was a victory speech. I'm done. I'm done with the corpses. We need to remove the corpses. No more Crimshaw. No more Al Green. And in May, no more Cornyn. Wow.
And now, as we head into this runoff, we're going to make the choice even clearer.
No one has.
While John Cornyn was cutting deals on gun control and amnesty, I was suing corrupt Joe Biden over 107 times. 107.
And he was all over Fox News because of it. So the constituents, without paying any money out, without, getting all these fucking special interests involved in bullshit, the people that are being pundits in the newsroom right now, this guy was just going out there, suing Joe Biden left and right, and getting votes.
Times. And we didn't just file lawsuits. We won massive victories for our freedoms, for our border security, and for our Constitution. Yeah. That's the contrast. When he compromised, we fought. Yeah. It's not about personal attacks. It's about what your record of delivering for the people of Texas is. And on that front, John Cornyn has failed us time and time again. I've traveled the state asking one simple question. I've done this since day one. Every group I've been in front of. In his over 40 years of office, you cannot name one single accomplishment that he's done to help the state of Texas. 40 years. And without fail, everywhere I go, no one has an answer. No one can name that accomplishment. The people of Texas deserve better. That's the message we're taking into the runoff. I think you all might remember the last time a U.S. Senate race went to a runoff in Texas. It was 2012. A political outsider, not well known at the time, by the name of Ted Cruz, took on the establishment giant. No one said he could do it. And after getting second place in the initial primary, patriotic Texans showed up in the runoff. And you know what happened? Some smart people in the audience. Ted Cruz performed over 22 points better and won the runoff in a resounding victory. The same thing is going to happen here.
Dude, this guy is fucking moneyballing politics. He's like, remember when we did it this way and then he wasn't this way and this is exactly how you do it. And it, boom, nailed it. Yeah! Wow.
I've been in 2 statewide runoffs as Attorney General, and I've never won by less than 30 points. And I don't plan on starting now. The victory we're going to secure in this runoff will be even sweeter than the last ones. Yeah. Now, John Cornyn is going to try to steal the election with another $100 million going into this Senate race.
And it's going to look bad just using it. Every time you see a John Cornyn ad, you're going to be like, God damn, what a bunch of wasted money trying to get me to... This is a new era, people.
But here's what we proved tonight. While the money may be on his side, the people are on our side. Yes. And in Texas, the people always win. Wow. As we reflect on this election, I want to take a moment to thank Wesley Hunt for being in this race. Wesley served our country honorably in uniform. And I have no doubt he ran because he loves Texas and he wanted to continue serving our state. And let me say this to everyone who voted. Whether you voted for me, for Wesley, or even John, I'm going to fight to earn your support. Whether you were my strongest ally or you donated to fund the attacks against me,
dude, this guy's gonna
I want
win
you to
so
know that I'm
easily.
going to fight every day to earn your support, because this is going to be the #1 Senate race in America, targeted by the Democrats.
It was a horrible move for John Cornyn to go second after Jasmine Crockett, go out there, fumble his words, have a pre-prepared speech where he says that Ken Paxton doesn't have the wherewithal to beat Timu Obama. It's an insane perspective. This guy is he's the Attorney General of Texas. And the senator is saying he doesn't have credibility after almost losing to him, after spending $100 million.
We cannot let them take
Ridiculous.
It. Our party is a big tent. We don't agree on everything, but we agree on the most important thing. We must defeat the Democrats in November.
Stays on message at the end. Doesn't want Trump on him.
I want you on this team because this campaign
I can
is
see
bigger
Trump.
than
I can see Trump saying, "We're not going to give you $100 million, John Cornyn. We're not going to give you fucking shit. We're going to let this ride out because at this point, man, you are a epic fucking loser."
person. It's about the future of Texas and the
Trump
future
don't like
of
rhinos
our
either.
great
Remember
country,
his fights with
America.
rhinos.
As Attorney General, I've won 3 elections, and I've won those general elections because I've focused on uniting our party. We still have an important runoff ahead, no doubt.
Exactly.
But I think everyone in this room, everyone in Texas.
But at this point, and this is what I mean about like my stance, like, dude, I'm smoking weed all the time, but like, and I know that this is the anti-weed, Bible thumping Christian guy and all that shit. But I'm for him. Why? $2 million versus $100 million. It's easy. It's so easy. I always want independent people that can think. He's a lawyer for the biggest state in America. And then he doesn't have to take any money from anybody. That's the perfect person. Thank you.
And everyone in Washington knows where this is headed. I will be the Republican nominee, and we must stay focused.
I will be the... Wow. So much more confidence than John Cornyn. So much more confidence.
Because the Democrats have never been more radical, they've never been more unhinged. We've got James Talarico, a far-left radical who wants to abolish ICE.
He's already there. Look at that. The Trump look. Hey, he's already there, man. He's already there. John Cornyn, corpse. See you later. If I'm Trump, do not give him the money. It's over.
Says God is non-binary. I'm not even sure I know what that means. And thinks...
He's like, I'm going to win. Here's a sample of my fucking thing. He's giving you the stuff for the fucking runoff. John Cornyn being like, I'll just spend another $100 million. I'll just ask Donald Trump for a check, please. It's too severe. It's wartime. I have this guaranteed. Shut up. No, we're constituents. And this guy actually has some flavor.
Christians are commanded to put boys in girls' sports.
I'm going to call him like Caffeine Obama or Caffeine Biden. Ken Paxton is Caffeine Biden. Absolutely. Caffeine Biden. A little bit more.
He will do nothing more than be a puppet for Chuck Schumer and the National Democrats. That's what we're up against. So we must stay focused, we must stay united, and we must be ready to send a second conservative senator to Washington.
Yeah. Hashtag Texas first. Kind of like America first. Kind of like not take the money.
Ted Cruz has been a champion for Texas. He's recommended strong judges and defended our freedoms. He's fought for us every single day in the Senate. And I think it's time we send him and President Trump some reinforcements. And I'm running to do just that. I want to help confirm strong constitutional conservative judges who will defend our rights, not undermine them. I want to help make America healthy again by taking on big food and big pharma, just like I've done as attorney.
He's just like, let me give you a MAGA sandwich without any money because the values are what matter. Oh no. Shit. Why did it send me to open form? Fucker. What were they? They're done tonight? They're not done tonight. Sorry guys. I bumped it. Helps my blood pressure.
Okay. Brandon Herrera, the other...
Nailing them to the primary. He had...
I'm blanking.
Binary. I'm not even sure I know what that means. And thinks Christians are commanded to put boys in girls' sports. Get involved in the movement to take this seat back from the swamp and return it to the people of Texas.
Back to the swamp.
This is our moment. And I cannot thank you enough for your prayers, for your hard work, for your vote, and for your belief in me. God bless you. God bless this great state of Texas, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you all very much.
All right. We got one left. Timo Obama is not talking. Timo Obama has all of his media shills, all the women of the span, trying to explain to you something. Something's happening with Jasmine. Hey, look at Ken Paxton. Hey, look at John Cornyn. And I don't know where Timo Obama is, but somebody is having to underline a speech for him probably 300 times like Gavin Newsom so that he can read it or something.
Margin and have any choices. And I just want to pick up on one thing Jacob said about these older incumbents who this should be an alarm going off for them. I think there's an argument to be made that the alarm has been going off for over a year. And if you haven't taken that seriously, it's getting pretty late into the cycle. And, you know, you can scramble to get a campaign together. And there may be some time for some of these House races in the summer, but you know, you can't just suddenly a few weeks or months before your primary kick it into gear. These are things that take time and planning.
And you say it started a year ago. Why?
It was just very apparent after Joe Biden withdrew from the election and Kamala Harris lost the election in 2024. In fact,
that money can't buy elections. So why are we still trying to do it? That is a very valid question.
Goes back to Texas, having the late Congressman Sylvester Turner die in office, Congressman Raul Grijalva in Arizona die in office, Jerry Connolly of Virginia die in office, and that helped Republicans with the margin when they were trying to get the big beautiful bill through.
When these people started dying.
When you had older members die in office with such a small margin, it really put it into stark contrast. And so this has been something that has been discussed obsessively in the House Democratic Caucus. And on top of that, you've got big money coming in. Now, sometimes they come in on the side of the incumbents, but between crypto, AI, and pro-Israel spending, they can come in on a challenger and suddenly dump a couple $1 million on an incumbent who may have $400,000 to spend. And that is a new development that a lot of older House Democratic incumbents just have never encountered before.
Jacob Rubashkin, are we seeing this only on the Democratic side?
I think it's more pronounced on the Democratic side simply because Democrats went through that kind of, I
do find it funny that Timo Obama is the one freaking the fuck out right now. It has not come out and saw his shadow or any of that shit. Very Hillary Clinton 2016-esque. I wonder if his campaign will just cancel his speech, even though he was willing to do a speech right after a shooting to make sure that you go and vote for him and only talk about Bad Bunny. Timo Obama cannot come out on election night now that everybody is already out. Is he going to come out? Is he trying to see if he can win this? Jasmine Crockett already said that you stupid racist Timo stole her election from a person of color. What could this white man possibly say at this point? The Democratic Party has been sent to nuke, and they do not know what to do with it. Will they respond tonight?
Recent years, and now are going to be faced with well-funded primary campaigns being run against them. I think it's a little different on the Republican side. I think the Republicans have worked really hard over the last couple of cycles to bring younger people into their conference. That's been a priority of leadership in a way that it's like leadership across the aisle. So while Crenshaw, of course, is one example of an incumbent who got caught on the wrong side of some redistricting decisions, that was not a generational fight, certainly. I would say I'll be interested to see what happens in Florida, which is the other state that's considering kind of this wholesale redistricting process akin to what Texas went through. And are there members in Florida that have been in safe seats that they've gotten too comfortable in that will now have to take on new territory in the 2026 elections that will cause them some difficulty? I'm thinking out loud a congressman like Dan Webster, who's faced primary challenges in years past that have gotten a little too close for comfort. If there are people like him who have been put in situations where they have new voters, new territory, unfamiliar, more ideological constituents, who knows what could happen? All of them are going to be on notice now after what we saw tonight.
Matthew Klein, let's go to Texas 18 on the Democratic side, sticking with this thread here. 70% of the vote in. Christian Menefee is leading by 2,584
Oh,
votes.
my God. Oh, look at that. Oh, that feels good, don't it, people? Don't it? That feels so good. That feels so good. Donald Trump, we're not apes. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Over Representative Al Green, who's been in Congress for many, many years. He's trailing him right now by, nearly 4 points.
Yeah. Still a chance that this ends up being decided tonight. I think there is still a lot of outstanding vote in Harris County.
Oh,
Christian
my
Menefee
God,
seems to
a
be doing
primary.
pretty well there.
Primary.
So it's going to be close for sure. But one thing is clear: Al Green, who has represented this area for a very long time.
It shows you that the Democratic stance of like the Wild West shit is definitely not going to work. Like that's backfiring. Like we are more Republican than ever. If they did an election today, like this is everything the Republicans could have possibly wanted. Though damn Crimshaw was out too. I don't know. Might just be cleaning the house.
You would think he would start
Any
as
name you see,
with the advantage in a primary like this.
Name,
and I think under ordinary circumstances, he might very well have started this primary with an advantage. He just finds himself in a very, very challenging race against Christian Menefee, who is much younger, much more charismatic, and who has very bluntly leaned into the idea of a generational change in this district. And of course, Houston, as we mentioned earlier, has been plagued by a series of...
I mean, the scale of money that crypto is prepared to spend is really astonishing in a Democratic primary. And so...
so he's paid for by crypto.
That's the main question I have is...
And crypto won't show up.
How do outside groups approach this race, and are they willing to spend more here?
And why are they dumping money into this race?
Because Al Green is on the Financial Services Committee, which has some jurisdiction over crypto, and he has made statements in the past critical of this. So if you're an older House member on financial services, agriculture, or energy and commerce, my guess is that crypto is...
We're waiting around now. All right. Enough of tomfoolery. Let's go back to Mr. Donald Trump for a second. I don't even know if T-Bo Obama's going to show up. That's crazy. Talk about being soulless as like a actual like political figure. You went and did a political event speech, talked about Bad Bunny right after a national shooting in Austin, Texas, and only mentioned the shooting at the very end after mentioning shootings about ICE in Minnesota. And then you come out on election night and your challenger says that they're stealing votes from her. Everyone else goes up and does their speech, and you're disappear into the wind like Hillary Clinton on election night 2016. Wow. Crazy, man. $28 million DNC money. Just sitting there in the wind going, we did Stephen Colbert and we did Joe Rogan. Why didn't it work? No more money. No more money. No. No, corporation. No. is this not? Oh.
That's there.
Yeah, we watched a little bit of this already.
Currently popular, if there's such a person. But we have people like that. We have people that were more moderate.
But this was just
these were
hitter after hitter on this guy.
Radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They
Trump
get
is on
nothing. All they do is kill people.
What exactly was the imminent threat, Mr. President? What exactly was...
We got that before earlier. Not your turn. Not your turn.
Mr. President,
Not your turn.
how are you going to take the heat off the Europeans to potentially help you? Mark Rutte called on the allies to also help you, and are you going to let... Well, you have to ask Mark Rutte. He said not as part of NATO, but to be helpful to you in this. And will you let the Europeans...
Some of the European nations have been helpful, and some haven't. And I'm, very surprised. Germany's been great. He's been terrific. Others have been very good, terrific. I think that the head of NATO, Mark, is fantastic. Okay, Mark Rutte. I think he's fantastic. But some of the European, like Spain, has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing.
Well, right, and they paid that because they're all still actually capitalist countries with actual democracies. Spain has been turning more and more into like a real communist, like fucking craziness. Same thing with Ireland. Ireland and Spain have really had that, like, I don't know.
Everybody was enthusiastic about it. Germany, everybody.
Culture.
And Spain didn't do it.
Calls
and
out
now
UK
Spain,
too?
Actually said that we can't use their bases, and that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it, but we don't have to.
Nobody.
But they were unfriendly, and so I told him we don't want to. Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people, but they don't have great leadership. And as you know, they were the only country that in NATO would not agree to go up to 5%. I don't think they agreed to go up to anything. They wanted to keep it at 2%, and they don't pay the 2%. So we're going to cut off all trade with Spain. We don't want anything to do with Spain.
We don't like Spain.
Is the expectation towards Germany?
By the way, I'm not happy with the UK either.
Coming in, make sure you hit that like button. You can spawn in more people from all different backgrounds and political equation. We can get the chat going, getting a good conversation going. Tonight we are watching the elections live. Jasmine Crockett said that it's corrupt and that they're stealing votes out of Dallas, and you know why. Mr. Timu Obama himself, Talarico, has not spoken yet. He is still waiting. Ken Paxton, $2 million. Just knocked out a $100 million campaign by Trump's minion and senator who came out and said it was too dangerous to vote for anybody but him in a runoff in May, right after Ken Paxton came out and just destroyed. And Al Green and Dan Crenshaw, two boogers from both sides, have been eliminated from the equation. They've been primaried. I cannot believe that Dan Crenshaw and Al Green have both been primaried. Let's go back to the election for a second now. Where were we at on that one? We were at 12 minutes there. Al Green and Dan Crenshaw. Let's see if we get this Timu Obama. I really need him. I need him to come out here and talk about Bad Bunny. I really need it. I need it, guys.
Thank you to the cable, satellite, and...
Because you know that he's, like, paid for by the same people as Kamala Harris, so he's going to come out and do, like, the same speech he did yesterday, but, like, about the election. It's like, as what Bad Bunny says, love for all.
Colleagues, I think that as we see kind of the original generation of, or the latest generation of House progressives, people like AOC and Rashida Tlaib and Ayanna Pressley, Ilhan Omar and others.
John Cornyn less than 2% up
continue
now.
to grow their careers and perhaps move on to other races in the near future. Greg Casar is a guy to look for on the left wing of the Democratic Party as the next generation of progressives begins to assert itself in Congress.
Now, Greg Casar hasn't been declared the winner yet in this primary contest in District 37. 67% of the vote in. Is that surprising that this hasn't been called by the association?
No, I don't know where you're coming from, but you're missing the news, and you should probably just stay here, because she just said that the Democrats stole a bunch of votes from Dallas from the blacks, and you know who. She didn't say the blacks. She just said,
yet?
You know.
I think the association.
And then Timu Obama and his $28 million, they have not come out and even done a speech yet. So she said, we're not going to know till Monday, because I'm going to sue the shit out of everybody because I'm black and I say so.
Press is just
and Timu Obama's like, oh, what?
being a little bit cautious right now. It seems pretty clear if you're leading.
Goodbye, eye patch stain. Absolutely. That one is true. That one was good. I will, yep, the new pinned comment on that one. Yeah, that one was fucking solid. Dan Crenshaw and Al Green. Both sides of the equation.
82 to 18%. You're probably going to emerge with the nomination, and I think there's really no indication that his opponent is going to catch up. It's quite frankly, it's even possible that AP has other races that they're focused on right now has not gotten around to calling some of these less exciting ones.
Yeah,
progressive on the far left. But I think he's really tried to.
Well, it just seems to me like he's not going to come out there. I mean, I think we'll just check in later tonight and see if he if it gets logged, because it'll get logged if he comes out. So we're just probably not going to catch that live. We're gonna move on to the rest of the day, guys. Let's check in. I am watching Israel right now. The sun has risen. It was nighttime when I started the cast in Israel. I have right now on my monitor, just in case anything actually happens. Once I see it, I will be able to send it off onto our show. But Tel Aviv, North Israel, Beirut, Israel, Qatar, South Israel, and the Ben Gurion Airport, which is in Israel. So we got cameras all there, and if anything happens while we're streaming, we will cut right to the cameras. Goodbye, Al Green. Absolutely. That one was great, too. Both sides. Thank you. You're the man, Joshua. Stay in here. You're one of us. These are the people we want. People that understand that Dan Crenshaw and Al Green both being eliminated in their primaries today was a great thing. That's the community, guys. When you're like, in a nutshell. There were a few things a couple hours ago. I was going to look at that right now just before we went on there. Again, Mode News, guys. Mode News is the best way to get up-to-the-minute news and be not like, I don't know, you don't know what it is. After a closed-door briefing, Senate Dems, this is 3 hours ago, Senate Dems say they were concerned the admin had no plan and may put U.S. troops on the ground. See, that's what they've been saying. That's their rhetoric. So the Team Democrat, they all got together, and what they decided was that what they're going to spew out of their mouths to all the mainstream media is that he doesn't have a plan at all, like meaning he's reckless, and that they're scared he's going to put boots on the ground. Neither one of these things are true. This is a highly planned out operation by Donald Trump, the king of all kings, and Donald Trump and Trump Daddy and Netanyahu teamed up when Trump Daddy was like, you want to do it? And Netanyahu was like, I've been waiting. And they did it. They dropped the goddamn bomb. And today, guys, if you remember, today they dropped the damn bomb on the election. They were going to get an election. They were doing a new election, and they dropped another bomb today. Dan Crenshaw and Al Green will have no Rhino talk show. Exactly. Yeah, no Rhino talk show. Exactly. That's what we discovered is tonight is it's not only no Rhino, but in the case of Jasmine Crockett, now that one's not over and all that shit too, is that every single candidate that was no money up against big money outperformed big money. by a mile. I'm a mega moron. Ha ha ha, mega moron. Okay, whatever. Anyway, so then after the closed door meeting, when they started doing their rhetoric with that, which is he has no plan and it's going to be reckless and we're going to get troops on the ground. Troops on the ground, again, we have 6 casualties. 6 casualties were still all from night 1. Remember that when you tell people night one, and they were in a Kuwait airbase, okay? We're right there. Yeah. Texas Senate primaries, we're already going through all that ourselves, and here we are. So today we're going to cover, we got like all kinds of goodies, don't we? Let's see here. Senate Republicans lead hold conference. House Minority Leader Jeffries holds conference. Lawmakers speaking. House committees on Homeland Security. Oh, we got the Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem is today too. Senators on Iran conflict. Elizabeth Warren. And yeah, we have not gotten, look at that right there. James Talarico, primary night remarks, still TBD. Corporate Democrat, does the Hillary Clinton, will not come out on an election night. Crazy. Trump meets, let's go back to the German Chancellor. Kristi's fun. We're gonna get that Kristi grill.
Adobe Acrobat AI Assistant helps me build
Donnie Trump real quick. Get the rest of these remarks, and then we'll go into Preston Noem, and then all the senators going. Ah! But yeah, nothing big happening yet. But I love the chat on the security camera, because the chat on the security camera is like, it's red alert. Oh, did you hear? Oh, it is. And it's just like, guys, until you see something, and then you say something.
Landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. Okay. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
Mr. President, what is your expectations towards Germany? What can Germany do and what should Germany do to help you in this conflict?
Well, I think they're doing it. I mean, they're letting us land in certain areas, and we appreciate it. And they're just making it comfortable. We're not asking them to put boots on the ground or anything. I mean, we're just they're a respected country. I have a very good relationship with the country. We have, in particular, now with this new leader. I think he's an excellent leader. I had my differences with Angela. I said, you're hurting your country with immigration and you're hurting your country with energy. And we have a man sitting on my right that is, I think, pretty much the opposite of her on energy and the opposite on immigration. And I think he's doing very well.
Mr. President, commercial air travel right now is severely restricted in the Middle East, and thousands of Americans are stranded. Why wasn't there an evacuation plan, and will you send planes to get people out?
Well, because it happened all very quickly. We thought, and I thought maybe more so than most, I could ask Marco, but I thought we were going to have a situation where we were going to be attacked. They were getting ready to attack Israel. They were getting ready to attack others. You're seeing that right now. And a lot of those missiles that are hitting in, those are stationary. Those were aimed there for a long period of time at these other countries. So I think I was right about that. We attacked first. And if we didn't, it could have been, look, we're really decimating them. They're being decimated. And if we didn't, and by the way, we have massive amounts of ammunition. We have the high end. A lot of it was given away stupidly by Biden, very stupidly, for free. And I'm all for Ukraine, but they gave away a lot. As you know, when I give away ammunition, everybody pays for it. The European Union's paying for it. Then they can do what they want with it, but they are giving it, let's say, to Ukraine, and that's okay. But we gave away a lot of high end, but we have plenty. But we have unlimited middle and upper ammunition, which is really what we're using in this war. And we have really an unlimited supply. We also have a lot of the very high-end stored in different countries throughout the world. We're literally storing it there, which is actually something that I insisted on in my first term. I rebuilt the military in my first term. The military is great. Unbelievable amount of ammunition, or munitions, as they say, we're giving away to. The Wall Street Journal incorrectly covered the story when they said that it was given away to the Middle East. Not to the Middle East, it was given away to Ukraine. Very little was given to the Middle East. Middle East would buy a lot, and some of the nations, because they're rich, they have a lot, but it was given away to Ukraine. And it just should have been done. Look, it's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, that war would have never happened. But we have a tremendous amount of munitions, ammunition at the upper level, middle and upper level, all of which is really powerful stuff.
Will you help Americans get out of the Middle East? So will you help Americans get out?
Both of you, how worried are you that the rising prices for gas and oil are damaging the American economy, and also Mr. Chancellor?
Yeah, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, sure. This is, of course, damaging our economies. This is true for the oil prices, and this is true for the gas prices as well. So that's the reason why we all hope that this war will come to an end as soon as possible, and we are hoping that the Israeli and the American army are doing the right things to bring this to an end and to have really a new government in place who is coming back to peace and freedom.
Yeah. Something had to be done. And it's been 47 years. They've been killing people all over the world for a long time. They were the kings and fathers of the roadside bomb. Soleimani, we killed him last term. If we didn't, I think it might be a different story today. They would have been much stronger and smarter than they are. But they did the roadside bombs. 95% of the people lost their legs, arms, had their face wiped out, just wiped out. I've seen some young people that it's so sad to watch. And that was almost all, 95% comes from Iran and with Soleimani. Soleimani loved his favorite weapon. He loved the roadside bomb.
3 F-15s.
And when you see people walking around with no legs and no arms and a face that's been blown to hell, these people, what they have to go and the way they have to live, this is Iran. When you look at the barracks, the famous barracks, when you look at the hostages, when you look at a lot of hostages, when you look at all of the problems, they were really a purveyor of terror all over the world for many, many years. And it's something that had to be done, something. And I believe that if we didn't, because I see where Congress, if I didn't do this, guys like Schumer, who are losers, the Democrats, they're losers. That's why they're not here. Guys like Schumer would say, well, you should have done this. In other words, if I did it, it's no good. If I didn't do it, they would have said the opposite, that you should have done this. But most people feel, I'll tell you what, I have never had more compliments on something I did. People felt it's something that had to be done. So if we have a little high oil prices for a little while, but as soon as this ends, those prices are up, I believe, lower than even before.
Can you just clarify on what exactly the imminent threat was? Because we heard, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
yes.
How do you want to solve the conflict on tariffs between EU and US? And this question also goes, the conflict on tariffs between EU and US, how do you want to solve it?
And US and who?
European Union. How do you want to solve
it? Well, we won on tariffs, actually. Somebody said you actually won the case.
Michael Olson, I hope you're still with us, but I'm adding you as a moderator. That's why people just say mod. Okay, I'm learning, all right, guys. Just added you as a mod. Thank you for all of the conversations, for being with us, for keeping it real. Appreciate it. We don't really get rid of anybody here. We have free speech for everything. You'll see some shaded stuff, hidden comments sometimes. You can always release them pretty much. Unless somebody's spamming or being really annoying or fighting with people. And then, we put them in timeout. Usually happens later on in the night. But thank you so much. I don't know. Is he still here? How do we get the pilots? Yeah, I mean, he's still here. Michael, you're still here, right? I'm pretty sure I just modded you.
Yes, we won on tariffs. We had a decision that was wrong. It was a very bad decision from certain standpoints. From other standpoints, a very powerful decision because it reaffirmed all the fact that we have all these various forms of tariffs that we felt right, but it totally reaffirmed it. It said you can use all of these tariffs. So we have all these vast menus of tariffs, and tariffs have made our country very rich. We have to charge tariffs to nations who play with their money. You know, they move their money up and down like a yo-yo. We have to take care of nations that have been good to us and fair to us, and we're going to take care of them. Other nations, they haven't, and we haven't let them take advantage of us. But the whole thing with tariffs is we had a decision that, like, as an example.
Word. Sorry, it's just sometimes because there's like a super delay. I am trying to figure that out with my chat, but the chat right now is like 30-second delay fully because I'm running it through like Rumble and all these other servers and stuff as well, like trying to get like partnerships or followers on those channels. And the only reason I'm doing that is because I'm worried that because I'm doing like topical stuff that at some point I'll just like disappear. But that's why I'm always using my name for all of my handles on all media. So if you ever watch me, become a fan, or want to watch more, or have this community do this thing with us, we will always be here. I love this. This has been like day 4, I think, of joining the commune.
We have a license situation, and the license is something that allows us to immediately stop all business with nobody even knew we had this power.
They just dropped a new video. Let's see. Where's the circles? I don't see it. I don't see it. Is this bootlicker here yet?
Israel will just keep the conflict going at a low boil, constantly degrading the regime.
This is what you get now, Wither.
Waiting for that revolutionary force to come together. And then the last option is that, again, you get an American-backed force with U.S. assistance, a hybrid force, maybe comprising the Kurds, anti-government forces within Iran, maybe other separatists,
or a Rumble?
and we swiftly bring down the government.
Both at the same time.
And that seems to be right now the outlook on the conflict.
X is probably first, right?
And I gotta say, just at what point do you learn your lesson? Who needed this? And we kind of did this last night. I don't want to get too much into the rhetoric here. You all get it. But think about what is happening in our country. Think about what just happened. We had a few thousand Border Patrol in Minneapolis. We are being ripped off by Somalians. Nobody wants these people here. They fucking suck.
All right, shut up, Nick Fuentes. You suck. God, he's grown stale so quickly.
We do now because of the decision. We have the right to stop all business having to do with a certain country. If a certain country is not treating us well, the president, without going to Congress, has the right to stop. Sort of interesting. I have the right to stop, but under that one law, I didn't have the right to charge them. So I have the right to license them, but I don't have the right to charge, which is frankly ridiculous. But the right was given to us by the Supreme Court, and we have the right, as an example, we talked about Spain. I could tomorrow stop, or today, even better, stop everything having to do with Spain. All business having to do with Spain, have the right to stop it. Embargoes, do anything I want with it. And we may do that with Spain.
Do whatever I want with it.
Well, sir, I think we're going to talk about it with you. I know that you have a strong power that the Supreme Court clarified. We know you can use it, and if you need to use it to assure national and economic security, we'll do it.
Scott, do you have an opinion?
Sir, I agree. The Supreme Court reaffirmed your ability to implement an embargo, and
This is getting scary, though, because this is very propaganda media time. Like, everybody has been told that, like, they'll be able to, keep their job for forever, i.e. Pam Bondi, Kash Patel. All you have to do is continue to kiss ass. And then, like, on the hotspot, while talking about a world war, essentially, we're now living in a time where the president's like, what do you think, Treasurer? And the Treasurer's like, it's a war and you have the power to, Like, this is, I don't want to see this. Let's not do this anymore. This is bad optics. Just let Trump just handle the questions. And then when everybody is scared, let Rubio answer. Everything else is crazy. Just, that's the way you need to do it, guys.
As we've talked, from your first term, the Section 301s and the 232s have withheld more than 4,000 lawsuits, and USTR and Commerce are going to begin investigations, and we'll move forward with those.
And we've instituted a 15% tariff on everybody, as you know.
Do we want Spain? I like that one. That's great. Do we want Spain? How we feel about taking Spain? It's just like, how the great German army thought. They just had citizens just sitting around on live streams just being like, which country do we take next? I think Poland. It's like,
and just used, I'll tell you, we had a couple of paragraphs written in that opinion that were really incredible. Justice Kavanaugh wrote a fantastic dissent, but in his dissent he said what we should do, and we knew that too. We just wanted to simplify it, and for some reason, I think, very foolishly, the courts decided no, but they said you can do it many other ways, and that's what we're doing. And what we've done is we've gone to a very simple, straight 15% tariff. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars in our country because of tariffs.
We should all just roll with the bullshit.
So we've taken in all of this money, hundreds of billions of dollars, and honestly, it's made us very rich as a country. Right? So it's been doing good. When will you have the full plan implemented? We have a 5-month period, up to 5 months, where we can go at 15%. And while we're doing that, as you know, we're doing the various studies and things, and we'll be coming out with different tariffs on different countries. You want to talk about that?
Yes, sir. By the time the 5-month period has elapsed, we'll have completed investigations under Section 301, which Secretary Besson talked about. We know there are countries out there with deals who are very interested in keeping the deals. We need to go through and investigate all these unfair trading practices, the kinds of things you talked about, and make sure that we're protecting U.S. economic security. We know there are countries.
How are we going to treat Germany?
Well,
I think you should hit them very, very hard.
Right there. They have expressed an interest. Germany's been quite constructive in wanting to move forward and be helpful. The rest of you will talk to them as well. But obviously,
I will say every single country wants to make the deal they already have. In other words, a deal that we have using the other authority.
Cuba, Mexico,
they want to
Canada,
make the same
the UK,
deal.
and Spain.
And
I don't want.
And we'd like to see. Actually, we're going to adjust it somewhat upward. Actually, but they all want to stay in the deal, and so we'll probably be able to do that pretty easily.
For Ukraine, after all, Iran won't be able to deliver drones to Russia anymore. So what does this war mean to Ukraine? And having Chancellor Merz sitting next to you,
I feel like Spain is.
If you want to talk to Europe. And Chancellor Merz, you've just been in China. The president will be traveling.
What country are you from?
I'm from Germany.
Okay, I thought so. I could see.
So, Mr. Chancellor, you have been in China, and the president will be in China soon. Will you be talking about China as well during this visit?
We'll be talking about China, yes. Sure.
And what about Ukraine?
I'll be going to China in a little while. Every time you meet, you talk about China. We respect China. I do. We both do, I think. But it's always a topic of conversation. We've had a very good relationship with China.
Okay, I can see that.
We used to lose a tremendous amount of money with China, and that's no...
Joshua's got a point here. Guys, if we take Spain, we have a vacation spot. The UK, though, I don't know that there's any reason to take over the UK. Okay, well, that one makes sense, too. I obviously want to reiterate for terms of service that everything that I do is a joke. I'm like making fun of all of this, but yeah, it really is like I have a lot of friends in Europe, and that all that say it's just a cheap place to move, and that they're young and it's hip. Exactly, but that's what. But Joshua has a great point there, then, which is like we should our future vacation spot looks awesome. I think that Spain is a good vacation spot. Now, the UK, who's got an argument for why we need to take the UK? I understand Canada, I understand Greenland, I understand Cuba. I like the vacation spot for Spain, that's fine. But the UK?
No longer the case. We have a very, very good relationship with China, and we have a very good relationship with Germany. All right.
Mr. President, we've seen countries around the world, many of whom don't usually work together, working with the United States on Iran.
But why do we want it?
Why do we Saudi Arabia working with the United States, Israel, Qatari shooting down Iranian aircraft, and we've also seen European countries step up. Why are we seeing, such unity around the world against Iran?
That's a great point. Look, they're just.
It is
evil.
A great beach, eh?
It's not the politics; it's their whole philosophy. It's their whole where they come from. It's terrible. Where they killed 35,000, I thought it was 32. Now it turns out it's much more than 35,000 people, and in some cases using machine guns with people that have no weapon. They have no weapon, and they're being machine gunned. They're being sniped from buildings. They're hitting the people with snipers right through the eyes. It's just a very evil ideology, and nobody's really seen anything like it. As I said, even the fact that they've attacked all of their neighbors.
Yeah, kick them out of
the
the
neighbors weren't attacking. They thought they'd maybe sit it out or what. They've hit Qatar, they've hit UAE, they've hit Saudi Arabia, they've hit Oman. They were helping us negotiate. They got hit. Everybody got hit.
I guess okay for the nukes.
They're evil, and they're bad. It's a bad seed, and somebody had to do it. And it should have been done sometime during a 47-year period because so much death has been caused by them. So much unbelievable death. From Germany, too. Germany's been hit. Everybody's been hit by them. It's an evil ideology, and I've never been. Look, I've done a lot of good things. So many people say thank you, thank you, thank you. You see it in the streets of Los Angeles. They have thousands of people. I saw it the other day, pictures of Donald Trump. And I'm looking, I'm on the phone, probably talking to you. And I'm looking, and I see my picture. I say, oh no, it's another, protest. I see my, and then I started saying, boy, they were very friendly people. And then I saw a woman hugging the picture of me. I said, what's going on? And it turned out to be these are Iranian people that live in the United States.
So many.
Thousands and thousands. You saw the rallies. And in New York, too, they had a big rally by pictures all over the place. The fact is that people are happy what we did. And you could never, and I've always said it, you could never.
What about the German choices?
In the Middle East, if Iran was allowed to go, even beyond the nuclear, if Iran was allowed to have look at all the missiles they built. A lot have been now taken out by us, and a lot have been expended. But they had thousands of missiles in a fairly short period of time. And I'll go two things. The attack that we did, known as Midnight Hammer, had we not done that, Iran would have had a very powerful nuclear weapon within 1 month. We did it. It was great timing, but, and you've been able to see that too. The other thing was Barack Hussein Obama made maybe the worst deal I've ever seen because he gave all power in the Middle East to Iran. He went the exact opposite way, and I terminated that. If I didn't terminate that deal, they would be sitting with a massive nuclear weapon 3 years ago, which would have been used already on Israel at least.
Oh my
and
God.
other countries.
Guys, listen to this election result. Dan Crenshaw, 62% of the vote in. 39%.
Also, and we wouldn't be talking about it right now. But if I didn't terminate the deal that Obama made, giving them everything, including plane loads of cash. You remember the airplane flew over there? It was a Boeing 757. There was 2 of them, loaded. They took out all the seats. It was loaded with green cash. So much cash that it was in Virginia, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. They got all the cash from all the banks. They put it, and they flew it to Iran. I never knew a president had that power. I'm going to maybe try it sometime if it's okay. I think I'm going to do it. I'll fly it somewhere. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. 2 planes loaded from...
They're gonna pull a Joe Biden tonight, guys. They're gonna pull Joe Biden with this Timu Obama strategy. They're at 72%. Mainstream media, everybody still yet to report it. Everyone's somehow still on the air, just waiting for him, acting like it's normal. He hasn't come out since at 11 p.m. I think that they're gonna go until they can confirm it on the vote count. And then they're going to dismiss Jasmine Crockett as a conspiracy theorist. They're going to say that she can go and do her lawsuits and fight herself and waste all her money and do her crap, but he's going to walk out there tonight and he's going to claim victory once the mainstream media actually confirms it. 72%, he's still up by 6%.
Floor to ceiling. Big planes, Boeing 757s, taken over there and given cash. In addition to that, he was giving them billions of dollars. But worse, he was giving them the right to have the path to a nuclear weapon.
Yo, welcome, Big Bag of Pot. I missed the chat for a second. Here we are. Good evening, y'all beautiful bastards. The Germans do make good beer, though. Pork and beans and mac and cheese. Hell yeah, pork and beans and mac and cheese. And sausage and sauerkraut. That's me, bro. But I prefer the Irish beer Guinness Stout. Okay, I can feel that. Beans, cheese, tuna, and baked potatoes like they are some scum bachelor with the dumpster find. TV on the floor. They have to pay taxes for owning a TV. Owning a TV, though. Yeah, I'm next to Missouri's largest truck stop. Oh, awesome, Big Bag. Nice to see you again. We're going through the election results earlier tonight. Just a little recap for everybody. Earlier tonight, Jasmine Crockett said, "You know why they holding the votes in Dallas. You know." And she said, "We are not going to know until Monday." And she said there was a lawsuit, and she was supposed to have the polls open until 9 p.m., but actually they closed them early. And I'm telling you, as somebody that actually did vote for Jasmine Crockett, it is a Bernie Sanders. It is a break the system moment, even if you don't like her. But at the same time, there is leaks in the faucet in Georgia. Once again, guys. And there is a 3 a.m. sprinkler, once again, when it comes to the Democratic primary. But as I just said, I think I figured out what's going on here. We have yet to hear from one of the 5 candidates yet, and that is Timu Obama. And I think that Timu Obama is pulling a full-on Joe Biden 2020 event here. He is waiting for the mainstream media to dare to choose him as the victor, and then he will walk out definitively claiming victory, ignoring the black lady, ignoring the black vote, ignoring this person of color, one of the squad, ignoring the new revolution of the Democratic Party, and placing his $28 million Hillary Clinton campaign front and center. And as we discussed earlier as well, not only did Obama Timu, or Timu Obama, this Timu Obama guy, take an interview with Stephen Colbert and act like he was canceled, but he also paid for an interview by Joe Rogan. And that right there, folks, when Jasmine Crockett has $5 million and Ken Paxton has $2 million, and they are destroying $100 million candidates, let them eat cake too.
And that deal expired. A lot of people said, oh, you terminated it. Well, it was going to be terminated anyway because it expired. It gave them the right to have top-of-the-line nuclear weapon. If they had, because they're crazy. They're crazy. Just like the people on my right during the State of the Union. I looked at them.
No, Joshua, you got it wrong. It's the opposite way. Timu Obama. Timu Obama has $28 million in this race. Jasmine Crockett's got $5 million. Jasmine Crockett has double the following as him, but he has times 5 the money she does in the campaign. It's because they're trying to edge her out because they think that she's like too bad for the party. It's the same thing they did to Bernie Sanders. They're like, we need a new, like, more moderate person. So they're like trying to push him out and shit. They're doing the full DNC act. But she went out there at 9:30 like, mofo, they're trying to steal the black vote. And I was like, I can't believe she pulled this card. But I don't think it's going to matter. I think they're going to pull a full Joe Biden Saturday morning AP release. And they're going to go, look at that! He won! And then Timu Obama's going to walk out there and do his love Bad Bunny speech like we all are going to hear for the next 8 months and get ready for it. I think I'll make T-shirts. If he says Bad Bunny one more time in this, I'll make a T-shirt for November for him. But
I said, you're crazy? Yeah. These people are crazy. And
Timu Obama is the Christian guy that was on Colbert. I keep forgetting his name. That's why I just call him Timu Obama. Talarico. James Talarico. He's just the replacement for the guy that lost like 3 times in Texas. What was his name? Bozo or Bueno. Texas race Bo. Like what was that person's name? I don't know what the person's name was. It's like Bowen or Bozo or something. But this is Timu Obama. And we are waiting for Timu Obama's speech, and it is coming. But right now we are
had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. All right, how about 1 or 2 more?
Mr. President.
Go ahead, please.
Chancellor Merz, you just heard that the president is thinking about punishing Spain. What are your thoughts spontaneously on this, and what can you do?
Well, the answer on that is quite simple. We are trying to convince Spain to catch up with the 3% or 3.5%, which we agreed on in NATO. And as the president said, it's correct. Spain is the only one who is not willing to accept that. And we are trying to convince them that this is a part of our common security, that we all have to comply with this numbers. And this is 3.5 for military and another 1.5 for our military infrastructure. So Spain has to comply with that.
Spain has been very, very uncooperative. And so has UK. Now, the second one is shocking. But this is not the age of Churchill. I will say the UK has been very, very uncooperative with that stupid island that they have, that they gave away and took a 100-year lease, having to do with perhaps indigenous people claiming the island that never even saw the island before. What's that all about? And they ruin relationships. It's a shame. It's
what is he talking about? Do we know what he's talking about?
That country, UK, and I love that country. I love it. My mother was born there. I love it. My mother was born there. My father was born. Right? He knows all about my father. My father was born there. So very places that you sort of automatically very, very feel warmly about. But the UK, what they're doing with energy and what they're doing with immigration is horrible. You have the North Sea. Somebody said yesterday, what would you do if you were the UK?
I know, and now he's the last to do his speech, and I thought it was because he didn't know what to do because Jasmine Crockett said, we got to wait till Monday. They try to steal the black vote. But I think he's pulling a full Saturday Associated Press Joe Biden. He's just waiting for the media to say that he won because, again, he's got all the money in his bag, too. So he's got the media. And so he's waiting for the media to say he won, and then you just go out there and just completely ignore her and act like she's just being crazy.
They got windmills all over the place that are ruining the country.
So Talarico got his first thing by doing a interview with Stephen Colbert, in which Stephen Colbert put the interview on YouTube, shouted it out on CBS on the air, and said that CBS wouldn't let him air it, and the White House wouldn't let him air it, and that they were trying to silence this kid or this guy. And then he did this interview, and it ended up getting him 5 million views, and he raised over $5 million in just hand donations. But again, he has 28 million in the campaign bank. Jasmine Crockett has 5 million, has double the amount of followers this guy does. This guy only appeared through the Colbert system there. And then you go to find out through Trump, Trump's like, no, they just know that they couldn't put Jasmine Crockett on there as well. And the FEC has a strict guideline on CBS that you have to have equal airtime between candidates. So if he was going to put Talarico on there, he had to put Jasmine Crockett on there. And he didn't want to put Jasmine Crockett on there. So then Talarico continued to act like he was canceled with Stephen Colbert and use it as leverage to get followers and get money and whatever else. But he's the corporate chill. And what's really fascinating with Talarico is that all of his campaign ads are saying, I don't take corporate PAC money. But when you look at 5 million and it's a sitting congresswoman who has a 500,000 social media presence versus your 250,000 social media presence from your fake cancel culture event by a corporate media figure that was trying to hide being able to do an interview with your opponent, you start to realize what's going on here. And now Timo Obama and the DNC campaign, the people that want the moderate, the whole thing that the DNC does, they're scrambling because at 9:30 today, Jasmine Crockett's like, this is bullshit. You're completely rigging this election against me. And they are, because we've seen this with Bernie Sanders. We've seen this over and over again. And this is the last straw. I told people. I said, this is the last one. From now on, you can still vote for RFKs and stuff, and I'll accept that from people. But other than that, just vote for Democrat or Republicans and fight on the primary for whoever you want. Fight for the Ken Paxton versus the sitting senator. But don't expect that the Democrats are going to allow a Trump or allow you to vote for whoever you want. They're not, because here they are again, even with Jasmine Crockett, even with the person of color, even with the person from the squad, even a sitting congressman, 500,000 followers versus 250,000 followers. They're trying to create Timo Obama and put the moderate there because they're worried. And it's just, you can't do this. You can't do the MSM thing, like the mainstream media bullshit stuff. We all see through it so easily now.
Ruining the landscape, ruining the beautiful field.
It's just a fake person.
Open up the North Sea. It's one of the greatest, think of it, they buy their energy from Norway, which gets the energy,
we're still waiting for him, and I'm
the oil
telling you,
from the North Sea.
For MS
so Norway
now.
drew.
MS Now. Can I just keep calling? I'm going to keep calling them MSNBC. But MSNBC, we're waiting for them, who are the only people who even have a vetted interest in any of this, to call him the victor because he has $28 million, she has 5, and they want the moderate, and they're mad that she's even speaking out or saying anything. And then they'll call it for him, and it'll be just like, do you guys remember it? COVID, Saturday, pots and pans. Associated Press says Joe Biden won the election. Joe Biden comes walking out at 5:30. A bunch of giant Jeeps, all sponsored, honk their horns at him. The new president of the United States, the victor by the media. Yeah, that's what's about to happen tonight, but on a much smaller scale for the Democrats still, because they're still doing the same game they've always done. And instead, we're just gonna Timo Obama, we're gonna laugh at his stupid Bad Bunny crap that he's clearly gonna repeat over and over again, because he's no different than like every other one of them. They mass produce these people, I swear to God. It's just like Kamala Harris or any of them. They're repeat.
In the North Sea and sells it to
no substance.
UK. And UK has a better part of the North Sea.
Someone to be nutty, go sit in the corner. And
open up that, and number 2, illegal immigration. They got to solve that problem. And I must say, that's not only UK, that's other parts of the European Union. They have the same problem. Immigration and energy. The energy is through the roof, the highest in the world.
I can't believe they're making me stay up like this is the 2000 election.
You have places where in the UK, you have a terrible mayor of London, terrible. He's an incompetent guy. but you have Sharia courts.
She said the Sharia
courts. You don't want Sharia courts. You have Sharia courts.
Now you're just like, all right,
adjudicating law. So it's very simple. Immigration, very importantly, immigration and energy. And you bring it back. Otherwise, you're not going to bring it back. Okay. One more. Go ahead.
A question for the Chancellor and
Yes,
for you.
please.
To the Chancellor, Chancellor Merz,
Yeah.
you've called for unity and joint force in this moment against Iran. What does that look like to you? And then, Mr. President, where is getting a deal with Russia and Ukraine on your priority list right now?
So we, as I said in Germany the last 2 days, we are supporting the United States and Israel to get rid of this terrible terrorist regime, and we are looking forward
76% of the vote, and they
to
still
a day
haven't declared
after,
it.
and we have
72.
to talk about the strategy. What is
Okay, we got 72% of the vote. James has got 52.6%. Jasmine Crockett's got 46.1%. Who thinks they're going to pull a Saturday morning Associated Press Joe Biden victory here, and he's going to walk out at midnight and be like, "Love won! Bad Bunny won!"
following after this regime is away, and we have to strategize
I feel
on
duped
this.
that I picked Democrat this time around. I'm like, come on! I thought that you were going to let me actually vote. They didn't even let me vote, guys. I voted in a Democratic primary, and I found out they didn't even really let me vote.
Entire region, and we are having a high interest in common approach and common work and what we can do, and this is important not just for the Americans. This is extremely important for Europe and extremely important for Israel and their security. So we are really looking forward to find ways how to do about the day after.
And as far as Russia, Ukraine, where is it on my priority?
Timu Obama to come out and reestablish the DNC
List
after
very high.
Jasmine Crockett threw a person of color.
We
nuke
thought
through
that,
earlier
I thought
today.
it was going to be one of the easier ones. I've settled 8 wars, and actually maybe one more than that.
You were here when she did that, right? I'm pretty sure that Wither's been with us since Jasmine Crockett was on stage, and that was such a weird moment. Everybody that was with us when Jasmine Crockett was on stage, point that out, man, because that was crazy.
Minimum 8 wars, big ones, potential India, Pakistan, big wars, very important, big ones. I thought this was going to be much easier than it is. There's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. Tremendous hatred. I've seen a lot of hate.
Yeah, they did do that to him. He was driving around like to each state. The one that I was saying is like so what happened with the Republican one, and the reason we can actually kind of trust the Republican side of this like equation with elections now is that you had Ron Paul 2012 up against Mitt Romney. And then Mitt Romney like literally drove us around in a bus and didn't let Ron Paul speak while at the RNC. So then the next time around, 2016, not 2012, 2016, we leaned into Trump. And so then Trump gets in, and then he overwhelms the system because he was also a celebrity, plus that same resistance that had already been there from what they had done. And they let the system fall because they said, well, it's a free system, you can vote for it. Now, Donald Trump is trying to recontain that system, but as we can see, that system is now free, and maybe he isn't trying to recontain that system because James Corden, or John Corden or whatever, the fucking sitting senator of Texas, had over $100 million in his campaign and nearly lost in a 3-way race to Ken Paxton with $2 million. And Ken Paxton's whole thing was, you can't buy Texas. And now they're going to a runoff. And the sitting senator's response when he came out tonight was literally like, you can't afford to not buy Texas. I'm like, this is crazy.
My life, but I think this is about top scale. I believe it's going to happen.
Brah, in 2020, my brother and I had different opinions for candidates. One of the things we had to vote for 3 people, and I had 3 Democratic and 2 Republican options, but my brother had 3 and 3.
Sometimes I blame one, sometimes I blame the other. I think it's going to happen, but it's high on my list. not in that it affects the United States so much because it's very far away, but last week, last week and for the last 4 weeks actually, 32,000 soldiers died. 32,000. And it's been averaging 25 to 30,000 soldiers a month have been dying in that stupid war. And
well, they hate him, but it was just a combo. That was they tried to continue to do it, and they continue to try to do it when they did it with the Russia thing, and then they just kept with January 6th, and like even what they're doing with Jasmine Crockett right now in their own primaries, like they do it with Bernie Sanders. They just keep doing it. They just won't stop, and I think it's just because like all of the money from the top to the bottom is rotten within it, and they just won't let it go. But the Republican side, they let it go, or it was just overwhelming, and I think it was like a combo. It's like a 1-2 punch. You had everyone mad that you fucked over Ron Paul in the primary the following time, and that you propped up Mitt Romney that couldn't become president. He was a Mormon, and you put him up there on the main stage and you're like, he's the moderate. But Republicans are like, are you insane? You didn't let us have Ron Paul because you said he was old and weird, and we need to have Mitt Romney instead? And it just didn't work out. And then after that, it was like there was just such an overwhelming force already of that resistance, and that resistance also connected to the populist candidate that everybody already wanted from the outside that was just going to join in and be like, it's funny or cool or, oh my God, Donald Trump, he's saying all those things, I want to just vote for him. All of those people wouldn't have done anything if there wasn't already like a huge resentment against the party as well. And that's kind of what the Democrats need, is they need somebody that's like, I mean, Jasmine Crockett kind of is that, but you need somebody that's even bigger than that. You need like a Kim Kardashian or something to come in and be like, I'm fighting to like get people out of prison, and they really go and try to fuck over Kim Kardashian. And it would just be like the whole system would get pushed too far because you would have all those outside people that could also crash it.
Love to see it ended. It's the worst that there has been since World War II.
If you can't get a deal, what will that mean for you?
All you can do is do your best. It takes two to tango, and they have to get along. They have to be able to talk to each other. They hate each other a lot. That has an impact.
I'm telling you, watch
it really
this, guys.
Has an impact. It's bad for both.
Georgia.
DeSantis is that
we're not doing this.
If the election weren't rigged, my election,
they're just going
that
to keep
war would have
doing
never
it. They're
taken place. And you know what else wouldn't have taken place? Allowing 25 million people to pour through an open border. That wouldn't have taken place. A lot of things would have been different. But we're doing very well. And I think a big factor in this world and future factors.
Ooh, tomorrow I think we got a CNN
we're
replay
doing right
that's
now.
actually really cool. I think they're going to air for the first time ever Charlie Kirk's first appearance on a morning political show. He was 18 years old, so we might be able to get that tomorrow morning.
If
tomorrow
if we don't stop them, or if we didn't stop them, or if we didn't start, they've been decimated. But if we didn't do what we're doing right now, you would have had a nuclear war, and they would have taken out many countries. Because you know what? They're sick people. They're mentally ill, sick people.
Remember, Democrats wait till everybody goes to bed, and then what happens, guys?
Angry. They're crazy. They're sick. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay. So there's that. Let's check back in on election night because they're still rolling. Usually they'll say we're done and they'll cut their stream, especially for C-SPAN, unless they have been told by the campaign that there is a potential, there's a reason that they're, and that's what I'm saying. I'm saying they're waiting for MSNBC to call it for him, and then he's going to go out there and ignore what Jasmine Crockett did at 9:30. And again, this is so dangerous in American politics, but is now being done all the time, which is Jasmine Crockett's people went to bed thinking that it's not done until Monday morning, and if they do anything else in the middle of the night, that means that there's some racist thing with the Democratic Party and they're infiltrating it. This is how you create danger within your storylines. So now it's like she did that at 9:30, so now he has strategized to do this later at night. He's going to wait until it's definitely the victory for himself. He's going to call it himself and just walk out there. She's already done her thing. It just causes this polarization in America. Like, we should just create laws where they have to, like, everyone at 10:30 has to speak, and if you don't want to speak, you have to say, I'm going to bed. Like, or something. We should have, like, political lineage rules for the way that we do this press shit, because it's weird how there's like
and that's
manipulation
even
tactics.
After some very strong campaigning and very strong ads against him.
And we actually, when I spoke with Congressman Chip Roy about the possibility of a runoff a month or two ago, and he did not think that there would be, and he's like, Texans should not be wasting their money. We should not be wasting tax dollars on this. They should just take, go out all right for that candidate, and it looks like small Texas voters.
And he said this on my show when he came on. He said, there's a possibility that we could get out of the runoff, but I have to go work in Congress and be in D.C. I'm still a congressman. Sort of gave that caveat. That was sort of the first indication for me that maybe he didn't quite have it in the bag. And the other thing that you said, Blessing, earlier, which is that his party, his election night party, is in D.C. As my executive producer likes to say, you usually want to have a nice big party if you feel confident. That should have been maybe an indication for us that he wasn't as confident as we maybe would have thought.
Yeah, he actually had to be in D.C. because he is, working currently and still casting votes. But his camp is saying that they're actually here in Central Texas are doing their little.
This is crazy, guys. All right, well, we're gonna go back the same way that we did before now. This is I can't believe that they're holding us out tonight on the election. They're definitely gonna call it for him. It's gonna be so weird. Qatar Army, LOL. All right, what do we got here? Oh, they already switched us to tomorrow. But we haven't even heard from Mr. Timu himself yet. Compaction, we already got that live. Jim Cornyn, we already got that live. Wesley Hunt gives primary night concession remarks. All right. This is the black guy. This is the guy that was in the middle. He paid $10 million. He got $10 million. But Ken Paxton way outperformed him with $2 million. And you could see why, because Ken Paxton's whole speech was like, you can't buy Texas. Like, oh, yeah, Texas. Well, let's see what this guy was all about. 6 minutes, he's in and out. $10 million. First campaign.
Y'all hear me okay?
Came in 5th place.
I want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for this day.
He's 3rd in finance.
I want to thank you for us being blessed to live in the greatest country in the world. I want to thank him for a process that allows us to pick our leaders and do it in a way that is fair, that is reasonable, and puts the hands in we the people. And we the people and the people of Texas have spoken. Unfortunately, that person is not me. But that's okay, because I always win, because I'm a believer in Christ.
It was a Christian vote. Ken Paxton wasn't taking the Christian vote. He was taking the Christian vote.
Tirelessly as we traveled
it's like the mega church vote, probably.
Texas is a big state, as I have found out.
Because, like, a lot of, there's so much, especially with, like, Christian churches and stuff, a lot of the time, you'll just get behind the most faith-based candidate, but also that faith-based candidate will get all of his funding from the churches, because all of his lobbying, everything he's doing, just, like, it's actually better, but it's fading. You're not gonna be able to win on a religious vote anymore, really. But the reason he's able to like have $10 million is because churches are giving him $10 million, so that if he does get in, then he can get in and not do a bunch of like religious reforms, but just make sure to overprotect their tax status. And that's exactly what that's about.
But the people that I have met along the way, the smile that I have seen,
Look up there, it's funny as fuck. I missed it. I didn't even see
I
it.
will keep with me for my entire life. And my team that traveled all over the state with me, hung in there, made all the phone calls, made all the pit stops, bought all the Celsiuses. Thank you all so much. What an experience. And again, I will forever be indebted for your sacrifices to this team and to this effort. Thank you all so much.
Very super cool and hilarious and personally truly unapologetic. Mary and said it
I also
lately
want to
too.
thank my family. I want to thank my parents, my mother, my father, my sister Dahanya, who's my hero. Sister sitting right there.
I like this guy though.
Thank you for
I'm,
watching.
I got nothing. I have nothing to grill on this guy.
And as a combat veteran and somebody that's been deployed
charming
multiple times, when I first got to this endeavor, I told my wife, well, honey, we weren't around when I was deployed, but for the next 2 months, I'm going to be deployed. I was gone a lot, traveled a lot, but I want to thank my
veteran
my
too. Damn.
System, my
Of course he got
here
fifth
as well.
place.
And I want to thank everybody who was here. I want to thank all of my supporters. For without you, I would never have had the opportunity of a lifetime to even attempt to become a future United States Senator of Texas. Thank you all so much for your treasure, for your time, for your support, for your emails, for your text messages. You all have been an inspiration to me, and I can assure you I will never forget it, and it inspires me to do more for the future. Thank you so much.
He knows how many new Christians there are this year. That's the Hollow app, and rapid growth due to dreams of Jesus constantly popping up, and the stories keep getting shared. Exactly. I mean, that's the thing is, like, if you are gonna, like, okay, but the difference between this authentic Christian positivity and Timu Obama, polar opposites. And when Timu Obama finally gets up here, if he doesn't pull her Hillary Clinton, excellent human being, but terrible campaign manager. People outside Houston didn't know him. Exactly.
Thank you very much.
But also, you got to think, like, in Houston and stuff, they know that a tremendous part of that vote is going to Jasmine Crockett outright, because this is an open primary. We all get to just choose who we're going to vote for. So they might have tried to, like, find votes elsewhere with religious sects, and it just didn't work out. Or it's just the money funnel. There's always that.
Where's Willie? Say hi, Willie. Hey,
money
buddy.
funnel for a good guy, I'll take it.
Hey, V. Where's Ollie? Where's Olivia? Hey, Ollie. That's why I do it. I do it for them. I do it for them. I do it for them. I do it for your children. I do it for your grandchildren. That's the whole point of this endeavor. And I can assure you that with their love, and I know it won't be easy, maybe for
so
the
many
next
years
few
right
nights
now.
for us, but we've been here before. We always stick together and band together as a family. The Lord has blessed us, and the Lord will continue to bless us. And I will say this. This will not be the last time you see my name on a ballot. I can assure you this. We've learned some valuable lessons, have some valuable knowledge. But with the one thing I've learned in traveling around is that there is certainly a thirst for young leadership. Young leadership. Thank you. To step into the fray, to lead the future of this great nation. It is looking like Ken and John are heading to the runoff. I wish them both the best of luck. I really do. Clearly, the people of Texas have chosen them. And I listen and I obey the people that I work for. So that at the end of the day, I wish them the best of luck in this runoff. And then whoever chooses, or wherever the people choose to go into the general election, they will have my undying support on top of that, because we have got to keep Texas red.
He's a good speaker, too.
This has been the honor of a lifetime. It's been something I will always cherish for the rest of my life. I will never forget this state. It's where I was born. It's where I was born and raised. It's where I dragged my wife from Iowa to be here with me today. My 3 children are born here. I'm going to die here. And I can assure you that I'm going to leave it better than I found it. May God bless you. God bless the United States. And God bless the great state of Texas. Thank you so much. Thank you.
He would have been nice in a runoff, too. Out of the 3 guys, don't we think the sitting senator is the one that should have sat out? I do. I'd rather have this guy up against Ken Paxton than the sitting senator who was like, you have to vote for me. It's too much. And then he stuttered his way through the rest of the speech. This is crazy, man. James Talarico still waiting. Getting ready to pull a fucking Joe Biden. I'm telling you. Did the motherfucker say something on Twitter yet? They are. He's gonna pull late night Joe Biden. Late night Joe Biden us. Ain't he? Or is he gonna Hillary Clinton us? One of the two. April 6, 2001, dude. What? What in the fuck? Is he one of those? Like he can't even use Twitter? Like how do you, huh? What? That didn't make any sense. All right. Michael Whatley, victory speech. Michael Whatley won a Republican committee chair in North Carolina. U.S. Senate candidate. Former Republican NC chair. So, a former RNC chair just won a primary in North Carolina. I wonder how much money he had, though.
Thank you.
Yeah, basically.
Well, God bless North Carolina. Tonight, I am honored and humbled
this guy?
by the
Is this
support
guy
of so
just
many
spending money?
hardworking North Carolinians. And Suzanne, thank you for being with me on this journey. None of this happens without you.
What a feat.
Michael and George and Mary Kate. I know Michael and George are here
Sorry,
tonight.
Guys, if you had this
really glad
silence
to
for a
have
second
them here. Mary Kate is up at school. She's got physical training tomorrow morning at 5:30, so we gave her a pass. And I also want to thank the grassroots conservatives, volunteers, and voters across this state who knocked doors, made calls, said prayers, and helped turn this campaign into a movement.
Guys, this is what's happening. You've got the wild POC on the one side, and then you got all the religious on the other side, and everyone that's winning tonight is just the citizens. We're all winning tonight because all the money is just losing. The money is losing.
President Donald J. Trump. For his strong and unwavering support in this race.
He doesn't have any money for bikes,
His
bro.
leadership has changed our country, and I am proud to stand with him in the fight to secure our border, to strengthen our economy.
I'm sorry,
and
if you want to
America
force myself to get through it,
first.
though, because I just went to I'm lower
You know, I
caste.
grew up in Blowing Rock. My mom was a librarian. My dad was an accountant. I went to school. I went to church. I played sports. And I worked. I was able to pay my own way through college, through graduate school, and law school. After school, I met Suzanne, and we started an amazing family and built an incredible career. In short, I have lived the American dream right here in North Carolina. And I announced my campaign for the United States Senate because North Carolina is home, and because I want every child to have the same opportunities that I've had, to grow up, to get an education, to create a career, get married, and raise a family in safety and security. Tonight is an important night. Republican voters from across the state are united because the stakes of North Carolina are too high to stay divided.
I like that one.
And tonight, we begin the next chapter of this campaign together. Because this election is bigger than a primary. This election is a choice. A choice between...
Hey guys, isn't it funny that they tried to do an election in Iran at the same time that we were doing these elections, except ours didn't get bombed? We just went about, I wonder who's winning. Both countries had an election tonight. One got bombed.
Leadership that stands with working families, or a choice for career politicians who prioritize radical special interests from California and New York. A choice between safer communities, or politicians who protect criminals and illegal aliens to appease radical left-wing groups. A choice between supporting the men and women in uniform who protect our interests and allies around the world, or politicians who vote to deny essential military funding, leaving America weak. A choice between a conservative champion for North Carolina, who will be an ally for President Trump in the Senate, or a champion for the failed policies of the left. You know, for 8 years, Roy Cooper had a choice: stand with law-abiding families or give in to the radical left. And for 8 years, Roy Cooper sided with the radical left. It was Roy Cooper who marched with Antifa and BLM while our cities were burning in 2020. It was Roy Cooper who signed an executive order forcing cashless bail and pretrial release into our criminal justice system, creating a revolving door that put violent criminals back on the streets again and again and again. And it was Roy Cooper who released more than 4,000 prisoners, including pedophiles, rapists, and murderers, back into our communities. Among those on Cooper's list were 51 inmates serving life sentences, and DeCarlos Brown Jr., who went on to murder Irina Zarotska right here in Charlotte. Law enforcement warned against it. Families worried about their safety. And Roy Cooper did it anyway. Roy Cooper sided with criminals, and North Carolina communities have paid the price. I stand with North Carolina families, and I will always back the blue. North Carolina families know that a secure border means safer communities. Joe Biden opened our borders to the worst of the worst from around the world. More than 15 million illegal immigrants flooded into our country, bringing drugs, migrant crime, and sex trafficking on a scale never before seen in the history of our country. Illegal drugs
74%. 74% in. Obama Timu, 53.1%. Jasmine Crockett, 45.6%. 74%. God damn, dude. Come on, guys. Start counting those
southern border. They reach our towns and neighborhoods.
Timo
and
Obama's
every
gotta
state,
fucking go to
including
bed.
North Carolina, is now a border state. Roy Cooper vetoed efforts to ensure cooperation with immigration enforcement here at home.
Hey, thanks for the like.
Letting
Remember,
drugs and
guys,
illegal-
if you hit that like button, you're spawning those other people in. So make sure that you're hitting that like button, getting us pushed up in that algo.
Illegal immigrants flood into our community.
Especially, I feel like we're gonna get a late night pickup as we go into like the main footage of the day, like the Kristi, Noem and stuff.
He tied the hands of our police.
Elizabeth
Thankfully,
Warren.
President Trump has secured our border. Not one illegal alien has been admitted into the United States in 9 straight months.
I'm going right into it.
And migrant crime and drug deaths are down across the country. Roy Cooper chose criminal illegal aliens over North Carolina communities. I will stand with President Trump to finish the job, secure the border permanently, and ensure that illegal aliens are swiftly deported. This election is also about our government and who it works for, working families or political insiders. Under Roy Cooper's leadership, health care costs rose to the highest in the nation, and families felt squeezed by higher prices and higher bills. Those policies didn't hurt career politicians. They hurt workers trying to raise their families and build a future. As a state legislator, Roy Cooper voted for tax hikes. As a governor, he vetoed tax cuts. He proudly declared that he would have voted against extending Trump's middle-class tax cuts and eliminating taxes on overtime, tips, and Social Security. Roy Cooper has never seen a dollar that he didn't want to tax and spend. I've never seen a tax I didn't want to cut. Roy Cooper will always support more regulation, more taxes, higher health care costs, and inflationary spending. I will fight for more jobs, bigger paychecks, and lower costs. And in the Senate, I will aggressively push for tax policies, regulatory policies, and trade policies which will strengthen our manufacturers, small businesses, and farmers.
Exactly what they have from.
North Carolina did not just choose a nominee. You chose a direction. A campaign built on safe communities, strong families, economic opportunity, and putting North Carolina first. I will work every day to earn the trust of every North Carolinian who wants safer streets, affordable living, and a stronger future. Tonight is not the end of a campaign. Tonight is the beginning of a movement to restore common sense leadership, A movement to stand with working families instead of criminals. A movement to make North Carolina safer, stronger, and more affordable. Our state's best days are still ahead. And together, we're going to win in November.
All right. Exciting stuff. More people that didn't have big money behind them winning. I think we're still on waiting on Timu Obama land. Wild. Let's see what we got going on if they're just repeating. They were repeating speeches before, which is why I was off of it. Oh, did they end?
In the first primary elections of the year.
Not me.
Yep. Okay. He pulled the Hillary Clinton. Are we sure? I just want to make sure. Because this still is marking it live. Hold on. He might have pulled a Hillary Clinton, guys. He might have bailed on his own speech because she went out and did that. So he did not play hardball. He is not going to claim victory tonight. Oh my God. Welcome to the week-long Texas election primary. If that's the case. Oh no, it is live still. Okay. No, we are
Pursuit
still live.
Project,
They're
which
still holding
analyzes the
on.
leadership qualities of America's presidents and
Still
first
holding on
ladies.
tight.
And
Damn.
at 9:30 p.m., former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy remembers Ronald Reagan on his birthday during a commemorative event at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley, California.
Wow. Oh my God. They're still waiting on him. We have to be because of overturned. It is sports real law. It became completely out of hand. Texas. Okay.
Night coverage here on Spectrum News 1 shortly and give you the latest on tonight's primaries. Right now, let's take a look at the other top news and headlines.
Guys, they're gonna stay with me. They're gonna steal it tonight. They're gonna make
New information on the victims of the
Clintons
mass.
the Clintons are making me stay up 2 nights in a row. First they dropped their stupid thing, and now, oh, that's kind of crazy. Oh, something's happening in Tel Aviv right now, guys. We just lost the camera. They're setting up for an Iron Dome. Double check this. Oh, it looks like he's... Did they...
Should be a giant welcome mat out front.
Oh, this is crazy. Like, his official campaign is releasing video of him yesterday acting like he's talking tonight. This is... I feel like they're still going to steal this tonight. Why are they staying on this? This is crazy.
Rolling over.
We're still there. They haven't claimed victory yet. We're still alive. It's crazy. You go on Twitter and it's just like she already lost, or she's complaining, or she's making it up, or he claimed victory, or here's his speech, he already won. It's like, holy shit. But yeah, we're gonna wait and see if they actually give him a speech. But yeah, C-SPAN being still alive means that the campaign has not said that they're going home yet. People are still in the room. the room where it happens is still waiting for a potential victory speech from James Talarico tonight. All right. Elizabeth Warren, absolutely got to hear it. Let's go to the Senate. Senate at 9 a.m.
Thank you to the cable, satellite, and streaming companies who provide C-SPAN to viewers as a public service.
The Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Barry Black, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Thune.
Mr. President, my Democrat colleagues are at it again. They're on their second shutdown in 6 months. And in a few short days, a lot of government workers will be missing part of their paycheck again.
Grab the gift
thanks to Senate Democrats.
There you go. Mad Scorpion.
Let's just briefly review the 2026.
Just so you guys know, if you are a member and Big Bag of Pop 420, you are the member king here. You've been handing out memberships left and right. Got our first membership going. Every day I drop a YouTube short that is specifically for members. Today I dropped a short about my comments on Tyler Oliveira and how we should still stick with him. Stick with the fighting against the cancel culture while also, supporting Israel, not being a Jew hater, not being a propagandist, but also seeing that there's something really seriously wrong with the way that he's being canceled. And a little bit of that. So if you are a member or you join, you can get that short, and I drop one exclusive short for you guys every single day. Also, other shorts for everybody else. So subscribe, go check them out. Pop culture every day. And then we come here every night, 7 p.m. until we're done hearing all the torture of the corpse TV.
Fiscal year, Mr. President.
And Timo Obama finally does a speech.
Which is October 1 for the federal government.
Thank you again, Big Bag of Pop.
Democrats shut down the entire government for a staggering 43 days. The longest government shutdown in history. And by the time a handful of Democrat senators agreed to end the shutdown,
I appreciate you
air
so
travel
much.
was in chaos. Essential programs had been affected, and many government employees had turned to loans, credit cards, and food banks to make ends meet.
Have a good night.
But even the worst government shutdown in history wasn't enough for Senate Democrats. Fast forward now to January of this year. Democrats and Republicans in both houses of Congress had agreed on a final Department of Homeland Security spending bill that included de-escalation training for immigration and customs enforcement, as well as $20 million for body cameras for ICE officers. But Democrats decided that wasn't enough. And so Republicans in the White House agreed to reopen negotiations. Knowing that negotiation takes time, we suggested a temporary funding extension for several weeks. But Democrats insisted on no more than 2 weeks. And when 2 weeks, predictably, wasn't enough, especially since Democrats were in no hurry to put together a legislative proposal, Democrats shut down the entire department. And now a whole lot of Department of Homeland Security employees are starting to miss pay thanks to Senate Democrats. That includes TSA agents, the people tasked with the safety of air travel in this country, as well as Coast Guard civilian employees, members of the Federal Emergency.
Now, or MSNBC still hasn't even called it either, guys. We're still holding out on Talarico claiming victory tonight, even though Jasmine Crockett claims that it won't be until Monday and that they're stealing the election.
Management agency, who do so much, I might add, essential disaster response work here at home, and many others. But, Mr. President, let's be very clear. This isn't a principled stand by Democrats against Republicans who refuse to negotiate. That's not the case. The White House has not only made a lot of reforms to ICE procedures on its own, it has shown a clear willingness to legislate reforms.
Joshua, you
has
still
made
here?
more than one substantial offer to Democrats. Democrats could have recognized this and chosen to extend DHS funding while negotiations finished up. Or we could be considering an agreement right now. But instead, it's becoming abundantly clear that what Democrats really want is to keep this alive as a political issue. If Democrats really wanted to put reforms in place, they'd be doing everything they can to get a bill. Of course, the White House isn't going to sign off on every Democrat demand. No side gets everything it wants in negotiations. But Democrats could be on the verge of having substantial reforms signed into law if they were at all serious about actually implementing solutions. But they're not. They're interested in politics, not policy. And a whole lot of essential government employees are suffering as a result.
Fluff on a boring speech.
To say nothing of the essential government work, the work of government that is suffering.
We're at war, by the way.
The deployment of cybersecurity measures to federal agencies has been delayed. States are having to wait for disaster reimbursements. FEMA training centers are closed, affecting 45,000 students per week. And the list goes on, Mr. President. I mentioned the air travel chaos that ensued as a result of Democrats' first fiscal year 2026 shutdown. Well, the longer this DHS shutdown drags on, the more likely it is that we will start to have staffing problems at airport checkpoints, which will lead to compounding.
Nah, it's time. It's time. This guy's boring the hell out of me. Where's the deposition? Give me that deposition. Time for the Kristi Noem, y'all. Time for the Kristi Noem. Are y'all ready? Kristi Noem depositions. Buy this property. Oh boy, oh boy.
Kristi Noem, how many people will die for the Epstein class for you? How many people?
Oh, they're already kicking people out with Epstein.
You should resign.
Okay.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Okay.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
You should be ashamed of yourself. Stand with immigrants. Stand with immigrants. What? Stand with immigrants. Right. We stand with immigrants. Step on immigrants.
You want to know who we are? We are families who lost loved ones to illegal alien crime.
We are families
There's no
who
such
have
thing as illegal
families
immigrants.
detained in an inhumane system, oppressing them, violating their basic human rights.
No one is illegal on stolen land.
Including you. You're allowed to speak out if
Is it okay if you're a star?
Are you going to publicly say you're going to?
I got enough members to start
You're
now.
actually Okay, well, I'll call you right back.
Obviously, there's a lot of interest in this hearing. I thank the Secretary for coming. Before I give my opening statement and Senator Durbin gives his opening statement, I think we can expect in a hearing this important that we ought to have utmost of decorum during this hearing. Both the witnesses and the members of this committee need to treat each other with respect, and I hope the people in the audience will likewise treat this very important oversight hearing with the respect that it deserves. Secretary Noem, if you get cut off before you're able to answer, I'll give you time to finish your answer after the member's 10-minute has run out. Also, at any time, if you need a break, just let me know. And I think we had a request from your office that take a break, maybe of 5 minutes halfway through the meeting, but if you want other breaks, just let us know. And for all the members,
check out some Kristi. No,
there's a 10-minute round of questioning, and I'm pretty liberal. If you got 5 seconds left in your 10 minutes and you start your question before the 5 seconds run out, I'll let you finish your question, but don't extend it into a 5-minute speech because we got to keep pretty much on time here. So once again, I would welcome everybody to the Judiciary Committee's oversight hearing for the Department of Homeland Security. This hearing comes amid a Democrat-led funding shutdown for the Secret Service, for FEMA, for TSA, and the Coast Guard. These agencies are vital to keeping our country safe. The hearing also comes as our military is engaged with Iran, and I offer my prayers and thoughts to our brave servicemen, and particularly to those families that have lost loved ones. Now more than ever, I hope the Democrats will decide to end the shutdown. The Trump administration has worked to deport those who don't have a legal basis in our country. Unfortunately, in the process, some DHS officers, migrants, and protesters have felt threatened, were injured, and in very rare instances, even killed. Mistakes have been made. Let's make it clear, one death is too many. But officers should never be threatened or harmed while enforcing our laws. And there is a clear difference between conduct protected by the First Amendment and unlawful obstruction. From my perspective, I believe immigration enforcement and dignity aren't mutually exclusive. Secretary Noem, I look forward to hearing how you're addressing these important issues while continuing the department's mission. And your department's mission is, of course, one of the most challenging in government. The responsibilities of the Department of Homeland Security are immense. Your department operates in a dynamic environment with increased threats against officers.
Right.
According to DA into the country oversight. Since 2021, I've investigated the Biden administration's failure to vet Afghan evacuees. The Biden administration hid
United States Senate with over 60 votes, bipartisan, supported by business and labor and religious leaders, made excessive force. And a mob is above the law. You have no right to deploy immigrant agents as a paramilitary force in American cities. You swore an oath to uphold the Constitution. You have an obligation to answer questions posed by the member of this committee so that meaningful accountability can begin for the terror we are witnessing in America every day.
Would you please stand to be sworn? Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give before the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you for that positive response. Please go ahead and give your opening statement.
Kristi, Noem, you should be ashamed of yourself. I'm a former female.
Okay. Well.
That's the second one. The second one already. Second one already.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
How do they let these people in
Thank you
there,
to the ranking member, Senator Durbin, as well, and the distinguished.
If you're just joining, make sure to hit that like button. It spawns new people and we can get the chat going again, having a conversation. Thanks,
Members
guys.
of this committee. I appreciate the opportunity to be with all of you today and talk about the important matters and work that the Department of Homeland Security does every single day. The Department of Homeland Security.
Hey, could maybe pull the microphone closer to you, please? Okay. And the red light is on?
Yep, it is.
Okay, proceed.
The Department of Homeland Security was established in the aftermath of 9/11, one of the darkest days in our nation's history. That resulted in the death of nearly 3,000 Americans. The mission of the Department of Homeland Security at that time was just as critical as it is today. We protect our American people, we prevent acts of terrorism, and we defend our homeland. Every action that the Department of Homeland Security takes is guided by that mission and by that responsibility. Thanks to President Trump's leadership and the hard work of the men and women of DHS, our department has delivered historic results and has made our communities safer. Since the start of President Trump's second term, daily encounters along the southwest border declined by 96% compared to the Biden administration's daily average. We've reached the lowest levels ever recorded in U.S. Customs and Border Protection's history. In President Trump's first year, total Border Patrol apprehensions along the southwest border were less than the average of a single month under the Biden administration. For 10 straight months, the Border Patrol has released 0 illegal aliens into the interior of the United States. And in President Trump's historic first year back in office, nearly 3 million illegal aliens have left the United States as a result of the administration's enforcement efforts from following the law. That includes 2.2 million that have voluntarily left and returned back to their home countries, and more than 675,000 detainments and deportations. A majority of the aliens that were arrested by Immigration and Customs Enforcement have a criminal record and have been charged with or convicted of secondary crimes in addition to their initial crime of being in the United States illegally. During this period, ICE has arrested over 1,500 known and suspected terrorists, more than 7,700 known gang members, many of them that were allowed to come into this country under the Biden administration. We have also reached the lowest murder rate in the last 125 years since that data was tracked. Under President Biden, more than 450,000 unaccompanied alien children went missing or were lost due to the dangerous open border policies that were embraced. Under President Trump, the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Health and Human Services have already located over 145,000 of these children and returned them back to their families and back to people who care about them. And we will not stop until every single one of those children is found. Fentanyl trafficking at the southern border is down. It's been cut by over 56% because of that secure border and the enforcement actions that have been taking there. And that's compared to the same period of time in 2024. The Coast Guard has seized enough cocaine the past year to prevent quantities capable of killing more than 193 million Americans and it's kept them off of our streets. In fact, total interdiction efforts under the Trump administration have prevented 1.7 billion lethal doses of drugs from killing our next generation of Americans. These results reflect the fact that we are enforcing the laws that Congress has passed. I want to address the dangerous environment that our ICE officers face on the streets today. They are facing a serious and escalating threat as a result of deliberate mischaracterizations of their heroic work and rhetoric that demonizes our law enforcement. DHS has documented an 8,000% increase in death threats against our ICE officers and their families, as well as more than 1,300% increase in assaults while carrying out the lawful enforcement operations that they do every single day. I recognize that members of this committee may hold differing views about immigration policy, but it's important that we distinguish between disagreements over policy and the department's operational responsibility to enforce existing law that has been passed by Congress. It's our duty as a department to defend our homeland. The latest Democrat-led shutdown of DHS is reckless, it's unnecessary, and it undermines the American national security, and it harms the men and women who work at DHS and their families. Despite the House passing a bipartisan, bicameral full-year DHS funding bill, it is Senate Democrats who've chosen not to fund the department and have held this department hostage. As a result, critical national security missions, including border security, immigration enforcement, aviation security, disaster response, cybersecurity, and the protection of critical infrastructure, are all being strained. Our ability to provide for a safe and successful World Cup is being hindered as well. More than 100,000 dedicated DHS employees are once again being asked to work without pay for the third time in just 5 months. At a time when we've produced the most secure border in history and removed nearly 3 million illegal aliens from our country, disrupting the department responsible for those gains is indefensible. I want to thank the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security for their professionalism, for their dedication, for their commitment to keeping America.
So Jasmine Crockett, 3 hours ago, a court order has been extending polls to 9 p.m. If you're in line, stay in line. Do not leave. Confirm your assigned polling place at DallasCountyVotes.org. Everyone in line before the new closing time will still be able to vote.
Open till 9.
Okay. And that makes sense why she's saying that that's screwing her too. Like a major city post 5 p.m. you're looking at like a big black vote. You're looking at like a big middle class vote in a large city. So like
is safe and continuing to show up and work even though they aren't being compensated for it. They've kept us safe and they have patience, and our success is only possible because of their service and sacrifices. I also want to thank our angel families that are behind us to tell their stories and testimonies, and also thank my husband for being here in support as well. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, Mr. Chairman, and to all the distinguished members. I look forward to your questions today. With that, I yield back.
I have spoken about the 10-minute times that we have. Get it up to 10 minutes for me. It's on 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Thank you for your testimony. The previous administration's open border policy brought millions of people to this country. We don't know everyone's background or true intent for entering, but we know many of these had ill intent. Given the Iran conflict, what steps has Homeland Security taken to protect the potential against potential Iranian sleeper cells and related terrorism?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We work every single day with our intelligence agencies and law enforcement partners to make sure that We are investigating and finding any threats to the homeland here within our borders. We work with the FBI often, and Homeland Security Investigations specializes in this kind of work each and every day. Not only that, we go back and we are revetting some of the individuals and some of the programs that we may have concerns about, looking at social media, also going through those interviews that are necessary for some of our programs that the Biden administration abused and perverted under their time there as well. We look at the fact, Mr. Chairman, that over the last administration, when millions of people streamed across our border, we don't necessarily know who all came into our country. We know that we have many dangerous individuals that came in unvetted, and we are working every single day to find them and to make sure that we're preventing the next attack and preventing the next crime they may perpetuate against the American people.
Yeah. You heard in my opening statement about the Inspector General's report on airport security screening. After Congress had been told of the report, you announced $1 billion in airport security upgrades. Press report have sources attacking you for changing the shoe removal policy. Does the $1 billion investment relate to the issue in the Inspector General's report? And then I have a follow-up to that.
Well, sir, I can't speak directly to that report because it is classified. I will tell you that all of the recommendations that the Inspector General had in that report have already been implemented, and that there was flawed data included in it. What I will tell you is the $1 billion investment.
You probably coverage. I don't want the coverage. I want the file. Are they still live or not? It isn't live anymore. So I think they officially passed comment. Okay. So we won't hear from Talarico today. And then Kristi Noem testifies, Tim Walz testifies, alleged misuse of federal funds in Minnesota. That was today? Tim Walz? Ooh. Oh no, that's tomorrow. Tomorrow is Tim Walz. What? This is going crazy. Not the 4th and the 3rd. We got conference. Okay. What is this?
Adobe Acrobat Studio is.
There's gonna be shills to that. Okay. Jeffries. Here we go. This might be something.
Faced an imminent threat from Iran prior to joint U.S.-Israeli strikes. During 15 minutes of remarks on Capitol Hill, he also talks about Congress's constitutional responsibility to declare war.
Heads up.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Donald Trump and Republicans have once again failed the American people. On the campaign trail, Donald Trump and Republicans promised to lower costs on day one. But failed Republican policies haven't led to costs going down. Costs have gone up. And the Trump tariffs have increased costs on everyday Americans by thousands of dollars per year. On the campaign trail, Donald Trump and Republicans promised that immigration and a king-like figure over and criminals who are here illegally.
They forgot that he was speaking.
Launching another endless war in the Middle East that is destined to cost more American lives and billions, if not trillions, of dollars.
And with every day that we go forward, the quicker it is to have fatigue towards the war. And so these people repeating this over and over and over again from the beginning, they're going to get people more and more on their side every day. So I really hope that this stuff that's happening in the Middle East just finishes up quickly.
Unless
he's starting
Congress
to make
is
a little
able
bit of sense
to
to me
stop
now.
Donald Trump
I'm like,
in his tracks, which is what it is our intention to do. Questions?
We know the War Powers Resolution is an issue with Democrats that you're going to be bringing up. Unfortunately, as we know, even if it does pass the House and the Senate, it will be vetoed by the president. Is there anything more that Democrats can do?
It's important for us to take the step that is in front of us right now, which is to work to make sure that the War Powers Resolution, which is bipartisan in nature, passes on the House floor today. Every member of Congress needs to go on record. This is a matter of the utmost significance that the framers understood would perhaps be the most important decision that members of Congress would make. And in fact, they decided that in our system, they don't want a king-like figure being able to unilaterally decide to send American men and women to war. That's why in Article 1 of the Constitution, this power was explicitly given to the Congress. And it's now the Congress's responsibility to go on record, because Donald Trump has unconstitutionally and illegally chosen to launch a war. He's describing it as a war. So-called Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth is describing it as a war. Other members of the administration are describing it as a war. And there's a requirement under the Constitution that it's members of Congress who make the decision as to whether to get us entangled in this kind of armed conflict. And that's what the resolution this week will be all about. Thanks.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. On immigration, the Trump administration has taken several actions regarding international students during its term. Most recently, it was revealed that Secretary Noem is reconsidering the optional practical training period for international students. Which
I'll be back in like 5
for a
minutes.
bit after they graduate. Many conservatives in Congress have called for the program to be ended so students can be sent home early. What do you think about ending this program, and what does it mean about the U.S. being a place for people around the world to come and study?
I have to evaluate the particulars of this program, and I'll be happy to do so moving forward. Let me just say about Kristi Noem. She is a disgraceful, despicable, and deplorable human being. Why is she still around? I do not understand this. The American people want her to go. People of goodwill want her to go. There are Republicans who want her to go. She's not qualified to lead the Department of Homeland Security or any other agency in this country, for that matter. I mean, this administration is so completely and totally out of control. They've so failed the American people. Exhibit A at this moment, of course, is Kristi Noem. How disgusting is it that she could not even apologize to the families of Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy when given the opportunity to do so in their presence for slandering those two American citizens and calling them domestic terrorists when she knew better than that. So one, I don't have any confidence in anything that Kristi Noem stands behind, but I'm happy to look at the particulars of this program. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Speaker Johnson said yesterday that in the Gang of Eight briefing yesterday that the possibility of supplemental for the conflict came up. Can you confirm that did come up during the discussion? And where do House Democrats stand on the possibility of additional funding for this conflict going on, since we don't know how long it could go on?
Yeah, there was some reference made to it, but the nerve of these extremists to want to raise the possibility of coming to Congress for supplemental funding related to a war that we haven't even authorized yet. And so we're not there. What's in front of us right now is the War Powers Resolution that House Democrats will strongly support. And what is also clear is that the American people are strongly opposed to the actions that Donald Trump have taken in the Middle East. Because the president, as candidate, promised not to get us involved in an endless war. Why are we spending taxpayer dollars, billions of dollars, to bomb Iran as part of some regime change effort that the American people want no part of at this point in time, as opposed to actually driving down the high cost of living, lowering the cost of groceries, healthcare, housing, childcare, and electricity bills, which the American people are suffering under the crushing weight of right now because of Donald Trump's policies. We should be spending taxpayer dollars to drive down the high cost of living, not funding Donald Trump's unlawful, unauthorized, and unconstitutional endless war, to use his terms, in the Middle East.
Yeah, it looks like there is now an alternate War Powers Resolution. Are you going to encourage people to support both, one over another? What is your thinking on that?
Haven't seen the alternate War Powers Resolution. Right now our focus is on the resolution that will be on the floor this week.
But there's a few House Democrats who are saying they might not actually support the War Powers Resolution. What are you telling those folks to try to get them on board?
We'll have a conversation as a caucus tomorrow in the aftermath of the secure briefing that takes place this evening, but before the debate that occurs on Wednesday, and of course the ultimate vote on Thursday. We'll continue to make the strongest possible case. There is going to be very strong Democratic support for the War Powers Resolution across the ideological spectrum. That I can guarantee you. And there may be a handful of members who have still not made a decision and want to participate in the secure briefing before they come to a final conclusion. Here's the thing. Having been briefed now, not once but twice, there is no evidence that has been presented to us that the United States was under threat of imminent attack from Iran. Zero evidence of that. In fact, many members of the administration have actually publicly now admitted that. So if in fact that was the case, it's hard for the American people to understand the rationale from launching a preemptive war in the Middle East that has now spread to more than half a dozen countries and resulted in the death of at least 6 brave, courageous, heroic service members. That's unacceptable. And we'll continue to have conversations as we move forward over the next few days, particularly in the aftermath of the administration's briefing. Thanks.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. Republicans are using the Iran operation as justification to put this DHS funding bill on the floor again this week. They've argued essentially that the resulting heightened threat level in the U.S. Means that the DHS shutdown needs to end. What are Democrats' response to that strategy?
Donald Trump launches an unauthorized war in the Middle East. He characterizes it as endless. He decides that he wants to spend billions of dollars to bomb Iran rather than spend taxpayer dollars to lower the grocery bills that are crushing the American people, and then wants to use his unauthorized war as an excuse to continue spending taxpayer dollars to brutalize or kill American citizens by continuing to unleash ICE without restriction on the American people. The whole thing is insane. Make it make sense. Because it does not.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. Back in 2011, Nancy Pelosi said that then President Obama didn't need congressional approval to bomb Libya. Now House Democrats say President Trump needs that approval to bomb Iran. What's the difference?
Well, obviously, Libya and the circumstances connected to that were very different than the circumstance that we face in Iran right now. I mean, I don't even understand the genesis or basis of that question. I suggest that you're not asking it in good faith.
Libya went on for 7 months.
As I've indicated, first of all, it was not in Congress at the time. So we're dealing with what we're dealing with right now, which is a catastrophic, endless war, as Donald Trump has characterized it, without any justification that there was going to be a preeminent assault or attack on the United States of America, either in our homeland,
we have way
or
less traction than
as
we
it
have
relates
the
to
last
our
few days.
interests in the Middle
There's
East.
a few of you that are still
The
with us
administration
that
is
are
not
on
even
this.
pretending like they have intelligence or information at this point, publicly. And certainly there's been nothing that has been presented
because of
to
the
us
election.
privately
It started with
to
the election.
justify a
And
preemptive
there's
strike
no
of this
Iranian
nature
or Israeli state media footage
that has triggered an all-out war in the Middle East. And by the way, Donald Trump is the one who
That's
said...
crazy too. Let me see here if I can find a little bit of this Iranian state media for us from today. Press Iranian media today. No, nothing. All right, keep it moving.
In the aftermath of the 12-day war, that Iran's nuclear program has been completely and totally obliterated. Not my words, his words. So was he lying to the American people then, or is he lying now? When he tried to suggest a few days ago that this was in part about stopping Iran's nuclear aspirations. They're all over the place in terms of their justification because they have nothing that explains their decision affirmatively not to come to Congress. The Constitution of the United States is not a mere inconvenience. It's an absolute necessity when it comes to the things that have been spelled out quite clearly by the framers of the Constitution. What happened to Republicans being so-called originalists? Was that all a lie as well? Because under this president, my Republican colleagues who continue to act like nothing more than reckless rubber stamps for Donald Trump's extreme agenda, ignore his behavior, this wannabe king, when it comes to trying to strip away congressional power as it relates to the appropriations, strip away congressional power as it relates to tariffs, and strip away congressional power as it relates to the declaration of war. The Constitution is not ambiguous about all of these things.
War stuff with
and yet we
the
see
Senate
Republicans
right now.
continuing to bend the knee.
And I think I'll lead in with that
That's
from
not
now on
us.
because I think I lost a lot of you
And it will never be.
with the primaries.
Thank
a
you
lot of
all.
people didn't like my election. All right. What else we got here? Chuck Schumer. Trucking on. What's new so far? Well, today Iran tried to do an election and we blew it up while they were doing the election. And then Soleimani's second son became the new Ayatollah. And then what else did we watch? Oh, and then we had elections, and Jasmine Crockett says that the Democratic Party is rigging the election against her. Talarico didn't come out, and then John Cornyn from Texas paid $100 million for the campaign and almost lost to Ken Paxton but neither one of them got to 50%. And so they are going to do a runoff in May, but Ken Paxton only had $2 million. And so it became like corporate chill night. And then, of course, Al Green and Dan Crenshaw both went down, losing their primaries. And now we're on Chucky Schumer, talking about the war.
Okay, and I want to thank Senators Murray and Kaine for being here as well. Well, it's been 4 days since the Trump administration launched the U.S. into a war most Americans oppose, and his administration can't explain the reasons we did it. I left the intelligence briefing more concerned than reassured. If the case for war was strong, it would be consistent. Instead, the rationales change by the hour.
Nick Fuentes tweeted how
nuclear
you lost
weapons, missiles, defense, preemptive. Which is it? When the justification keeps shifting, a strategy is missing. There is no strategy. 6 American service members are dead. And when talking about the tragic loss of our brave service members, what did Trump say? Quote, he said, there will likely be more before it ends. That's the way it is. Trump is using America's sons and daughters as pawns in his endless war. That's the way it is. The conflict is widening. Oil prices are already skyrocketing. Wars without clear objectives do not remain small. They get bigger, bloodier, longer, and more expensive. This is not a necessary war. It's a war of choice. Americans don't want another endless war. They want us to pay attention to lowering their costs.
I was saying this earlier. Like what they're doing, it doesn't work right now, but every time that they say this is an endless war, it becomes an endless war. So we got to make this quick, because the more that they're able to say it, the more that it becomes true.
While the administration debates which justification to use for war, families are debating which bill to pay.
Is he really... Chuck Schumer just got a phone call during his speech. Are you kidding me right now? Did we just see that? The Democrats' war speech. The Democrats' war speech, guys. The Democrats' war speech. He gets a phone call. Has his ringer on and everything, like flip phone style. Gotta replay that. That's epic. What?
Families are debating which bill to pay.
Oh my God. He looked at the text, then shut his flip phone. What are you doing? You're talking to the world right now, sir, about World War III. What?
Gas prices are rising. Groceries are still too high. Rent is crushing families. Health premiums are rising. Instead of mission creep abroad, we need cost relief.
Should have had a better ringtone. Yeah, I know, right?
Instead of shifting rationales for war, we need a clear strategy for affordability. That's what Americans are asking for. That's what Senate Democrats are fighting for. Senator Murray.
What in the world?
Well, Donald...
How short can a human being be? I didn't know that.
Trump promised lower costs and no more foreign wars. Instead, he has given us higher costs and a new costly war in the Middle East. It is hard to imagine a more straightforward betrayal. This president sent our kids into a war of choice from his beach club in Florida without clear objectives or any sense.
Sent our kids. She's like creating an entire map. Ah, so that's what that guy looks like. Yeah, exactly.
Of an end game. And without any authorization from Congress, no debate, no public hearings, no justification to the American people. My thoughts go out to the families of the service members who have already been killed in Trump's
The
war.
Biden era was having, just ask them.
What Americans want is health care. They want to pay less at the grocery store and the gas station.
Dr. Gregory.
They do not
welcome to
want
the
to spend
conversation.
billions in taxpayer
solid.
dollars to bomb Iran in a war that already tragically resulted in the deaths of American service members. Congress should end this war now.
End this
Republicans
war
should grow
now.
a spine and vote with Democrats.
They sent our boys overseas. What are you? Did you just pick up an old 2003 Iraqi speech you had?
Democrats in support of the War Powers Resolution. But instead, some Republicans are now trying to
Citizens,
use
what they
Trump's
think-
reckless
think
war of
thankful
choice
for
in
Iran,
Iran
citizens, what they think.
as a new
Thanks, man.
pretext to completely ignore Donald Trump's reckless occupation of American cities with rogue ICE agents. Look,
Thanks for
I'm
coming
not
into the
gonna
chat,
vote-
guys. If you're one of these new live viewers, we are trying to bump that up, but make sure you hit that like button because you spawn more people into the chat from all kind of different political angles. We get the conversation going in the chat. That's when the conversation and the show really start going.
to fund ICE and let them detain, brutalize,
But
shoot,
Patty picked up
or
her
kill
2003
more
Iraqi
American
speech
citizens just because Donald Trump started an unconstitutional war that no one asked for. And let's be clear, when it does come to national security, the Pentagon, CIA, law enforcement, the FBI, and other key agencies are already funded. And if Republicans want
They sent our boys overseas, and they didn't tell us, and they're all funded anyway. Okay, epitome of Karen.
want to know who is actually undermining our cyber defenses
It's super
and
Karen,
our
guys.
counterterrorism work, all they have to do is look across town
Super
at Kristi
Karen.
Noem's DHS and Kash Patel's FBI. How many key personnel has Trump already fired for no
Iranian
reason at our
people
top
sure ask for it.
cyber defense
Welcome
agency?
back, Corey, by the way.
How many FBI agents are focused
Or have you
on
been here for a
helping
while?
round up farm
You just
workers
popped back up
with
on
no
me.
criminal history
And I got you as an
instead
admin.
of counterterrorism? Why did Patel just last week
Corey, yesterday.
fire members of the FBI's
You were in my time zone
counterintelligence
during the Clinton-thon. Man, you're coming in late for me. Queen Karen, absolutely.
squad? And why
Boom,
on
boom,
earth
boom.
was a 22-year-old hired to lead counterterrorism at DHS? That
Sure,
should
I'm
be a bigger
retarded. That's
concern to
fine.
Republicans than a simple demand that ICE follow the same standards
Full retard.
as local police. And I'll close with this.
Sorry, I
War
voted for
should
Jasmine
be
Crockett
a
today.
last resort. I voted against the war in Iraq, and even the Bush administration was not as cavalier as Trump about the cost of war in lives or in taxpayer dollars. Trump's war will easily cost
You
more
watched
than
Jasmine
it
go
would
in for here?
cost to
Somebody else said
extend
that earlier
the
today
ACA
too. I'm
tax
like, dude,
credits.
let's keep that going.
This president
Feed that
and this
into the
Republican
algo. Send everybody here. I literally am building out the way when I go live based off of him, because he goes live at 1 p.m. and then like around like 5, 6 o'clock, like 7 o'clock, he usually either switches to games or he's done streaming. And so as long as he's not doing anything political, but if he is doing something political, I'll start my show with it. But I'm going to go live at 7 p.m. every night and go until like at least 2 a.m. And we had the elections tonight, which I think is why our viewers are way down versus the other nights. It's because we were really focused on all the primaries and elections. And, you know, most of the news, most of the interesting stuff is this war stuff. And we're starting to get a bump back up in the algo, I can see. We got 16 of you in here now. Hit that like button, spawn somebody new in for Super Queen Karen here in our discussion. We're just making fun of all politics, all across the board. Basically, if you want to know in a nutshell what this show is, it's cover what Asmondold doesn't cover through C-SPAN, and also like the personality type is somebody that is like, I'm so glad Al Green and Dan Crimshaw both lost their elections today. Cracker was behind by 10%. I just thought it was wild that she did that speech where she was like, the Democrats, they're stealing another election. I was like, whoa, what? Wild.
Congress has shown the American people there's always money for war. There's always money for billionaire tax breaks. It is just everyday Americans who are struggling with their health care or groceries who Republicans just can't spare a dime. Well, Democrats have a very different message. We're going to keep fighting to put working families ahead of starting costly, unnecessary wars.
Thank you, Senator Merz. Senator King.
Thank you all. So I represent a very pro-military state. I'm on the Armed Services Committee. One of my kids is in the military. And the question that Virginians and I think Americans are asking is, haven't we learned anything? Haven't we learned anything from 25 years in the wars in the Middle East?
See, it works, though. It only works, though, like, the more they say it. I'm telling you guys, every single day that I have to put up, like, day 6, day 7, we're all on the same story here. We're all doing the same shit. Come on, Jazzy, we need you to fight Trump.
Than 14,000 U.S.
But when they keep saying this whole thing about it, YouTube threw me in Lefty Lives a few times today to offset last night engagement. It's absolutely no more cheese. Democrats do insider trading. Yeah, so it was just like every time they do this, and they know this, every time that they say this is an endless war and it needs to stop, every day they get more and more a little bit more right. Like day one, everybody, Asmongold, myself, anybody that was like in support of this Iranian regime thing was like, oh, giddy. But we're only on day 4, and like, you know, when Hakeem Jeffries came up earlier, I was like, got some valid points. I'm like, we're only 4 days in. I'm like, give him at least 2 weeks. All right, I'll give him at least 2 weeks. But then after that, like, the more and more that these Democrats start harping that same message over and over again, this is an endless war. Like, I'm telling you, even a few months of us doing this kind of stuff, saying it's an endless war, it's going to really, really damage the chances of what... Well, I don't even know, because what we saw tonight with the primaries is any example of what's going to happen in November. It's just going to be a clean house, and there's nothing they can do about it. If you are a corporate shill, if you are bought and paid for, if you have more money than the other guy wins. That's what we saw tonight. Ken Paxton had $2 million of his own money. And he was like the best candidate of the whole night of all 5 of them. The next VP for the Democrats will be Tim McBride. I totally fell asleep on the live. I really appreciate that, man. Also, here we go. We're gonna get one more. Joshua, you're back now. I called you out earlier, but I didn't hear from you. But we're gonna add you as a moderator. Again, if you just see people coming in or whatever, if somebody's spamming or doing weird conspiracies or annoying the chat or whatever, we can give them a timeout at first, give them a longer timeout, maybe ban them. It's fun. We like to address people, though, and try to have a conversation. It's very Asmongold type of style intensive, where that's what draws the best conversations out, is if somebody is fighting or arguing the other side. I will call it out. We'll talk about it live and continue the conversation. But we look through pretty much everything that is like public domain throughout the day. And I just realized, like, we got to get into some of the war stuff. And as I'm doing that, that's exactly what's happening. We're up to 21 now already again. It's just the high energy of what the news coverage is. And I'll start with what's most important moving forward so we can keep most of our audience. But I am an election junkie, so I was very excited to, do my little thing for Jasmine Crockett and have my little fun with the election. Earlier today.
Troops and contractors killed, more than 65,000 troops and contractors injured, hundreds of thousands of civilian deaths, $8.2 trillion that could have been spent here at home, spent in wars in the Middle East, and what did we get out of it? That's what my military state is asking me. They're asking me about their kids who were deployed on the Ford Carrier Strike Group overseas. They went to the Mideast. They then were told by...
When you do ping pong, it's so much better. Docs not due, dang phone. Yeah. If you're like doxing and stuff.
The president to go to the Caribbean, now back to the Mideast. It's going to be the longest carrier deployment.
It's funny, we had that one person come back. I forgot what his name was, like HD something. That came back that was like doing the whole NASCAR thing, and he said it one time. As soon as he came in, and he was like, "I'm just here for NASCAR," and I was like, "Okay, that's fine. Just don't spam it." And he's like, "I'm learning." I was like, "Yes." And then he had like other conversations, but it's cool.
Recent history, these sailors who haven't seen their families on a ship that is not in great shape, that needs to get back in port. President Trump is breaking his promises.
We're becoming a legit community, though.
He campaigned as a end war president, as a peace president. Less than 6 weeks ago, the Pentagon put out a national defense strategy under the name of the secretary with the approval of Donald Trump. Here was the promise. No longer will the department be distracted by interventionism, endless wars, regime change, and nation building. What? Toppled one government to arrest their leader, assassinated the leader of another government. That's not intervention? That's not regime change? That's not nation building? They're breaking.
Yeah, you told Tim Kaine that Cuba's next. His eyes about to pop out of his head. What?
Breaking their promises, just like they're breaking their promises, as Senator Murray and Senator Schumer talked about.
Well, yeah, I am pro. Yeah. He was like, "I'm pro NASCAR" or whatever, but like he came back today and just like coyly dropped it again, and I was like, "Whoa, don't go getting carried away again."
About to bring costs down for everyday folks, and these are connected. When you use your money to wage war, you take money away from other priorities. When you wage a war that raises energy prices that are already too high, you're hitting.
The world needs change. What kind of change? Hey,
people who are dealing with
change. You know what? We saw a lot of change with those elections earlier today. The primary elections that no one wanted to watch the show on. All of our viewers dropped out on. Now we bring in back up war. Everybody coming back.
Healthcare costs up, housing up,
there was some
food
change,
up,
though.
groceries up, energy costs up. It's time for the president to keep promises, not break.
Back again. Yes, I love you, hon. Better chance in NASCAR in Saudi Arabia than Iran. Absolutely. Facts.
And
right?
that's why I'm so glad that we're going to put everybody on the record tomorrow. Nobody gets to hide and give the president an easy pass or an end run around the Constitution. Everybody's got to declare whether they're for this war or against it. That will be the vote tomorrow. I appreciate leadership helping us get it scheduled at a time when everybody can vote and be held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
The Republicans say that Democrats need to fund DHS ASAP in light of all of this. What is an update on your conversations with the White House?
Well, first of all, it's very easy for them to get all of this funded. Simply to agree to our common sense proposals on ICE and Border Patrol. These are proposals, what we've asked for is what every police force does. In terms of our negotiations, look, we're still...
I had to take a 5-minute pause, and I was like, guys, I'll be back. 5-minute pause. There was like 4 people still on the stream. I was like, I don't know. I was like, I just played Hakeem Jeffries, like refocused. Because it's like starting to fade. But I'm going to go until these 2 that every night. So 7 to 2
so far
every
apart,
night.
but we're still negotiating and exchanging paper back and forth. Yes. Senator Kaine. He's our war powers expert.
There are some members, the Democrats, that are concerned about that as well.
Look, people ought to grapple hard with war questions. I mean, we shouldn't be at war without a debate and vote. That was what the framers intended. We protect our troops when we do it the right way. We put them at risk when we do it the wrong way. I mean, we came within a hairbreadth of 3 F-15 crews being killed by a friendly nation that shot our F-15s down. Why did they do that? Because there was no plan and no rationale. When you go into it without a rationale, and when the plan is half-baked, you end up with situations like that. We're acting.
See, they're wrong until they're right, and they know, and they love that strategy. They're like, there's nothing we can do. There's nothing they can do about it in the meantime. But they came together, and they're like, if we're wrong until we're right. Which is like, there is no plan here, and it's a forever war. the more that you say that over and over again, day by day, week by week, minute by minute, the more and more it just truly becomes true. And slowly over time, influencers and everybody just kind of cave to the like, I don't want to keep hearing you say this, you're right.
Because we love the troops. Our troops serve bravely, whether it's in Iraq or Afghanistan or Vietnam, they always serve bravely. The risk for them is bad civilian decision-making, and we're insisting upon good decision-making, so we minimize the risk to our troops.
War powers that. NASCAR went too woke for me. Everything's too woke, especially the production values, the production of stuff, with the produced stuff. But Michael Jordan did kind of break the system because Michael Jordan was suing NASCAR because they were screwing him over on the team shit, and now he became the first ever owner to win all 3 of the first races. NASCAR.
Look, I can't talk about a classified briefing. As you know, at 3:30, all the senators will be able to ask questions there. I can tell you, I left that briefing with more questions than I went in with. It was not a very satisfying briefing. Yes.
What's your reaction to what Secretary Rubio said yesterday, that the administration felt compelled to act because Israel was going to act with or without U.S. support in attacking Iran, and that casualties on U.S. bases in the region would have been higher if the U.S. didn't act preemptively?
Trump just contradicted him, and it just shows you that they don't have a real answer as to what is going on, plain and simple.
Yeah.
Yes, no, back there. Yes, you raised your hand. Yeah.
Hockey is so good, but I never really got into hockey. Just watched the movie.
Well,
the last
you'll have to ask them.
Thank you. Amazing movie about American. Yeah, Last
Tonight
Mohicans.
kicks off C-SPAN.
I love Last of the Mohicans. That's a good one. I need to watch Argo, because Argo is that Iranian war shit, man. It's all about like when the original Ayatollah came to power. And Mr. Jimmy Carter. I love the Last of the Mohican soundtrack. Yeah, that was a great movie and soundtrack. All right, where are we at here? Senators react to briefing in Iran. Oh no, you ready for them to throw their hands up? I would never. There's a two-parter. This is the first part when they're walking in and they're like,
have a nuclear weapon, and we will now not allow Iran to hide behind the immunity of a massive short-term ballistic missile inventory or the ability to make them or launch them. And so CENTCOM, in a joint operations, is carrying out a systematic destruction of their missile belt, destruction of their launchers, and destruction of their ability to make these, as well as the destruction of their Navy. From what I've been told by the Department of War, everything is on or ahead of schedule. And proceeding on these objectives. We have every confidence in the world that these objectives will be achieved. The last point I would make is, and I said this yesterday and I repeat, what's about to, you're about to see, we're going to unleash Chang on these people in the next few hours and days. You're going to really begin to perceive a change in the scope and in the intensity of these attacks as, frankly, the 2 most powerful air forces in the world take apart this terroristic regime and defang it and take away its ability to threaten its neighbors or hide behind a zone of immunity that allows them to develop their nuclear ambitions. This terroristic, radical, cleric-led regime cannot be ever allowed to have nuclear weapons. We saw what they were willing to do to their own people. They were willing to slaughter their own people in the streets. Imagine what they would do.
Last of the Mohicans is available on Tubi, free. Yeah.
To us.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine what they would do to others. Under President Trump, that will never, ever happen. All right?
Yesterday you talked about Israel. Mr. Secretary.
Please, guys, I can't hear them all. Yes.
God, that's so annoying.
Israel was going to strike Iran.
He is such a great... He's the great communicator, though. I'm telling you. Marco Rubio is going to become president as long as we don't mess this war up.
That's why we needed to get involved. Today, the president said that Iran was going to get...
Yeah,
and quick pause and plug. Yes, Tubi is the best. And also, my movies, Alex R. Wagner, are on Tubi. So make sure at some point, you guys, that's a super easy way to help me out. If you can't super chat, if you can't do membership, you can't help out financially, it's totally fine. I get it. But what you can do is like when you go to bed, you can go Alex R. Wagner, and you can search my movies on Tubi and Plex, and I have a bunch of different comedies and stuff. The only political movie I have is a documentary about me and my ex at the time moving from Manhattan to Florida during the pandemic and kind of why we did that. And that's built around all the way January 6th. It's like a Christmas movie that's built around January 6th. It's called Christmas in Florida. And that's also on Tubi. That's also on Amazon Prime, Christmas in Florida. But tons of different movies. You search my name and just run them. It really would help me.
Statement is false, so that's not what I was asked very specifically. Were you there yesterday?
Yes, I asked.
Okay. No, were you the one that? Because somebody asked me a question yesterday. Did we go in because of Israel? And I said, you were asking me that follow up, and I said no. I told you this had to happen anyway. The president made a decision, and the decision he made was that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ballistic missile program, that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ability to conduct these attacks. That decision had been made. The president systematically made a decision to systematically destroy this terroristic capability that they had, and we carried that out. I was very clear in that answer. This was a question of...
Yo, Talladega Nights is on Tubi? I love Talladega Nights.
Timing of why this had to happen is a joint...
Chew Big Red or fuck you.
Operation, not the question of the intent. Once the president made a decision that negotiations were not going to work, that they were playing us on the negotiations, and that this was a threat that was untenable, the decision was made to strike them. That's what I said yesterday, and you guys need to play it. If you're going to play these statements, you need to play the whole statement, not clip it to reach a narrative that you want to do, all right? If you're going to play these statements, you need to play the whole playing us on the negotiations, and that this was a threat that was untenable, the decision was made to strike them. That's what I said yesterday, and you guys need to play it. If you're going to play these statements, you need to play the whole statement, not clip it to reach a narrative that you want to do, all right?
This is your statement. This is your statement, Mr. Secretary.
That's got to be annoying. You're literally the secretary trying to help everybody communicate. You're telling the press the information, and then they're cutting out pieces of your information you're trying to deliver to the public. This is exactly why, especially during war, you have to go to just things like C-SPAN. And you have to just focus on primary sources only. Because you will never catch that in 1,000 other different clippers or clips.
Go ahead.
What do you make of the war powers resolution that's being considered here in Congress?
I mean, Congress votes on those. They can if they want. There's mechanisms for it. We've complied with the War Powers Act, even though we believe it's unconstitutional, as has every other administration. Every other president has found the War Powers Act to be unconstitutional. Nonetheless, we notified Gang of Eight, which was an appropriate mechanism by which to notify Congress. We sent the notification within 48 hours, the way the law requires. I'm here today to have, I don't know, my 6th or 7th briefing before the entirety of the House and Senate, which is far more than I ever got from any administration in the time that I was here, certainly when I was a member of the Gang of Eight. And so we've over-complied with the law and what it requires. This is an action by the president to address a real threat, This is hostilities designed to eliminate a threat to the safety and the security of the United States and to our allies.
Was there a plan in place to evacuate Americans before the attack took place?
Well, that's the plan we're trying to carry out. The problem is, or the challenge we are facing, is airspace closures. If a country closes their airport, for example, in some cases the airports have been hit. So the airport in Kuwait was hit. So if an airport's been attacked or the airspace is closed, then we can have the planes lined up to go, but we can't get them to land because we don't have the permissions to land there. So that's the challenge. But rest assured, we are confident that we are going to be able to assist every American. As I told you right now, we have about a little over 1,500, maybe closer to 1,600 Americans requesting assistance. And we know that we're going to be able to help them. It's going to take a little time.
See, this is what I mean. You have to be focused on the right thing. And the Democrats are, again, playing the political game. They, all went quiet, came up with their speech. They got their speech now, and their speech is, every single time you see them, you go, he didn't have a plan at all, and this is an endless war, and we have to get out of it. Then you can make up whatever else you want outside of it, but those are the two things you got to say. In reality, if they would cared as Congress people, and cared as press or humans or whatever, you would be focused on the thing just like Republicans were in Afghanistan, which was getting the people out that especially are from our country. And there are 1,500 people spread across like 8 different countries right now that are screwed. And can you imagine just being on vacation in like Saudi Arabia? You go to Dubai. You get a little bit of freaking money. I mean, I can see myself accidentally being stuck in a situation like this. CNN was flipped anti-war by talking about how it is tanking S&P 500 and NASDAQ. Yeah, CBS was anti as well, but I was amazed as NBC was fair. NBC is usually fair because there's less vetted interest. What's interesting about CBS is still pro-Trump and is now like the, right-wing side of it, but they're still going to do that anti-war stuff. It's like, what's the vetted interest here? Like, it's just, a lot of it is pharmaceuticals against like weapons and stuff like that. Like they're bidding factories where like people that invest in one product don't invest in the other, so they try to sabotage the other. Making Trump seem erratic is impulsive. And that's the thing, is we're taking the source material, we're essentially becoming CNN. Because we're like only taking the things that we can legally just clear ourselves as people in America, and we just sit here and have a conversation about it. I hate, like, especially right now, like when World War III broke out 4 days ago, guys, cannot even get on X anymore. It's just so ADD, full of like, I don't even know what anymore. The text reader doesn't always work. That's Schumer angle, so CNN Patriot has to take on all angles. Exactly. The guy sued Jake Tabor that was getting people out of Afghanistan. Make Trump seem erratic and impulsive. Exactly.
Yes. Because we don't control the airspace closures. That said, there may be more people out there that need help. We need to know who you are. So please, I'm asking the media, publicize the phone numbers and the website, because we need people to call in so we have their name, we have their contact information, we have their location and their request. So as these opportunities begin to open up, we can act very quickly to reach them and get them out of harm's way.
Mr. Secretary, I want to just clarify what you said. Because you said...
There's nothing to clarify.
But you said I would...
No, but you have to read... If you're going to read the whole statement...
But your quote is about...
Is it a game? Like, why is it a game to these people? Why is it a game during a war to, like, strategize your question? Because he's literally... He's spelling it out. Where he's going, you want me to confirm something? Or you want to take half of the quote that I said yesterday that you were standing right in front of me with, act like you didn't hear what I said in full, and get a new response from me about something that I never said. Whew.
We knew that there was going to be...
Why? What motivates a human being to have that be the way that you're thinking? Sorry to hear that. Democrats hate America. That's why. I am blind, so I have an excuse. Exactly.
Israeli action, we knew that would precipitate an attack.
Yeah, no, I understand. But listen, all right, let me understand. But I had a very specific question from that gentleman, right?
The president said... Well, the president said that...
Hold on one second. I asked a very...
force Israelis.
Okay, but let me answer, because this is my press conference. Sure. Okay. You asked me, I was asked a very specific question, so you guys can misrepresent it, but I was asked a very specific question yesterday. The bottom line is this. The president determined we were not going to get hit first. It's that simple, guys. We are not going to put America...
Smart enough, and he knows that he's positioning himself so that if he gets out of this and he reaches us directly, he's in a really good spot for that primary. And he is trying his hardest, because here's the thing. Is nobody is in charge of Marco Rubio in communication on this. Marco Rubio is in communication of everybody else. And so every other person, every other congressperson, everybody else is going to be quiet, is going to do their complaints or their little rhetoric with their little, back and forths or whatever, political tools. But really, Marco Rubio could do the same thing and just be as quiet as possible. Everything is censored, whatever else. But I feel like he's trying to be the calm version of Trump and kind of like break through the like completely manipulated narrative. But he's like literally, I feel for the guy. These are human beings that he just saw yesterday that asked him a question. They come back the next day and they ask him why he said such an answer, but they only ask him that and it's like 1/3 of what he actually said and completely taken out of context. He's being as genuine as he can with each person he's interacting with, trying to communicate about the war. and doing that so that can be his platform later. And then you have these actual people, and you're like, oh my God, you have no soul. You're literally doing this in front, like in a war, in front of millions of people, acting like you weren't standing right next to me yesterday when I said this. It's the same exact journalist.
Troops in harm's way. If you tell the President of the United States that if we don't go first, we're going to have more people killed and more people injured, the President's going to go first. That's what he did. That's what the President will always do. He will always put the safety and security of our men and women in uniform and of all Americans before anything else. He's always going to do that, and that's what he did here. In addition to that, I would argue that this threat from Iran, they are hiding behind these missiles and hiding behind these drones. They wanted to reach a point where you couldn't touch them, and then they could do whatever the hell they wanted with their nuclear program. And there is no way in the world that this terroristic regime was going to get nuclear weapons, not under Donald Trump's watch.
So the U.S. attack has nothing to do with Israel. It has nothing to do with Israel.
Jinx, I can't with the leftist news media anymore. All of the great American leaders since 1979, and the host of the TV show Apprentice is the guy who bombed Iran.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a general question of why the president gave the green light, and then there's a question of why did it have to happen this weekend? Are you saying it had to happen this weekend because of that Israeli action?
No, this weekend presented a unique opportunity to take joint action against this threat. And we wanted this to have maximum success. We want this operation to be successful at achieving its objectives. I'll repeat the objectives. The president laid them out yesterday. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
He doesn't need to do any of this. He could just run it up the ladder to the president, but he knows nobody's in charge of it. If he goes out on a limb and talks to us directly, tries to be as clear as possible every time, re-identify the conflicts with the media, that he can survive. But my God, are they just intolerable. Intolerable. They have to know what they're doing. And it's like, and this is a war. Why are you doing that?
It cannot have, and therefore it cannot have the things it was hiding behind to have a nuclear weapons program. What are those things? Number one, we are going to destroy their missiles and their missile launchers. We are going to destroy their capability to make these missiles and these launchers, and we are going to destroy their Navy. Those are the objectives, and this weekend, acting at this time, gave us the highest probability of success in achieving those objectives, and as the Department of War will brief you, we are on or ahead of schedule to do that.
So the U.S. attack would have happened no matter what? Would the U.S. attack have happened no matter what Israel is planning to do?
If you're new here, make sure you hit that like button. When you hit that like button, we spawn in people from all different political equations into the chat. When the chat gets deep, the chat gets interesting and more fun. We are listening to Marco Rubio's comments today about the war as he continues to try to explain to us through the media, the lying media, what's going on.
Israel was going to act with or without
the president had already made a decision to act on the timing. The president acted on the timing that gave us the highest chance of success. And that's what you're seeing play out right now. You're seeing it play out right now, and you'll see it in the days to come. We will systematically take apart their missile program. We will destroy their ability to sponsor terrorism, by the way. We will destroy their factories. We will destroy their Navy. Those objectives are going to be met. We're well on our way to meeting them. It will not be easy. There will be a price to pay for it, but that is a much lower price to pay than having a nuclear-armed Iran. I got to go brief these guys. Hold on. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Secretary, how heavily is the administration leaning into the 2001 AUMF for justification of these strikes?
What now?
How heavily is the administration...
Well, I'm telling you guys, it was really crazy because, like, when October 7th happened and everything, and then they were doing those Osama bin Laden, or Saddam, Osama bin Laden letter to America on TikTok and shit, like, I really feel like these people, even these reporters and stuff, like, they are really into TikTok. The way that we're sitting on YouTube watching stuff, like, the way that we interact with our normal social media, probably our Instagram or something like that, these people are, you see it with the people that are on Twitter a lot. Like, a lot of people that are on Twitter, like, conspiratorial and shit. And I feel like a lot of people that are on TikTok are, like, living in this reality where they think, like, they're getting the news and they have the good opinions, but in reality, they're just, like, getting warped concepts over, like, 30-second bits, and it's just, like, frying their brains. That's my only perspective on, like, why
it's not our notification to Congress. Our notification, listen, let me explain to you guys this in simple English.
Like, oh my God, you know what I mean? Like, we are having to watch him say the same thing 3 times over and over again that everyone else, all of us, we can comprehend it. But somehow everyone there that's the media can't comprehend what he's saying.
Okay? Iran is run by lunatics, religious fanatic lunatics. They have an ambition to have nuclear weapons. They intend to develop those nuclear weapons behind a program of missiles and drones and terrorism that the world will not be able to touch them for fear of those things. And this is the weakest they've ever been. Now is the time to go after them. The president made the decision to go after them, take away their missiles, take away their navy, take away their drones, take away their ability to make those things so that they can never have a nuclear weapon. That's why the president made this decision. It was the right decision. And the world will be a safer place when these radical clerics no longer have access to these weapons. You see how they're using them now. Imagine how they would use them a year from now if they had more of these. All right, I got time for one more.
Can you imagine just why are we living in this fucking world? This is so nuts. Where our own media is getting information on the ward of the Secretary of State and they can't even just be like respectful in any manner. My God. It's like pushing back on everything from day one. It's like day 4, guys. And he's like, you see how they're using their weapons, right? And they want to like rebut it and get in an argument. Can you imagine any other time in history where that would ever happen? Where the secretary in charge of the diplomacy of two nations is trying to explain to just anyone, any human being, like, hey, this is what's going on with this nation and this conflict. And their response is like, nuh-uh, I heard on TikTok that blah, 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 blah. You don't have the information. I do. And I'm trying to give it to you. And why are you fighting the information I'm trying to give you? He has the information, guys. Not the reporters. But the reporters are rebutting what he's saying. It makes no fucking sense.
What exactly was the threat?
Several Democrats criticized. That's what's crazy. It's like, guys, he keeps saying the same thing. We keep listening and hearing the same thing. And then the reporter's like, excuse me, what? So Democrats side with the dictators now? Because when Dems waiting and asking questions, they don't listen to the words, just waiting to talk again. Exactly. It's like, yeah, that's exactly what it is. They're waiting to talk again. They're waiting to talk again. They're not listening to the answer to the question. 10 minutes. 10 minutes and it could have been 2.
You said, and are
yeah,
you
of course they could have. The question is, several Democrats criticize. They're going to always criticize. We've been doing this for years, guys. They come out. I'll tell you right now, they're going to come out after the briefing and say, we didn't hear anything. We have more questions than answers. You mark my words. But we still do these briefings. Go ahead.
He's like, yeah, there's going to be politics. I'm kind of the person that has the information. You want to ask about any information? Ask, oh my God, he's winning. Good God, I am so Rubio'd out. J.D. Vance is too scary. And I don't know with the wife and the HB1Vs, I just don't like his chances in a general election with that. But Marco Rubio is saving every bit of what he didn't have in the 2025 primary, or 2015 primary. The 2015 primary, Rubio was nothing on this guy. This guy is, man, he is Michael Jordan getting cut from the team. Came back swinging. What a comeback. That response was like, because he's like a better, suaver Trump. He's not mean about it. How are you going to, what? You're going to be like, oh, Rubio was being nasty yesterday. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. He was telling you exactly what you needed to fucking hear over and over and over again. And watching you just fall apart.
Their criticism was on the timeline. They said that Israel is dictating the time.
And it shows, too. It's like, oh, Trump does the roasting, and you can see the impatience when he doesn't like something, like the Epstein files and stuff, and you're like, I don't know how I feel. You know, you always get into that zone of, I don't know how I feel. Imagine if the person was like, always had a corporate answer, always had an educated answer with information, and would just repeat himself over and over and over again to the press, to the point where the press looks like the dumb ones, and he looks like the educated one, and we all are comprehending what the press is still asking questions about.
timeline for the United States.
No,
and as you know, several people on the right have also agreed with that.
Yeah,
How
I
do you
mean, he has
respond?
come a long way from little
The
Rubio,
United States
man.
made a decision, under the President of the United States made a decision. This is intolerable. Iran cannot have these missiles, cannot have these drones, cannot threaten the world. The President said this is the weakest they've ever been. If we don't hit them now, a year from now, a year and a half from now, no one will be able to touch them, and they'll be able to do whatever they want. And he made a decision to go. And he made a decision to go in a joint operation because they gave us the highest chance of success, and he made the decision to go first because he concluded that we were not going to get hit first. We were not going to absorb a blow from them. We were going to go first. He was not going to run the risk that they could attack.
And we didn't. And we didn't. Remember, everything that we've seen so far is true manipulation. We had 3 casualties night 1. By night 3, we had 6 casualties. Those were all from a Kuwaiti air base that we've had since 1991 when an Iranian missile hit it. All from the same night, reported at different times. We also had 3 F-15Es, or something like that, F-15 whatevers, that got shot out of the sky by Kuwaiti friendly fire when they thought that they were something else. That's because they have, as somebody pointed out in the chat yesterday, that's because they have the, tools and the technology to be able to actually use, because they have our tools and technology to be able to actually hit us, not like Iranians. And those 3 pilots ejected safely. So again, 6 casualties in total from a Kuwaiti airbase where an Iranian missile hit. So everything about the narrative right now from the Democratic side is just so mind-bending.
Attack us before we could hit them, because in addition to costing lives, it would undermine
He does
the
not have small
effectiveness
hands
of our
anymore.
operation. All right, guys, I gotta go. Thank you.
Trump tried to decide Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Big small hands, yeah.
Thank you. I have to be quick.
Today,
I have to be quick. We heard nothing new. We have many concerns. That was crazy how Rubio just spoiled their whole thing. Because now here's part 2. And part 2 is going to be Chuck Schumer coming out here and saying, we're very concerned. Oh, Fetterman. Oh, boy. Yeah, here we go, guys. Fetterman.
The Adobe Acrobat AI assistant helps me.
Yes, we got some Fetterman. Oh, God, I'm excited for this. More practical people with human thoughts. Oh, who would have thunk it? What a beautiful time.
Hours of notification, and he's done that. And then they have up to 60 days, perhaps a 30 days extension. And there's no boots on the ground. And
right there, from a Democrat, there are no boots on the ground. He's a traitor. We hate him. I can't believe that he did that. Just clarity. We have clarity from both sides, guys. Do not trust any lawmakers' remarks on the conflict in Iran other than Marco Rubio, Donald Trump, and cross-checked by John Fetterman. That's it. For the remainder of this conflict, those are the sources. Everyone else is doing some weird-ass shit, and I don't know, they're living in it, they're just, I don't even know what they're doing. It's crazy. Here we go.
it's been into 100 hours so far. So where has anything been broken or they haven't made every standard?
How do you describe the fact that it's just...
Pose. Super Frankie. Here you go. Oh, you have been knighted, Super Frankie. Welcome to the Moderator Club. You'll see like the hidden messages and stuff sometimes, and you just show them because what was that one? He has small hands but big balls. They tried to hide that. It was so dumb. But we just show everything. We have conversations with everybody. If somebody gets like really annoying or something like that, we might get rid of them or whatever. Put them on timeout, things like that. But keep the conversation without spamming. Once you bring something up, just bring it up once. If I read it, I'll read it. That's it. Just so the rest of the chat knows that. But yes, welcome to the club, Frank A. Is the old Jedi mind trick, these are not the droids you are looking for by the Dems, have no force, and it doesn't work on anyone who can think for themselves and form opinions from pattern recognition. Later, Josh.
How do you describe the fact that you're the only Senate Democrat, though, with that position?
Because maybe I'm the Democrat. I'm aware that it's, it's pretty.
He should have just said it. He should have just said it. Because maybe I'm the only Democrat with a brain. The guy with the fucking tumor. The guy with the stroke. Because maybe I'm the guy. Because maybe I'm the only Democrat with a brain. He should have done it. He should have done it.
Toxic for a Democrat to say I happen to agree with the president on really anything at this point. But again, find someone that opposes this, saying they've all said we can never allow Iran to acquire a nuclear bomb. Then what's your, and that seems like that's happening. Why can't you just acknowledge that's a good thing? Why not? No. Why can't? Why can't you just say that? It's like, this is 47 years. It's like sanctions and treaties and all kinds of other negotiations and everything. Nothing's worked, and that's the case. So why can't we all just say the world is safer and it's more just now because of what this happens? You don't have to agree on everything, but it's like, yes, I'm the only Democrat because I'm not afraid of my base to just say, you know what, this was overall a good thing. You don't have to agree on everything. So I'm going to be honest. So, why can't you just acknowledge that one of the most evil people on the face of the earth was erased? That's a good thing.
Can't you do both? Can't you do both? And I think there are questions about the scope of the operation moving forward, how long it will last. 6 service members have already been
Well, I mean, no one knows exactly how long it's going to last overall. I mean, who knows? But really, what's really also undeniable is that Iran has seriously been degraded. If they have a big shot to shoot, they would have done it by now, and they haven't. And now, really, all of this other kinds of small things, they're just cheap drones being fired off at random nations there. If anything, they continue to isolate themselves. If anything, you could see a good opportunity to now move them more towards Abraham Accords. There are these small things, but where is all of things beyond those small kinds of things? Overall, Iran has been effectively degraded in a way where they really have limited, if any, capabilities at this point.
Senator, why should Congress assert its constitutional role and actually vote to declare war the way it did with Iraq and Afghanistan?
The last war we've actually declared was World War II.
No, Iraq and Afghanistan.
Come on, motherfuckers. How did John Fetterman be? It's so crazy. It's so crazy. What in the world? Just imagine the world if that stupid Dr. Oz would have gotten the Senate position. You gotta think past party line, because Fetterman now, this guy right now in wartime, or Dr. Oz? Oh my God, I'm taking this guy. I want him every morning. I want to wake up every morning and just be like, all right, what is Fetterman saying about the war? Okay, that's what's happening.
Afghanistan. Okay, so so for me right now, what is it now?
That's what that is. That's how
War Powers Resolution, 60 days, and we're 100 hours into this. Now, what's at this point?
Do you support the regime?
And also, I want to say on this, it's like, we can't keep our government open. We've shut it down for 45 days, and now the entire DH thing is shut down. We can't even maintain our core responsibilities to keep our government open. So right now.
Senator, did you change your position on war powers in terms of a ground invasion into Iran?
What? No, I'm saying it's like this is.
Should the U.S.
Never seen a politician do that. That was amazing. He took the question and he just goes, "No, that's just done. No more. Be gone with your question."
done more to protect Americans who are now stranded abroad. Israel received a warning on Friday before this attack for an authorized departure there, but there are many Americans in other countries now without.
Anything else?
Senator,
Holy shit! Did it twice. Nope, not answering that one either.
do Americans have anything to be concerned about with regard to retaliation here domestically? Any cells that we need to worry about? Anything?
I don't have any specific kinds of intelligence on
the truthful botched circumcision.
on that, of course. But our DHS system is shut down, so that's probably not great timing for
He's got that what in the fuck are you people on?
that. And again, I'm the only Democrat that votes that's wrong to do that. Yeah, we all want to make some changes on ICE, but we all know that won't have any impact what they've done, and now it's shut down.
Do you support regime change inside Iran?
What?
Do you support regime change inside Iran by President Trump?
Well, I thought that's part of, a regime change. It's like the top 55 of them were killed, and I think they just blew up 80 of the randoms mullahs, too. Which, that was pretty great.
Which also, you could trust this guy because his background, the way that he slipped into any of this, was he was a non-for-profit owner and local Democrat. And then they propped him up in the system, and then he got the fucking brain thing happened, and they couldn't get him out in time. And so they had to put him up because they had to get out Dr. Oz. And so they fed him to the system, and he came out as Mr. Smith Goes to Washington.
Great, actually. So,
this is
all
in
right.
true fashion.
Senator,
He's just like, I'm not answering your stupid questions. Goodbye. Like an unhoused person who accidentally looked into the news conference. Exactly. But, dude, he's so fucking honest.
Wait a second. This is the short person's view of the war. So the briefing was very informative. I feel like this administration has been as transparent as you possibly can be without compromising war plans. So I want to congratulate them in terms of keeping us informed. My takeaway, quite frankly, is the Iranians have a strategy of trying to create regional chaos, to shut down airports, hit hotels, drive up economic cost, to see if the region will break and sue for peace. I've been on the phone all day with our Arab allies, and quite the opposite is unfolding. So I'm here to tell you the good news for me is I think the regional partners, the Arab partners, are going to be more involved,
the
not
refreshment.
less.
The refreshed of John Fetterman is like that's the craziness of it all is the refreshment where it was just like all of a sudden it was just like somebody hit reset on the cartridge and it was a reset on the system. Yeah.
They're not going to break. They're going to get into the fight in a more direct way. And Iran made a major miscalculation by attacking Kuwait and Qatar and Saudi Arabia. The countries now are more intent than ever to end the threat forever. So what I see in the coming days is more capability directed at the regime that's non-American. More planes flying that are non-Americans. More missile capability brought to the fight by our allies. So the ability to inflict harm on the regime is going to increase, not just because we're more committed to ending this, because we're going to have more partners to do that. Now, so what's the goal here? The goal is to make sure that when this is over, this regime cannot build ballistic missiles to hit America or terrorize the region. That when this conflict is over, they cannot continue to support Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, the terrorist network, and they can never go back in the nuclear business. One of the things that really got President Trump going the most was after Midnight Hammer, we found that they were trying to regenerate their nuclear program. After basically months of negotiation, it was pretty clear that they're wedded to the capability they need to inflict terror, that the regime's goal is always to inflict terror and to push their religious agenda through force. And the missile buildup is designed to give them immunity in terms of developing their nuclear program. If we waited much longer, they're doing 100 a month. The idea of imminent threat to me is an odd thing. Who wants to let a homicidal maniac be able to get to the imminent stage of hurting you? If somebody is threatening my family, wants to rape your wife and burn down your house and kill your children, I don't want to wait till they get to the gun store and the gas station. Since 1979, this regime has been dedicated to chaos through their religious agenda. In 1983, 220 Marines were killed by Hezbollah in Lebanon, 18 sailors, 100
Oh, we
injured.
got it. Guys, I told you it was going to happen in the middle of the night. The Democrats strike again. James Talarico came out in the middle of the night and did his speech. They always wait until you think that it's over, and then they come and they claim victory. Remember, Jasmine Crockett said they stole votes in Texas from the blacks, and the system is rigged. And I believe her. The system is rigged, but it is kind of annoying because you kind of have to lean into this like she's crazy thing because that's what everybody's going to pile on with. But in reality, she had $5 million. Talarico had $28 million, and Colbert and Joe Rogan on his side. And he also has the media on his side because he's going to show up in the middle of the fucking night here, I bet you, and he is going to announce victory. Want to bet me anything? He's going to announce victory. Good night, man. Good night, Frankie. I knew you'd win. A shame. Who's going to stand up to Trump now? 4 minutes. That can't be victory. 4 minutes can't be victory. He was told to hold off. Holy crap. Uh-oh. They were looking at the optics.
Thank you all so much. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for staying up.
And not claim victory?
Tonight, our campaign is shocking the nation. We are still waiting for an official call.
Holy shit. He waited till 1 a.m. and then he backed out of the sleeper cell operation. Jasmine is not unemployed yet. She is suing Texas for being racist. This guy is not able to claim victory, and all of the DNC is being nuked by a person of color. They did this to themselves, but I love it.
But we are confident in this movement we've built together. Every vote
and I also agree
must be counted.
I also agree on principle to what she's saying. So this is what happens. People get off work at 5 p.m. in Texas. In Texas, they had the polls saying that they were going to close for the primary at 7 p.m. In large black areas, in large urban areas is what they call them, but in, middle America, people getting off work at 5 p.m., you're in line at 6 or 7 because you have your kids and this and that. She fought for a paper, which people do all the time, which says, hey, if you're in line, your vote will still count. Well, then a Dallas Supreme Court came down and said, no, we're not doing that shenanigans. We're not doing that kind of stuff. And then she came out at 9:30 and said, it's all fake news. But I can't believe he's not claiming victory because it feels to me like he should have, like they were wanting to get the votes in and make it so definitive that it didn't matter what was going on with the shenanigans. But the shenanigans that she's claiming is essentially because she said even in her speech, and I truly do believe her. She's like, well, how are you going to know who was standing in line and who wasn't? Who was it turned away and who wasn't? You're not. And it's a primary, so it's not a legal election. So the DNC is going to decide the winner eventually, just like they did in Iowa when you tested digital voting for an entire primary in 2020. It's DNC always. They always do this stuff. And it just don't even be a part of their system because it's just rigged. It's just fake.
The voter
They're going to give it to him, but they'll give it to him in 3 or 4
county,
days like they did Joe Biden.
and in Congresswoman
They'll just
Crockett's
act like this never
county
happened.
Underscores the gravity of this moment. This movement is about whether the people will hold the power in this state and in this country. We launched this underdog campaign 6 months ago in my hometown of Round Rock, Texas.
Yeah, he is. He's the Timu Obama.
And since then,
Charlie Kirk.
Tens of thousands of Texans have shown up to rally with us in every corner of the state, from Beaumont to El Paso, from Amarillo to
$28
Brownsville,
million
and everywhere
to
in
Jasmine's
between.
5 and
We have recruited
at 1 a.m.
more than 28,000
rig it
volunteers
later.
who are organizing in every community
Never
across
vote
the
Democrat,
state.
y'all.
And we have shattered
Every time rigged.
grassroots fundraising records, all without taking a dime.
Even against a sitting congresswoman, all because you think that this is closer to beating Ken Paxton than a black lady. You think, oh no, people in Texas won't vote for a black lady. It's just always some racist, weird ass shit
from corporate PACs.
Nobody wants to hear this
this
bland
is a people
bullshit
power
nothingness
movement
speech.
to
I would
take
rather
on
have somebody. I would much rather have somebody that's like, "Yo, fuck Donald Trump," than somebody that's like, "I'm just bland and bland and bland and billionaires and corporate back money, bland and bland and bland. Take your soul and eat it, yum." No, guys, like this is a spawn of Satan.
Broken, corrupt political system. This
Violating,
is truly
jeez.
a campaign of,
What does he stand
by,
for?
and for the people.
He stands for Bad Bunny Christian Values. I don't know exactly what that is, but that is what he said his campaign was about yesterday. Not mass shootings or stopping the Iranian war or being a Democrat or saying anything against Donald Trump, but defending Bad Bunny and being cool or something like that. Another white man beating a woman of color Democrats again now.
We are not just trying to
want
win
some
an election.
honest competition.
We are
LOL.
trying
Exactly.
to fundamentally.
But they're like, every time there's an honest competition, they're like, wait till 1 a.m. and then go sneak out there and steal it, please. They're like, God damn.
Change our.
And then these same people that are behind him are the same idiots that you see on the street and in your life that literally go up to you and go, Donald Trump stole the election. Donald Trump is a king. Donald Trump is blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, holy shit, what little do you know. 28 million to Jasmine's 5 million. It just doesn't make any sense. All of it doesn't make any sense. How does he have $28 million and she has $5 million when she has double the amount of followers on Twitter that he does? And all of his followers were from this campaign itself. And she's a sitting congresswoman in the party. Why wouldn't the party be giving her the funds? And now she's the one that's claiming that it's all fake and rigged and corrupt? Sounds right to me. But again, go on Twitter and watch everybody laugh at Jasmine Crockett. Ha. And I even got it tonight and stuff. I get it, but like you got to be a little bit smarter than that about it. Like this is clearly a corporate candidate because he's like all fucking put together and he says the right thing because the thing he says is he just goes, I hate billionaires. And everybody goes, and I'm so sick of it. We need to just slap the hell out of society out of this stupid ruse. Because do you know how many women you can just go into a bar and you can just be like, yeah, I hate billionaires. Like, all right, well, now you get laid tonight. Because we don't think for ourselves anymore.
The number of young people who showed up to vote in this election is unprecedented.
Oh, for sure.
The number of Texans who have never voted before but showed up in this election is unprecedented. The number of independents and Republicans who voted in this Democratic primary is unprecedented. This is proof that there is something happening in Texas.
That's the thing is like at least Jasmine Crockett, it's so hard because like you have so many massive Republicans that are against her and everything. And so her base is actually the people that are going against her to get this guy. Because they're like, oh, well, we don't want to be like really angry at Donald Trump. And it's just like, I'd rather have somebody that's honest and is like just an honest, racist, good old bigoted black lady versus this like creepy cyborg billionaire paid for like Charlie Kirk DNA'd Mewtwo spawn.
Tonight, the people of our state gave this country a little bit of hope. And a little bit of hope is a dangerous thing.
Hope for what? You're the person of color and a member of the squad, a sitting congresswoman for the United States government. Stand up and say you stole an election from her.
I want to thank y'all. Thank you for being here.
How many dead people showed up? Both sides probably.
God bless y'all. Thank you.
Only dead people voted in this race. Oh my god, a stupid Bad Bunny. Oh, I can't freaking do that. They're gonna flag me tomorrow now. Stupid. So he has his theme song and it's Bad Bunny. Jesus Christ, what a tacky motherfucker. God. Oh, that was all of election night. All that. We will go back for a few minutes into the lawmakers' Israel-Iran comments part 2, which is what we're on. And we'll end with this pretty soon, guys. We've got about 9-10 minutes left. John Fetterman, what's the better points today? Better parts of today?
Adobe Acrobat AI Assistant helps me build trust with clients. With AI Assistant, I can find contract details quickly. Having all of this together helps position myself at...
I'm like, we're not falling for this. We're not falling for it. No. Even if you're dumb, you're not allowed to fall for this. Like, this is too much. We'll get past Lindsey Graham. Who else we got here? Maybe we'll get there.
Last night that he wants to work with Saudi Arabia to take up where they left off under President Biden, and I want to give him credit for trying to expand the Abraham Accords to Saudi Israel, which is the biggest prize of all. So this regime is going to collapse. It's not if, it's when. And when that happens, there'll be a gateway to peace that no one ever envisioned. So, President Trump, I'm glad you did it when you did it. If we waited much longer, we'd have a bigger threat on our hands, and we're on the verge of a new dawn.
Senator Graham, is there a need at any point for Congress to take a vote or have any...
Lindsey Graham saying we're on the verge of a new dawn makes me think we're going to get a lot of 70s style music in the future, and it just feels very much like we're falling right into a Vietnam.
Any role here?
Absolutely. Here's what I think. Normalization will require Congress. MBS wants a treaty of the United States. Well, that requires 67 votes. There may be a supplemental coming. I think there will be a supplemental. We'll have to approve that. Now, let me tell you, I've been a military lawyer most of my adult life. The War Powers Act has been viewed as unconstitutional by every president, Republican, Democrat, since its passage. Why? Because it says after 60 days of combat operations, military operations, they must terminate unless Congress approves. You're shifting the power from the commander-in-chief to the Congress. If we don't like a military operation, we can cut off funding. But the War Powers Act is an unconstitutional shift of authority from the president, and it would create 535 commander-in-chiefs. It's going to fail to...
I like him having to be annoyed by all these questions because he's the one that's profiting from all of this. He is the Dick Cheney of this equation. So he kind of deserves to be swarmed by reporters.
Now, if you want to have a vote as to whether or not you approve this operation without a War Powers Act, that's fine with me. I don't mind people being on record as to whether or not they think this is a good idea. I do mind Congress becoming the commander-in-chief.
Senator, you were extremely critical after Benghazi, after the Afghanistan withdrawal. There are thousands of Americans stuck in the Middle East.
Yeah.
Do you think the administration is doing enough to make sure they get
Yes, Marco's doing a good job. Here's who you contact to get out. We're trying to send flights in. You pay now or you pay later.
Oops.
If they get a new...
You're talking about people that are trying to be rescued from an embassy, sir. We are not trying to sell more weapons, Lindsey Graham.
Weapon, they would use it. They keep trying no matter what we do. Why? Because they want a nuclear weapon to enact their agenda. They want to purify Islam. They want to destroy Saudi Arabian Sunni Islam and then replace it with Shia Islam. That's what they say, not what I say. They've been building ballistic missiles at a rate that is just stunning. They've killed 32,000 plus of their people who've been protesting, and they support Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. One thing to President Trump, in case you're watching. In 1983, Ronald Reagan sent Marines and sailors to try to police and deal with the Lebanese civil war. They were at the end of the runway. Hezbollah attacked the Marine barracks, killed 220 Marines, 18 sailors, and wounded 100 others. Ronald Reagan, who I admire and love, withdrew and never did anything about it. So I'm calling on President Trump today. Join Israel to attack Hezbollah. Avenge the Marines. America never forgets. Those 220 Marines and 18 sailors' families, we want to go after the...
We want to send more bodies in there. We want to send more weapons in there. We want to do more war. More war. More war.
Infrastructure that killed your loved ones. Their IRGC assets in Beirut as I speak. President Trump, come up with a new operation called Simplify. Fly with Israel and go after Hezbollah, who has American blood on its hands. Not only take the mothership of Iran down, also take the proxy of Hezbollah, settle the score, even the account.
Settle the score.
What's your best assessment of what the timeline looks like now?
I feel that's a good question.
And then also, how are we not going to be drawn into a larger ground operation?
More profits.
There's no reason right now to use troops, but if we need them, the goal is victory. Listen to this. Donald Trump is seeking victory against the Iranian regime. Who's going to win a war between the Iranian regime and the United States? We are. We're going to win this conflict. We have Arab partners today that we didn't have yesterday. So this is going to end with us winning.
He's like, I sold 30 ships to Lebanon. I sold 30 fucking tankers to Israel. I sold 80 ships to Egypt. And I sold 2 fighters to even Saudi Arabia. I can't tell you anything about any of this, but I'm telling you, we about to win.
And the Ayatollah's regime going down.
Peace.
What happens next is up to the Iranian people. So what I would tell the American people, pull for victory.
WWE for sure.
Hope that this works well. Pull for the idea that the Iranian people can live without the Ayatollah, that they can be a new Iran emerges from the ashes of this regime. It would be a good thing for the world. At the end of the day, the region is committed to seeing it through. Iran is trying to break their will. It has backfired. So the timetable has shifted. I think the demise of the regime is far more likely to come quicker today than it was yesterday because we have more partners today.
Are we Senator weeks?
I don't know. You need to ask the military people. And, you know, in World War II, they didn't ask how long would it take. They said, we're going to go to Berlin.
I mean, he's not wrong, but like 5 days from now, we need to put Lindsey Graham in a cage and make sure he's not talking anymore. He can sell his weapons right now, but he needs to chill out in a few days.
We're going to go Tokyo. We're going to protect our life. See, what you got to understand, that the regime in Iran would kill everybody in this room if they could. It's not about Republicans or Democrats. It's about Americans. They're religious fanatics. They want to kill all the Jews. They want to destroy Sunni Islam. They want to come after us. So we need to have the approach to this like we did in World War II. This is a terrible mothership of terrorism regime that's killed Americans since 1979, terrorized the region, and it's on the verge of collapse. And I want to congratulate Donald Trump and his team for putting together the most impressive military plan I have ever seen. What's coming in the coming days from us is going to be a lot bigger than it's been in the last couple of days.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's hope not. I think that's time for a check-in with Mo News. What? Okay, here we go. 2 hours ago, y'all ready? But there are... Oh, no. Okay, wait. So this is... Yeah, we already got that already. Okay. Congressional... We learned the names of 4 of the 6 U.S. troops killed in Iran war this weekend. The service members were among those killed Saturday when drone attacks the command center at Kuwait port facility used by U.S. forces. The attack came a day after the United States and Israel launched a campaign targeted Iranian military nuclear infrastructure. Iran has since retaliated with waves of... So, again, like, why are we already doing that thing where we're like, look at the lives that were already lost, the 6 people that were already dead. It's like, already dead by the hands of Iranians. Aren't you supposed to want to, like, defeat the enemy before you start counting up the dead bodies and complaining about your president? Pretty crazy. The Pentagon have identified the fallen soldiers as Sergeant First Class Nicole Armour 39, White Bear Lake, Minnesota. Captain Cody Korok, 35, Winter Haven, Florida. Sergeant First Class Noah Teagens, 42, Batavia, Nebraska. And Sergeant Delkin Cody, 20, West Des Moines, Iowa. 2 additional soldiers killed in the strike have not yet been publicly identified. Okay, so, again, like I said, and I keep repeating this to everybody, there are no ground troops in Iran. There are 6 casualties. They were all from day 2. We only heard about them as a reported 3, and then a reported 4, and then 2 days later as a reported 6. But they are all from the same event, an Iranian missile hitting a Kuwaiti military base that we've had since we liberated Kuwait in the 4-day war against Iraq in 1991. Okay. A little bit left. Iran is reportedly working on armed Kurshka rebel groups in Iran to fight the regime. They are the most well-armed and trained rebel group that can fight the Islamic Republic. Tens of millions of Kurds live across Iraq, Syria, Turkey, and Iran, and have long been aligned with the U.S. and Israel. On the Kurds, joint U.S. military operation also took aim at Iran regime targets in western Iran Kurdish areas, which are traditional strongholds. Kurdish and other ethnic minorities represent a particular kind of threat to the Islamic Republic. They have a strong sense of community. They are in a border area, and they are often armed. There are also Iranian Kurdish fighters in Iraq that could cross into Iran should border security weaken. Got that. We are now back to travel log security codes, which is what we had post 9/11, guys. So we are back to post 9/11 security code clearance with colors. Level 2 exercise. Increase caution if you are in the state of Egypt. Level 3, orange. Reconsider travel from Bahrain to Israel, to the West Bank, Gaza, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. Do not enter or do not travel Iran, Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, and Yemen. Is there anything else? Iran cheap drones are draining U.S. allies billions. So Iran has a plethora of cheap drones, and they are outstriking and destroying us at a matter of 1 to 70 million on strike. So for every one of their cheap drones, $1 to 70 million. So we lose 70 million versus their drone when they crash it. Meanwhile, some U.S. military headlines out of Ecuador. The U.S. and Ecuador have launched joint military operations against designed terrorist organizations in the South American country, the Pentagon said on Tuesday night. It came amidst the U.S. military unilateral strikes against boats in the Caribbean Sea and Eastern Pacific that Trump administration has accused of carrying drugs. The U.S. Special Forces soldiers are advising and supporting Ecuadorian commandos on raids across the country against suspected drug shipments facilities, and other drug-related sites. The Americans are not believed to be participating in the actual raids, but are helping the Ecuadorian troops plan their operations and are providing intelligence and logistic support. Ecuador, the world's largest exporter of cocaine, does not produce it, but serves as a major trafficker route for criminal groups operating in Colombia and Peru. And that is our latest update on the wars around the world.
The Arabs are in the fight now, so stay tuned. What's coming toward the remnants of the regime is going to be overwhelming.
The
liberation of Iran is at hand.
I know it's been 4 days, and that makes a difference. How idiot. Too early to say the war is evil and bad for casualties that happen from an already existing base from a missile and not ground troops. Fact check is most important now more than ever. From a Mosby, for sure. Yep, exactly.
The gateway to peace is about to open. Things that I've been working on with President Biden can now materialize. The biggest prize in the region would be the end of the Arab-Israeli conflict. That will never happen as long as Iran is around. October the 7th was designed to stop what President Biden and I were trying to do, build on the Abraham Accords. Iran's worst nightmare is the Arabs and the Israelis make peace because they're not a peace-loving people. It's a cult of death. We're going to take up where we left off when this regime collapsed. And I think the biggest prize of all from taking the regime down is that those who want to make peace in the region will be able to do it without being threatened by the mothership of terrorism.
Like the Kurds. They're saying that the Kurds are coming out of the mountains.
I don't know if there's anything left to be said.
There is.
He covered that. Yes.
Who are the three candidates who the president had in mind as possible leaders of Iran? Did they know that they were candidates for this? Had he communicated with them? And how did they wind up getting killed in the offensive?
I'm not going to get to specifics.
The gateway to
peace. Some of that was classified, but I know there was some communications with hopeful possible individuals that we could have a relationship with, and I wouldn't say that, not all of them are still kicking. I would say that maybe there might be some, but some of that's classified.
How did that happen?
Sometimes you're at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Are there measures being taken not to eliminate other possible alternatives to leadership?
This is war, and we're taking out the threat. And if you're part of the threat, then you're a target.
How did the administration describe the end game here?
Well, I think they laid out a very precise of what the threat looks like, and we're going to continue to be in the fight until they can no longer threaten the United States like they have for 47 years. Keep in mind, 7 presidents has passed on this opportunity. This threat's been around since November of 1979 when Jimmy Carter was in office. They attacked us as late as through their proxies or directly as late as June of 2025. They've killed thousands or injured thousands of Americans for 47 years. As long as the threat is still there, we're going to continue to be going after them.
Given that this could be a sustained campaign and that American service members are being killed, why didn't Congress vote to declare war? Your constitutional authority to declare war. Why didn't you do that?
Let me ask you, why didn't the Democrats that's asking this same question demand that Barack Obama do that in 2016 when he bombed 6 countries?
We've got an update on the election. CNN has projected winner as James Talarico. Projected winner, James Talarico. Did I not tell you they would do it in the middle of the night? You're going to just say that he won, even when she said, wait a minute, till Monday. True Democrats, wait till everybody's asleep. That's why we're here at 2 a.m., people, so that we can see what they just did there. That was funny. That was the last time that I care. I'm never going to ever even give a shit about trying to do anything on the Democratic side. It is clearly a corrupt system, and it's not worth it. We said cut and dry. Elections get on the quiet a bit. Bye-bye, Crockett. Absolutely. Bye-bye to another one, right? Another one bites the dust. They're all, I can take the loss. It wasn't really a hard one. I didn't really like her that much anyway. But wow, that means that you got Crimshaw, Al Green, and Crockett all out in a primary. All homeless in a primary.
countries and dropped 26,000 bombs from Syria, Pakistan. I'm talking about the same situation. The president under Article 2 has broad authorities to keep Americans' interests safe home and abroad. There's no question, not one of you guys can question the fact that they haven't killed through proxies or injured through proxies thousands of Americans for 47 years. This was a threat that no other president was willing to stand up against and eliminate like President Trump. So thank God he's finally got that back.
Senator, the White House said,
let's go here.
Thank you. Senator Murray, after leaving upstairs with Democrats, said, I've heard 5 different rationales and objectives about this war.
Who said this?
Senator Murray.
Chris Murphy? Or Murray?
No, Murray.
Murray.
Patty Murray.
Patty Murray, yeah.
What is your understanding of the objective here?
I don't remember her asking a question while I was there, so I think the objective was pretty laid out. They want to make sure that the ability for them to strike us anywhere at any time is gone. No way they'll be able to make a nuclear weapon or enrich uranium again to take.
I think it's a draining. It's a draining. It's like the drain the swamp effect backfired because Trump thought he could just get in and then just be like, no, but now, guys, we're just going to support all my people. And it's like, no. Now people have like an ideological repellent to money, which is so good because money corrupts. So yeah, vote for the cheapest candidate. How about that? The cheaper you can make your campaign, the more likely you are to win. Wow, wouldn't that be something?
They got their Navy so they can disrupt commerce in the shipping lanes and to take out their ability to restock and rebuild their missiles and drones. That's the objective here. We're going to eliminate the threat that's been threatening us for 47 years. And today's a weaker Iran than it has been in probably a decade. If we would have waited another year, this picture could look totally different, completely different. And so the opportunity and the timing was right, and we have a president in the office that had the backbone to do it.
Senator, do you have any concerns about this Iran operation, any at all?
No. Listen, what my concern is that we have lost thousands of individuals over 47 years, and we haven't done anything about it. This threat was not going away.
Who do I? Shut the fuck up. You know nothing. Let the senators speak rationally. This guy, or are you talking about shut the fuck up to like these reporters that just keep asking the same dumb question when these people answer over and over again?
I don't think anybody can argue that this regime needed to be removed. And what we have done now for the Iranian people is give them a choice. We gave them a choice to say, we want our country back. We want to go back to the country that we had prior to the Ayatollah in 1979. We want to go back to the country where we had women in the workplace, in the professional workplace. We want to go back to the era when we could have women elected to public office, go back to where the great riches that live in Iranian soil would be able to be shared with the mass people there, not just used to sponsor terror around the world. And so we're giving the Iranian people an opportunity to get their country back. At the same time, we're eliminating the threat that's been threatening the United States.
Senator,
I'll go over here.
You mentioned the objectives. Did they give you a sense of how long it would take to meet those objectives?
No. Well, yes, but I'm not going to talk about a timeline. Yes.
Senator, if Iran
won't be a drawn-out conflict, that American boots won't be needed on the ground, or do you believe they could be needed?
We're not eliminating the options. We're going to continue to do whatever we can to eliminate this threat to the United States.
Senator, if Iran posts
I know. I got you a bunch of times. Let me get to people who haven't asked a question. Yeah, I'll go here and then I'll go there.
Is there any point at which you feel like Congress should take a vote on this? Like, if you do support the operation, and you know, why not vote to authorize force like if we did in Iraq? And
I think that can be debatable, but we're not going to take away the authority of the President of the United States to be able to be the Commander-in-Chief and keep Americans' interest safe. That's the role of the Commander-in-Chief. We don't need 535 Commander-in-Chiefs. The Commander-in-Chief is the President of the United States, and he has a duty in Article 2 to be able to protect American interest, and he is initiating that, and he is doing that with great authority and great effect. Yes.
Senator, there have been significant concerns about munition stockpiles.
Say it again.
About larger strikes over the next 2 days. Are there enough munitions for the next 2 days?
I will tell you that on the briefing of that, we are in good shape. That's what they said. We're in good shape. I don't know where that came from because you've never heard this administration. You haven't heard the Joint Chiefs. You haven't heard anybody bring up that concern. So that's some concern that's been planted by some, either unrational individual or left media that's throwing that out. We are in great shape. The president has everything at his disposal to be able to do what we need to do, and we'll continue to do so. Yes.
Senator, you talked about giving the Iranian people
choice, but are you confident that enough of the regime and its infrastructure has been taken out in order to get the power back to the court?
I said this from the very push-go. My very first interview I did once this conflict started is that we're not fighting the war for the Iranian people. We're giving them an opportunity to fight their war. If they want to take back the country, they can do that. What we're doing is eliminating and weakening this administration or this regime, and then it's up to the rest of it. That's up to the Iranian people. This wasn't about regime change. If this was about regime change, we would have taken them out during the 12-day war. The president made it very clear, we know where you're at, and we could take you out if we chose to. We gave diplomacy an option, and diplomacy didn't work, yes.
Iranian people are watching you. What is your message to them?
This is your time. This is your time. This is your country. You have a great country. We're not at war with you. We actually love you. You have an opportunity to get back to the country you used to have, and we want that relationship with you. We actually desire that relationship, to have that relationship we had prior to 1979, but it's up to you. This is your time. It's on your shoulders to win back your country.
Senator, what is the plan for the nuclear sites? We've seen mostly conventional military sites.
Well, I mean, we deliberated that during the 12-day war, but we know they were trying to rebuild it. We will not leave until we neutralize any threat that could possibly come back from the Iranian regime. God forbid they're still in office. All right?
How challenging will it be to get at those ballistic?
Yes. No, we didn't underestimate anything.
Do you think that the administration would have done more before this to evacuate Americans or get Americans?
We did everything we needed to do. We were very strategic on understanding what their possibilities are and what their capabilities were, and we have completely overwhelmed it. We have complete air supremacy. We've taken over their ability to fight back. We knew that they had what they called an Nazar plan in place, where they had predetermined targets, which we call the death switch, where they're continuing to shoot at targets that they have as long as the munitions are there. We've also seen that their capability to launch has greatly diminished because we've been going after what we'd call not all the arrows, but going after the archers.
You'll concede this is war. You'll concede this is war.
We haven't declared war. They declared war on us, but we haven't.
War. Secretary Hicks said
Senator,
we haven't declared.
Just now, you said this is war.
They called it war.
They called it war. What I was saying. Okay, well, that was a misspoke. What I was saying that they've declared war on us, but war is ugly. It always has been ugly.
You just did it again. Okay.
But we're taking out a regime that's been trying to attack us for quite some time. We have declared war. Yeah. So if we haven't declared war, then I don't see that. The president hasn't asked us to declare war yet, but they have declared war on us. We're just simply fighting the threat that's been at our door for 47 years. I've already answered the question.
That ask could be coming, an ask from the president to declare war.
I don't know if that's necessary, because, as I said, we're not at war with the Iranian people. I made that very clear just a while ago when I was asked to talk directly to the Iranian people. I said, we're not at war with you. We are done fighting against this murderous regime that's been nipping at our heels for 47 years and killing thousands of people. It's time to eliminate them. All right?
Was there any talk about how to keep oil prices down?
No, we didn't talk about any of the economic things. It was strictly on the conflict taking place.
Senator, what's your understanding of what the imminent threat was that caused Trump to decide that he needed to launch this attack?
Well, we've known the threat is going to be there. They've threatened us. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So you can choose a numerous amount of options. I think you heard Witkoff came out. I think there was some report that said that that during the negotiations, and I saw this on public, so this wasn't discussed in there, that there was that they had enough nuclear weapons enough nuclear enrichment to be able to load 11 weapons. They were claiming that during the negotiations. I didn't ask that question in there, but we know that they were trying to reach us, and we know they continued to hit us. And so it wasn't a matter of if again; it was just a matter of when they did it.
It wasn't like a specific thing, a specific imminent threat that you're aware of.
Well, there may have been something to discuss, but I'm not. If it was, I'm not going to discuss it here because it was classified.
They specify what the next steps were.
What does the U.S. gain by inciting this war in which its base is in aligned countries that suffer significant casualties? Involved in many conflicts, do they claim to be chosen by God for this? Bro. It's 2 a.m. Bro, I just want you to let you know, okay, that before I answer your question, that it's 2 a.m. on election night, and Jasmine and Crockett just lost. So I'm a little sad, all right? But the answer to your question is the Iranians have shut off the internet for the last 72 hours. They bombed us. They killed our troops in Kuwait without ever having us attack them. They can't seem to keep their hands to themselves. They want to build nuclear weapons. And it's time that we destroy any human being, man or woman, that wants to oppress women. And fundamentally, the Ayatollah is God. The word God is Ayatollah, and the word Ayatollah is God. So they think he is God. So when you say, do they claim to be chosen by God? Yeah, the Ayatollah does. No. The Senate, they don't. They don't.
The general.
Yes, they did specify.
Yes.
It's 2 a.m. Iran currently has a lot of plans.
Do you want this out?
A lot of resources economic this weekend. Here in India. Cool. Great response.
As we celebrate America's 250th birthday this year, the organization known as More Perfect has commissioned a series of essays about American presidents.
Okay. All right. Let's see where we're at now. Lawmakers speak to reporters about closed-door briefing. Okay, you ready for the Democrats to be like, oh my God, the whole world is ending. Oh, 3, 2, 1 here.
Well, there's the same objectives they've always been: eliminate the missile defense system, eliminate their Navy, and make a situation where they can't have nuclear weapons. That's been pretty clear all along. You know, you're going to get that. I mean, you can tell from the line of questioning. The left is just going to make a statement, and then everybody else just wants answers.
What's your understanding about the length of this? How open-ended is this now that you're walking out?
There's not clear on that. I think it's going a lot faster than they thought it would, but I mean, it's not going to be overnight. You know, you want it over by the weekend. It's probably a lot has to do with the Iranian people themselves. They're going to have to step up and take over, like they did when they overthrew the Shah.
Did members of Congress get any clarity on what to tell constituents who are stranded abroad?
Yeah, there's a clear directive there. There's about 1,600 Americans that are there, and we've been notified on what to do and how to contact, and they've got something set up within the State Department to contact. So that's pretty clear.
That was something Secretary Rubio talked through in there.
Do what?
That was something Secretary Rubio talked through in the briefing?
Yeah.
Sir, is there any point at which you feel like, if this goes on or if ground troops are needed, that the administration needs to come to Congress and ask for authorization?
I think it's been pretty clear that the administration said all along that we don't think ground troops are going to be
liberated.
So if they did want, they did not say that to us in the Senate, just so you know. I mean, it's pretty clear, and Rubio yesterday said he wouldn't rule it out. So what I'm asking you is more whether, if it does become necessary to use ground troops, do you feel like at that point Congress needs to vote?
Yeah, I don't support putting ground troops in over there. I don't think it's necessary.
But did they say anything about ground troops in the briefing? Did they rule it out?
Now, if I told you, then I'd be telling what happened in a double secret meeting. I'd be violating.
So the senators are okay with that, though.
Did they convince you that Iran?
It's a trick, man. That guy was always trying to trip me up over there. Thought you were my friend, man.
Did they convince you that Iran posed an imminent threat?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, since they took our embassy, they were responsible for the embassy, for the Marine Corps losing 220 people. They were in the Iraqi war. A lot of the armaments were supplied by Iran. They hit a ship where I believe four sailors died in 2000. So yeah, and just every little and the Hezbollah has been their surrogate army out there that's killing people. So, and they gouge little girls' eyes out that want to wear makeup, and little boys that get on Twitter, they hang them, they throw homosexuals off of buildings. Women that get raped, they stone them to death. These people are archaic, man. They're demonic.
Sir, what do you say to MAGA voters who are concerned about...
Good night.
I get you.
Have a good night, Frankie.
I can't hear you, man.
AFK night.
With no DHS deal.
Right. Well, that's on the Democrats. If they want to play ball, they can. You know, here we are in the middle of a national security issue, and they're shutting down DHS, which will shut down TSA, which has nothing to do with the other, because they don't want our agents wearing masks and having their names so they can be harassed and threatened, which they have been at over 1,000% increase. Secretary Holman told us that. Yes, ma'am.
I was just going to ask, what do you say to MAGA voters who are concerned right now about another forever war, about Americans who are dying overseas and being told to expect more taxes?
I would say stay concerned. I mean, be concerned, be vigilant, hold our feet to the fire, keep us honest on that issue.
Even when it comes to Trump's decisions on this?
Absolutely, man. Nobody's above your reproach. Just don't tell the president I said that. I got you. I get you, and I'll get you next, ma'am. Go ahead, brother.
That's nice. The way that he's talking to him, that was crazy. Like nobody's above your approach. It's okay.
To start bombing Lebanon in response to the Hezbollah IDF action.
Lindsey hadn't seen a fist fight he hasn't wanted to turn into a bombing raid, so I just take it with a grain of salt, dude. Yes.
Oh my God, I love this guy now. Oh my God, I love this guy. That was so brilliant. Lindsay hasn't seen it. Dude, watch that one again, guys. Watch that one again. That was so good.
I got you. I get you, and I'll get you next, ma'am. Go ahead, brother.
Senator Lindsey Graham is now calling for the U.S. to start bombing Lebanon in response to the Hezbollah IDF action.
Lindsey hadn't seen a fist fight he hasn't wanted to turn into a bombing raid, so.
Lindsay hasn't seen a fist fight he doesn't want to turn into a bombing raid, so.
I just take it with a grain of salt, dude.
Take it with a grain of salt, dude.
I wonder if you saw a report that
That's a good quote.
the next Supreme Leader has been chosen.
Do what?
Apparently the next Supreme Leader of Iran, according to reports, has been chosen. It's the son of Khamenei. What does that signal to you?
I've seen a lot of that. I've also seen that they eliminated their about 40 of them in one hit, so I would be very cautious on what I believe. I mean, maybe they're going to elect him as the leader, but there's only 20 people that are going to follow him. You got to realize about less than 20% of the people of Iran are of the radical Islamic faith. Most of them are like y'all.
Congressman, what was the tone of the meeting?
I thought it was very positive. I mean, of course, the Democrats were they were angry that some of them were angry that Secretary Rubio talked over 1 minute because they were only going to get a minute. I heard some saying, it's just the usual politics. They're for war under Obama and Clinton. They're not for any kind of conflict under Trump. So it's just pure politics.
We're discussing a renewed appropriations bill for the munitions gap.
Well, apparently we don't need it right now, is what they were saying. So,
Congressman, this is a different topic, but Congresswoman Nancy Mace has introduced a privilege resolution on sexual harassment or that might come Thursday. Do you support that idea of disclosing?
If it doesn't pass, then I want to bring it up in the Doge committee. Yeah, I have no tolerance for any kind of abuse like that, ma'am. Did somebody else? I didn't want to get anybody. Everybody good?
Why do Democrats say that the president needs authority to bomb Iran? But
they didn't say it under Obama.
This guy's awesome.
Clinton. Obama bombed 8 different countries, I believe. It's just politics. That's all it is, dude. They don't like Trump. I can't decide whether they hate Trump more than they hate the country. One of the two. I can't decide. They kind of go back and forth. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Were you in a fraternity, dude? You look like a fraternity guy. You got that look.
On the vote that Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie are forcing, how are you going to vote on that?
I don't support what they're moving forward with.
You're not going to force Congress to vote on war powers?
No.
I have a quick follow-up to what you were talking about Americans who are trying to get home from the Middle East. The scrambled depart now for 14 countries. Did officials give a sense of how many Americans are in those countries?
Yeah, I think it's less than 2,000 that we know of. That's what we're told in the area. So, but that could be, I could have misheard
Do you
that.
think the administration needs to be very proactive in getting those people out?
Oh, absolutely. I think they are. They set up a special bureau at the very right before they started bombing.
Are they going to do an evacuation with U.S. planes?
I mean, well, you just have to get that from somebody else. How about that?
They did not
I'm sorry.
get Americans out before this started. They signaled to Israel.
It would have signaled to the other side.
They signaled to Israel on Friday. They authorized a departure for Israel to get Americans out on
Ma'am, if you're in the Middle East or if you're in Mexico, I think you need to reevaluate. You've been watching too many dadgum movies because that is a volatile area. I wouldn't allow my daughter to cross the border. And I dig your Converse high top Chuck Taylors. I used to wear those all we could afford. Now it's a fashion statement. So digging that. Anybody else? We good?
One last one. Hi, Congressman.
Hey, girl, what's happening? Come on up. Oh, be careful.
Hi, girl, what's happening?
Those fancy shoes. I'm well. Except for all these reporters hassling me.
I know, right? Come on, guys.
That's all right.
I'm just curious, have intelligence officials briefed Congress at all on the possibility of Iranian sleeper cells here in America? Should U.S. citizens be concerned about retaliation within the U.S.?
I haven't personally, but I've been told by some. So, yeah, I mean, we had millions of people come over the border during the Biden administration that we don't know where they are. And, yeah, I'm worried about that. And I have been worried about that.
Actually, I have one more for you.
Oh, my gosh.
Especially Ratcliffe talk about the potential of arming Kurdish forces to help with an uprising in Iran. Was there
That was not discussed.
That was not in the briefing? Okay.
Everybody good? Thank y'all.
Thanks, guys.
And I'll always get to all your questions. I'm not one of these knuckleheads like, oh, no, man, I'm out of here. I got a pizza in the microwave, but it's going to get
I got a pizza in the microwave, but it's going to... It's pizza. He's awesome. That guy was awesome. Wow. I love that guy.
I do. You want to borrow it? Make sure you get it back to me. From a long... Didn't have...
He wants to know...
Completely...
Buenos Aires.
Destroyed.
Now...
Really concerned.
...the United States and their information... that I filed. I modified the language off of my resolution last week to ensure that members of Congress, if they are found or caught sexually harassing individuals, it wasn't just limited to the Hill and the offices here, that it actually includes political campaigns as well as lobbyists who might have been harassed by a member of Congress. So there'll be a vote. It was a privileged motion. There'll be a vote in the next 48 hours.
And you have heard from lobbyists and
I've heard from a number of people who are eager to, yes.
Okay. Congressman Burchett was just saying he's unfair of this. He said that before, and the idea that you have as well. But he said, I want to make sure it's not just sort of random accusations. I don't know how you legislate for that.
The privilege resolution is broad. It's not just the investigations that have concluded. It's ones that are ongoing right now. And quite frankly, I don't give a damn. So this has been a hidden secret for a long time. Tomorrow, I will subpoena in the Oversight Committee information on the slush fund. Can't get it through the privilege resolution, so we'll do it through the Oversight Committee to get information on how much money was paid out.
Is she saying what I think she's saying? That there was a illegal slush fund for prostitutes inside the government?
And for what reason? Out of that slush fund. Yeah. Any other questions?
Will that include names of people who are...
It will. My information redacts names of victims and witnesses, but not the names of the members of Congress.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is... Tomorrow, guys, we're going to... No, not tomorrow. On Thursday. Oh boy. Oh boy. Some people are losing their jobs on Thursday.
Yes. This was in a top secret room, and so it was TSSCI, so I'm not going to go into the details. I do want to thank Secretary Ratcliffe, Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, Joint Chiefs General Kane for their information today. They've been very direct. They've been very succinct. And the information that we provided. I sit on the House Armed Services Committee, and I won't go into anything that was stated in that the meeting we're having right now, but I will tell you, based on briefings I've had all over the world on the House Armed Services Committee, the nation of Iran was further along and closer to getting a nuclear weapon than at any other point in world history. This needed to happen. It needed to happen now. I also want to send a special thank you and gratitude to the Gulf states for their work in supporting the United States and, quite frankly, supporting Israel, because every state in the Gulf wants to see a prosperous Middle East, and everybody knows there's not prosperity or peace in the Middle East if Iran has a nuclear weapon.
You're no on the War Powers Resolution?
I'm going to see how it reads. I mean, I haven't had a chance to look at it quite yet. I will be a no for now, but if this thing goes beyond a few weeks, I'm...
Remember, last night, guys, Nancy Mace was the only person that talked to Hillary or Bill Clinton with any kind of interrogation or questioning. Everyone else was like political agenda number one.
I'm going to have a lot more concerns. Right now, I'm trusting the information that I heard in that briefing, in that classified briefing now. I feel very confident, but if this goes on for longer than what we estimate it will go on for, then I think that's a different conversation about purpose, intent, costs, successes, etc. But now I believe it's too soon. President Trump, and let me be very clear, President Trump is following the War Powers Resolution of 1973. He has not wavered from that. I would like to remind the press and those watching this now, this briefing, that there are other presidents who've done more. President Obama bombed 8 countries, didn't go to Congress to ask about it. I hope that this will be short. I hope it doesn't go on more than a couple of weeks, and if it does beyond that, I think that's a different conversation that we need to have based on purpose and length of time.
What about if ground troops get involved? Would that also be
if ground troops get involved, I think that's a very different conversation. That's not where we are today. That's not what I heard in the briefing, and again, I won't go into details because it was classified. I feel very good and very confident about where we are, roughly just over 100 hours into the strikes and this conflict. I feel very good about the leadership team the president has assembled to take the lead here.
Yeah. You talked about the time frame. You don't expect it to go more than a few weeks, but what would you say to Republican voters who are really concerned about potentially another prolonged conflict? How would you?
I am concerned just as an American as well for the military families. I have family that are serving the military and including in our forces overseas, and so I would tell anyone that they have a duty to our nation. They've signed up and served. They are serving valiantly, and I believe our military understands the depth of the necessity and the timing of this, the imminence of this. It was very imminent, in my opinion, based on the information that I have, that this happened now and not later, because if we waited till later, Iran would have a nuclear weapon, and we cannot have that. There will not be peace in the world, peace in the Middle East, if Iran went nuclear. Thank you all.
Thank you. And do you think your investigation from the ethics committee is retaliatory?
Was completely destroyed. Hezbollah cheers in our hands.
There were a lot that was.
I know you can't give many details, but what's your impression on what you were hearing in there?
We got no additional information on what the imminent threat was. There were a lot of references to the 47 years of Iran being a problem. That is not imminent. That is in the past. Imminent means immediate threat to the U.S. That was just not addressed at all. And there's nothing, frankly, there's nothing that we got that you don't have.
Was there any discussion of munitions and whether or not there's enough to fight a war beyond a few weeks?
No, that was not addressed. But it's unclear how long this is going to be going on. I mean, this is definitely not a couple of days. They've been talking about 4 to 6 weeks publicly. But I have a hard time believing that that's all it's going to be. And I also think that there was very clearly, once again, nothing to the strategy of how we are thinking about this, other than, some, frankly, totally inadequate responses on what the real threat was. Also, I will say that there's 90 million people in Iran, civilians, and there's no discussion about how to rebuild Iran, what the United States' role would be in rebuilding once this destruction occurs. And I think that's also very troubling. That was a question that Representative Ansari raised. And I think that's also very troubling. But I think, overall, there is nothing that convinces me that there was any imminent threat, number one. Nothing that convinces me that this shouldn't have been brought to Congress if there was a real desire to go to war with Iran for some set of reasons. That should be debated. And one person saying that, in his opinion, this was the right thing to do is the tradition that we broke with of monarchs and kings making singular decisions to take their countries to war. That was what the founders debated and put into the Constitution to provide authority to Congress and Congress alone to make that decision.
Well, then, but what about when Obama did it and when Clinton did it? Your premise doesn't even make sense. You need to just be quiet, lady. Because you were supposed to just come up here and you're supposed to do your little thing where you go, we don't know how long it's going to be. We know nothing. And there was no plan. And then walk away. But what you're doing right now is a little too much. A little too much, lady.
And we've already lost 6 people. It's been publicly stated, and it was stated in there again, that we will lose more. That's not just the way it is, as the president said. That is exactly the reason that Congress needs to be thinking about this, because the lives of our troops are very valuable to us, and we need to make sure we are assessing when we send our troops into war and taking that with the utmost seriousness that a congressional debate about this would allow for, but not a singular person deciding that it's time to go to war. Thanks, everybody.
Based on the questions that were asked in there, do you feel there are any Republicans who have real reservations about this?
It's hard to tell. There weren't very many Republicans that asked questions. It was mostly Democrats that were in line. I think there were certainly concerns from Republicans about American citizens who are in the region, and the State Department is arranging to try and get those folks out. But we do have people in the region who are stuck, and not until this morning was it announced that we would be arranging flights for those folks, but there are challenges of getting airspace and other things that restrict the ability for people who are there to get out. So I think there were some concerns around that. There was a question about AUMF.
I hate this because it's like you're a lawmaker too. So basically you're saying that you are doing your job poorly? No, you're not saying that. You're blaming everybody else, and you're saying that you're doing your job, right? And your job is what? To complain about how everybody else isn't doing their job correctly? We're in a war now at this point, lady. You're a lawmaker. This is just like 9/11. It's time to unify, and these people are on the outs.
But it wasn't clear to me what the exact question was. So, but not very many Republicans asked questions, and it was only an hour briefing. I mean, it's still going on, but I didn't feel like I was going to get anything that was of importance, so I'm leaving. But there were lots more.
Oh, makes sense, right? Yeah, you care so much that you needed to talk to the press about the fucking thing, but you can't. Wow. Okay. Wow. Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. That's good to know. You didn't even stay for the briefing.
Democrats in line to ask questions.
Congresswoman, today Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said that the homeland is less safe because DHS is still shut down, and now we've got this maybe war with Iran. Do you agree with that assessment? Does it add urgency to reopen DHS?
No. Kristi Noem has done such a terrible job of managing DHS and ICE and CBP, and the reality is we have a crisis right here at home on our streets with U.S. citizens being murdered, with people being detained without due process. Courts are ruling against DHS, and Kristi Noem has actually taken agents who should be working on critical security threats and assigned them to immigration. So there is a lot that is a problem. She's coming before us tomorrow. I'm sure we'll have a chance to ask her some of those questions tomorrow.
Are you not worried that more shooters like the Austin shooter will emerge?
I'm concerned about going to war.
Walks away. Yikes.
Republicans could just look that.
Be with the United.
You love treat
for right. This says.
I don't know if this, but this is the first president that has to deal with the War Powers Act enforcement provisions that we've been adding since I authored them since 2012. Now, I don't know if this action is going to take more than 60 days. If it doesn't, then the president does not need an affirmative action by Congress. Now, the president is subject to a resolution by Congress requiring withdrawal, but we would expect that even if that passes the House, it would be, and the Senate, it would still be vetoed. So as far as the president needing affirmative action by Congress, that comes in at the 60th day. Other presidents have said they don't need it, but other presidents have not dealt with the provision in the Defense Appropriations Bill designed to enforce the War Powers Act. That provision says that no money shall be spent in contravention of the War Powers Act. So you have one area of the Constitution that is thought to be vague. That is war powers. The president is commander-in-chief. Congress has the right to declare war. But there's one part of the Constitution that is absolutely clear, and that is the president can only spend money that is appropriated by Congress and only for the purposes appropriated by Congress. So I brought to the attention of the entire panel there that if they were to violate
Mr. Brad Sherman, he found a loophole, so he's gonna sue the government. Oh wait, what are you? What's your job, Brad Sherman? Oh, you are the government? Thanks. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it, Brad Sherman.
This provision of the Defense Appropriations Bill, they could face criminal or civil personal liability. We hope very much that this action takes less than 60 days, in which case this provision would not be triggered.
Thanks, Brad. Hi. It is very clear this is a war of choice by President Trump. There was no imminent threat against the American people, against American facilities or persons. This is a war that is going to be borne on the backs of working class Americans who have suffered, financed, fought over 20 years of war. Enough is enough. It is time for Congress to get involved, retake its constitutional authority, to return the American people back into the driver's seat on matters of war and peace. That is what this is about. It's also very clear this administration has no plan for the day after. They stumbled into this. They are trying to destroy the Iranian regime, and they have no plan for what comes next. History shows very clearly this does not end well.
So rinse and repeat. Good job. This is like a freshman job.
They are struggling to identify the Americans who are there. They asked for the assistance of members of Congress, assistance that we will provide, putting out guidance to our
Jason Crow, I don't really care about you. You're just annoying.
Can't go into the things that were discussed in a classified setting, but they've been very clear what the mission is. And, of course, we know they complied with the War Powers Act, which some previous administrations didn't even do, but President Trump has done that, and he's operating under his legal authority to keep America safe from the threat of a nuclear Iran. And let's not forget that this is a regime that has killed hundreds of Americans over years, over decades. This has been going on for a long time. Iran's declared war against us decades ago. Whether or not we were going to deal with this threat, something a lot of American presidents talked about. President Trump actually took decisive action to keep America safe from a very tyrannical regime that not only killed their own people, but has killed Americans over decades and would continue to do so, and it made it clear their intent was to get a nuclear weapon, and they chant death to America, and this president recognized that threat and did something about it, and we appreciate that he's done that as we pray for our troops who are carrying out this important mission. Take a couple of questions.
Your Democratic counterparts have said that they did not hear enough of a plan, that there's not necessarily a plan for the day after, that there's not a deep plan for protecting Americans that need to get out. What do you say to that in response?
So then that's the
Well,
easiest way to
maybe
do
they
that.
don't want to hear what the plan is because they just don't like this president. They seem to root against anything he does. But everybody's acknowledged the threat that Iran has posed to the world and specifically to the United States for decades.
It's an easy thing for like a really dumb, like surface level, like Democrat to like get into, because they're like, well, why don't you just say what the plan is then? If there's a plan, then why don't you just say what the plan is? If it's going to be so quick, then why aren't they already out? And they get to say both those things and feel satisfied every single day. So like we gotta hurry this thing up. I really hope that we got like 2-3 more days of this shit and then we're done. Because like
both parties have done
we gotta
that for
like,
a long,
really
long
clear it
time.
up quick.
Some people have ignored the threat, but the threat was getting worse.
Today's modern
Their
age,
ability to
ain't much
enrich
time in
uranium, to
between.
develop a nuclear weapon, had been growing, and everybody knows that. And this president finally did something about it.
Over the summer, the White House said that they had obliterated Iran's nuclear program. Was that bad intelligence? Were they misinformed?
Well, we know Iran not only had multiple facilities where they were developing nuclear weapons, but as soon as that operation was over, it was called Operation Midnight Hammer, I believe, Iran went right back to work trying to develop a nuclear weapon. And, by the way, not only drones, but ballistic missiles to carry out nuclear weapons. And if you look at some of the negotiations that were going on prior to this operation being carried out, the president and his diplomatic team, led by Secretary of State Rubio, had been trying to reach a diplomatic solution for months. And Iran had taken every ability to negotiate, for example, enriching uranium off the table. The delivering of ballistic
Election
missiles
day.
off the table. They made it very clear they had absolutely no intention of stopping the push, the mad rush to get a nuclear weapon. So even though that operation was successful, they went right back to work trying to develop a nuclear weapon and enriching uranium, and they had multiple
If you're sticking
locations
with
where
us
they were
to
doing
the
that.
end, we're almost done here. Make sure to hit that like button. Get some on.
There was early talk of a supplemental, but we're
almost
not
done
at a
here.
stage
Got a little
where
bit
any of
left
those
to this,
numbers
and
could
we'll
be
get a little bit of a
discussed.
highlight
Look,
of,
you're going to see a robust debate
Kristi,
about
Noem
this
on
over the
both
next
sides.
weeks and months.
And then we'll
But
be
the
out.
American people are looking at this too, and they're wondering, is the world and America specifically safer with this Iranian regime gone? And when you look at their abilities that they were moving and advancing on to get a nuclear weapon, what would they have done with that when they are chanting death to America? Take them at their word, because they have killed hundreds of American troops over the last few decades, and they were continuing to do that. This isn't some new threat. It's been an ongoing threat, but the threat was getting more imminent.
Netanyahu, for over 30 years now, has been saying they are imminently going to get a nuclear weapon. A decade ago, he was saying they're weeks or months away. Anthony Blinken, Biden's Secretary of State, said they are weeks away. So for decades, they've been apparently weeks away. So how do you expect Americans to believe now that this was actually the time when they were about to get it and we struck at the perfect moment?
I don't speak for other countries, but if
That's
you
a
listen to
good
what
question.
President Trump has talked about, our intelligence has shown that Iran had become very close to being able to deliver nuclear capabilities. And after Midnight Hammer, they still were pursuing nuclear ambitions to go and kill them and do harm to Americans. And they were making it clear. Just listen to what Iran was saying. They were telling you what they wanted to do. And again, these are the same people that were chanting death to America, because that is what they wanted to do with nuclear weapons. And that's why President Trump has made it clear you cannot have a world where Iran has a nuclear weapon, because, yes, they're a threat to a lot of countries, especially in the Middle East region, but they're a direct threat to America, and they've killed Americans for decades, and they had no intention to stop. Even with diplomatic means, they had no intention of rolling back those plans. So President Trump is carrying out a very important mission that's making America safer, and we're praying for the safety and true effectiveness of this mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leader.
I just wanted to
Mike
say
Johnson.
briefly that we had a full house tonight. I believe this is the
I think the third or fourth briefing that I've been to is Gang of 8, then we did Gang of 20, and now the full House was there. Many people attended. There were good questions. There was good exchange of information, and I was grateful for the briefers of giving yet another valuable amount of time to come and talk with the House. They made clear, and they've been very consistent from the beginning, that the objective, the mission here, the rationale for it is very clear and very simple. You've heard it articulated over and over and over from the President of the United States, from the Secretary of State, from the Secretary of War, myself, and many others who have said this over and over. I'm not sure why there are lingering questions about this. This is really a very simple matter. It's about the building of ballistic missiles. That's what Iran was engaged in. And they were doing it at a speed and at a scale that was exceeding the ability of our regional allies to respond appropriately. This created an imminent and serious threat. It also gave them cover to continue with their nuclear ambitions. As you know, we tried very hard to negotiate with them about that nuclear enrichment of uranium. We tried to talk with them about their continuing to fund their proxies, all the terrorist organizations that have wreaked havoc and killed Americans and American citizens. And the buildup of their missiles was so important and so serious that the President of the United States, this President, thought that it was a great enough threat that we needed to act. We had a narrow and unique opportunity, a window of opportunity to act, and if that window had passed, it would have been much more difficult for us to achieve the mission. The mission is very simple. It's twofold. We take out their ability to launch ballistic missiles and to produce ballistic missiles, and we downgrade their Navy. That's it. That's what we're doing. It's short in scope. It does not violate the law in any way. It was explained here very well. I'm a constitutional law attorney, used to litigate these questions. We had counsel from the DOJ here tonight who said very well, very clearly, fell just short of citing the specific case law, but explained that this has been the tradition for decades. The President is well within his constitutional authority to do what he has done, and it is entirely consistent with the history of former presidents for at least 4 decades. There's no question about this. The Democrats never had any question about it when Democrat presidents were using this authority. When you look at the analysis of the War Powers Act and the law that applies and the powers that are given to the Commander-in-Chief under Article 2 of the Constitution, President Trump has done exactly what he should do. He is squarely within the law. He used his discretion and his authority and the intelligence that he had, exquisite as it was, as is demonstrated by its effectiveness, and he did what he should have done as a Commander-in-Chief. The idea that a few colleagues here would try to move a War Powers motion and resolution to the floor right now is dangerous. Imagine a scenario where Congress would vote to tell the Commander-in-Chief that he was no longer allowed to complete this mission. That would be a very dangerous thing. You see that Iran is firing almost seemingly indiscriminately at targets. They're trying to intimidate America. They're trying to test our resolve. And the idea that there's some members.
The 6 casualties that happened were from them shooting at a military base
Members of
in
this
Kuwait, not in their country.
legislative body that would play along with that plays right into the hands of the enemy, and I think it's shameful. I do believe we have the votes to defeat it. I certainly hope we do, because we have lots of troops, service members, in harm's way right now, and the balance of this thing is hanging there. It's been very effective thus far. It needs to be completed. We don't need Congress getting in the way of that. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Is there any indication of plans? Representative Scalise said he heard one. Democrats say they're not hearing one. What happens when the war ends? What does that look like? And then what does the day after look like?
Look, no one can yet determine with any degree of certainty how this will turn out. We have taken out what appears to be top few layers of leaders and potential leaders who would take over there. It is time for the people of Iran to step up and seize this moment of opportunity for them, the one that they have long awaited, to have freedom there. We're encouraging that. We're hopeful for that. I think our NATO allies and our other allies around the world are watching with great anticipation and hope. I suspect that the entire world will reach out a hand of encouragement and assistance as is needed to help them. We have no ability to get into the nation building business. We don't do that. We're not the world's policemen. America has enough trouble of our own. But I think this is a great development for the people there to be able to stand on their own 2 feet and seize this moment of opportunity. We're certainly hopeful and prayerful that they will, and that no other innocent people are killed. Iran, by some estimates, murdered tens of thousands of their own citizens just within the last several weeks. Those people are now deceased. They do not have the ability to do that. There's still dangerous folks there, but there's more good people. There's more people who desire to have freedom and liberty, and there are terrorists and tyrants in the world. I'm grateful for that. This is their moment to step up, and I hope they will. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, based on what you
Nonetheless, this is odd.
Anyone interested in hearing from the PhD physicist here?
Why not?
Okay.
What are you most
I'm
concerned?
Congressman Bill Foster. I'm the PhD physicist in Congress.
As the PhD physicist, what are you most concerned
Well,
about?
the same thing I was concerned about after the strikes of last summer. That the only question here, if you're worried about Iranians' ability to put together a nuclear weapon on a short time scale, is where is their stockpile of 60% enriched uranium. We have heard that they had never had a plan, not last summer and not now, to...
Okay, but what's the argument again? Like, we liberated it already. Like, why are you doing... You're like, well, actually, we didn't have we already bombed them. So you're trying to do what? Explain to Americans that they should hate America? Like, what the fuck are we doing here?
destroy
so retarded,
that,
guys.
to seize it, or to put it under international inspection.
I'm
And until
the
that happens,
physicist in
Iran will be very,
Congress.
very close to making as many, in a non-classified situation, many observers have pointed out, Iran can use that material to make a handful of Hiroshima-style nuclear devices. Not the sort you can put on a missile, but the sort you can deliver by a number of other ways, and are very hard to stop. So I was very disappointed that we did not see a plan to put that material under control
Another
and
joke.
destroy it.
Thank you.
All right, cool.
I'll start off by
here
just
and he's
saying-
going to say the same thing and act like he
Get
does.
around-
I didn't see any plan here. Why? Because then, when the Republicans come up there, Karen can go, "Why can't you tell us about the plan?" And it's because the plan is classified.
Comments,
They just
I'm
heard the plan
Congresswoman-
now. So, talk about being narcissists. Like, we're in an actual war here rather than giving us anything of substance. These Democrats are like trying to invoke that they sat there for an hour and they told them nothing.
And Melanie Stansbury of the Oversight
Good way.
Committee. And I just want to directly respond to what the Speaker just said to the press, which is that Congress should stay out of it. My response is, Mr. Speaker, have you read the United States Constitution? Because the U.S.
Oh, God.
Constitution is clear that the power to declare war squarely sits with Congress. And it is very
Somebody's
clear
trying to
that
get
this administration has not
elected.
put forward a viable argument for why the U.S. should be declaring war on Iran and why it has deployed military resources without congressional authorization. So let me amplify a few things that Ranking Member Meeks has put forward. First of all, has this administration provided a viable...
Anyone want to hear from a PhD physicist and literally said exactly the same thing the rest of them did? Exactly.
legal theory of why we should be going to war with Iran? No. Has this administration put forward a
haven't shown
credible
me
piece
proof.
of evidence as to why there was
matter.
an
We already
imminent
did it.
threat that meets a legal threshold for attacking Iran? No. Can they
We are in
explain
the past.
what
We want to fight about what you already did and act like you're a bully. Dude, it's America. Move on. What are you
their
doing?
post-conflict plan is for rebuilding and stabilizing the region? No. Can they explain whether and how the breakdown in diplomatic efforts occurred? No. Can they explain why they hit a school full of school children and murdered over 100 school?
Yes. Episode 3, Anakin Skywalker. Sometimes you need to eliminate the bloodline.
Children? No. And can they explain how they plan to stop the loss of U.S. service members? no. In fact, as has already been stated
You don't
publicly,
wanna
they
hear the
expect
answers, do you?
more deaths of American service members. So the American people need to be demanding that Congress pass this war powers resolution. This is Congress's square responsibility, and we are not going to allow this administration to continue to act illegally, unconstitutionally, and without the designated authority to do what it is doing. So thank you very much.
Well, you said a lot of big words there, didn't you? How was that? All right. All that wartime nonsense. There was we had Chief McGee, what's her name today? She was here at some point. Yeah. Yeah. This one. It's a special one. Special. For 40 years of C-SPAN. Why did it do that? I don't want that. That's what. Okay, we'll get some of this. Mr. Schumer. I wanted this. I wanted this crazy lady.
Donald Trump decided to drag the American people into a reckless, illegal war with Iran, a war based on lies, a war launched with no imminent threat to our nation. 6 U.S. service members are now dead and more badly hurt. A missile from the U.S. and Israeli-led bombing campaign reportedly killed over 150 people at a girls' school in Iran. Many of them girls.
She just added an extra 50 people. I haven't heard that one yet.
Some as young as 7 years old. And now violence is spreading across the Middle East, with the threat of that violence bleeding into the United States.
No way.
And for
Tell
what?
us more, Elizabeth Warren.
For another forever war that the American people do not want? Our Constitution is clear.
Our Constitution is clear. Only pharmaceutical companies can own America.
Congress can declare war. That is because one single person should not have the power to drag our entire country into a reckless war. But that is exactly
How are these people going to get their medications?
exactly what Donald Trump has done.
From me.
He has given prepared remarks.
This is the anti-Lindsey Graham response, by the way. If you're Lindsey Graham, then you're like, oh, I'll tell you, we're going to bomb them, and we're going to bomb them, and we're going to bomb Iran. And then Elizabeth Warren is the anti-Lindsey Graham. She's like, whoa, anti-war is in me.
He has spoken to the press, and yet, even after multiple bombing runs and the death of American service members, Donald Trump cannot give a single clear reason for this war. Why are we at war? Donald Trump has dozens of reasons and ultimately no reason at all. Worse yet, Donald Trump is dragging Americans into this war with no plan for how to end it. He has no stated objectives, no clear strategies, no way to explain when we accomplish
She's fighting the good fight, guys.
We will leave. Even the deaths of Americans has not given Donald Trump pause. Instead, he doubles down. Every hour, the Trump administration feeds us shifting justifications for this war. Every hour, he contradicts a justification that he used earlier. Donald Trump said that Iran has restarted its nuclear program. But Donald Trump's own officials have said that is not true. Donald Trump claimed that Iran is developing long-range missiles that will soon be capable of hitting.
But we see no proof of that. Like, why does that matter? Like, these are irrelevant subjects. Jesus, Tillman, Wade, Kraft, Yee, Markey. think we can just. I wonder if I can go to the session and get highlights. C-SPAN. Featured clip. Bada. Oh! We're going to end the night with Mr. John Kennedy.
After the two killings in Minneapolis, and I think there's a lot of video on them, Madam Secretary. I think people can see the video and draw their own conclusions. Are you and your department conducting an investigation of those?
Sir, the investigation is being led by the FBI. HSI was involved. In fact, our HSI agents on the ground.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but I got so little time. I believe at the time you said these were acts of domestic terrorism. Is that right?
Sir, in answer to questions at the press conference that afternoon, it was that it appeared to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, this is why she needs to go. Because she doesn't understand that this lawyer just trapped her in a legal case. If you are the head of ICE and you're saying it is a act of terrorism, then why would you not be the ones that are investigating the crime? Boy, oh boy.
But you said these appeared to be acts of domestic terrorism.
And as I've said previously in this hearing, is that
first, Madam Secretary, did you say
we're getting information from a chaotic scene on the ground and relaying information to the American people.
Okay. Now, again, those videos are public. People can draw their own conclusions. I think it'd be safe to say you got some pushback on that. Mm-hmm. Would that be fair?
Yes, sir.
And you got some criticism. I'm not saying the criticism was accurate or inaccurate. I think you did. What got my attention was that you blamed those statements on Mr. Stephen Miller at the White House. Did you not?
No, sir, I did not. And in fact, where you're seeing that is in a news article of anonymous sources. And anonymous sources say a lot of things, but I've never said that at all.
Well, here's what you said on the record.
Wow, dude. John Kennedy don't give no fucks. And how do you not fire her at this point? It's disgusting. And it proves that Donald Trump does have one flaw, and that flaw is just narcissism. As long as you don't go against Donald Trump, he'll just keep letting it go to bat for you. This is crazy. Her and Kash Patel, but her even more so. Like, 2 people died. 2 citizens died under the account of the officers. You claim that they were terrorists. Then you're now telling the lawmaker that you actually aren't investigating it. The FBI is, because it's not domestic terrorism. Crazy.
I'm going to read your words. Quote, everything I've done at the direction of the president and Stephen.
Sir, where did you see me say that?
Wow. Okay. What a way to end the night, guys.
You read that in a news article with no sources affiliated to it.
You said it on the record on January 27th of 2026. Did I read your words accurate?
I enjoy working with the president and with Stephen Miller, and that day we were working.
Wait, so now you got a different answer? So you're saying that it was off the record and that it didn't exist, and then when he says that it's on the record and that you've been caught and that you lied, you don't say sorry and say, oh, I was misinformed or oops-a-daisy or any of that. You respond back and go, yeah, I like both those people and I did say that. You fucking God.
To get as much information to the American people as possible. That is what...
Just think about waking up in the morning and being such a stupid idiot that you put on all that fucking makeup and those giant fucking hoop rings and you pay $8,000 for a haircut when you're going in to talk to Congress in a bipartisan fashion about your department shooting citizens. How stupid do you gotta be? Ooh, that face right there.
We'll continue to do, and as that happens, we'll go
do you
forward.
think
and,
it was fair
Oh, now
to
as we'll go
blame
forward.
Mr. Miller?
Sir,
for
I
your
did not do
words?
that. You're reading from a newspaper article with
Yes, ma'am.
anonymous sources.
Are you denying that you said that?
Sir, I'm not going to speak to.
No one's saying she's not hot, but if you read the optics, you're the head of the Homeland Security. Are you trying to go in here to look hot? Women are aware of their looks. Why are you trying to go in here to look hot when you're into an investigation with lawmakers about 2 people getting shot under your watch? I wouldn't want to be looking hot. I really wouldn't. It's actually the worst look. Looking hot is the worst look for this event. Yikes.
That situation that is relayed on anonymous sources that no
This
one has
wasn't
heard me
anonymous.
say that.
It was you.
No.
Wasn't a not. It was you. Fucking. Well, right there, lied under oath. So, I mean, she did perjure herself. We could arrest her for that once she's out of the position in 3 years? Why is this still happening? This is insane.
Who reported that to that newspaper?
Thank you, Kennedy. Thank you, Kennedy, for doing what, you and John Fetterman and these people that just go across the line. I really appreciate you. Jesus.
They're quoting you on the record, saying it's Stephen's fault. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That was the end of his, and I bet you anything he was the only one that ever really talked to her in that whole 4-hour thing. The rest of it was all either about Donald Trump or hatred of Donald Trump or how you love Donald Trump. ICE does really good things for everybody because we all love Donald Trump. ICE does really bad things because we all hate Donald Trump. And then you have Kennedy over here being like, you just perjured yourself, you committed a crime, and why are you showing up to this looking hot? Go home now. You're fired. Anyway, guys. With that said, that's it. We're done. You made it to the very end of the show. I really appreciate you guys tuning in, listening, watching. Super Frankie becoming our last mod of the night. I will be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central Time, and we will be going through. Let's see, what's the thing that's the biggest event that we're gonna get here? We're gonna get this. What is it? We're gonna get Tim Walz testifying in front of Congress about Minnesota fraud. Whoa. So tune in tomorrow night for Tim Walz, Whoops-a-daisy, and a lot more. It looks like we're also going to get Trump admin speaking at the White House, and Pete Hegseth. We're going to get another Pete Hegseth press conference. One last time, if my phone doesn't die, I will try to read out any new updates with the war if we got them. I don't know if we got any. No new updates since the last time I read them out. Have a great night, everybody. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow. Peace.